The Friends of the Friends by Henry James. Read by John Chancer and Francis Jeater. I find, as you prophesied, much that's interesting, but little that helps the delicate question, the possibility of publication. Her diaries are less systematic than I hoped. She only had a blessed habit of noting and narrating. She summarized, she saved. She appears seldom, indeed, to have let a good story pass without catching it on the wing. I allude, of course, not so much to things she heard, as to things she saw and felt. She writes sometimes of herself, sometimes of others, sometimes of the combination. It's under this last rubric that she's usually most vivid. But it's not, you'll understand, when she's most vivid, that she's always most publishable. To tell the truth, she's fearfully indiscreet, or has at least all the material for making me so. Take as an instance the fragment I send you after dividing it for your convenience into several small chapters. It's the contents of a thin blank book, which I've had copied out, and which has the merit of being nearly enough of a rounded thing, an intelligible whole. These pages evidently date from years ago. I've read with the liveliest wonder the statement they so circumstantially make, and done my best to swallow the prodigy they leave to be inferred. These things would be striking, wouldn't they, to any reader? But can you imagine for a moment my placing such a document before the world, even though, as if she herself had desired the world should have the benefit of it? She has given her friends neither name nor initials. Have you any sort of clue to their identity? I leave her the floor.
I know perfectly well, of course, that I brought it upon myself. But that doesn't make it any better. I was the first to speak of her to him. He had never even heard her mentioned. Even if I had happened not to speak, someone else would have made up for it. I tried afterwards to find comfort in that reflection. But the comfort of reflections is thin. The only comfort that counts in life is not to have been a fool. That's a beatitude I shall doubtless never enjoy. Why, you ought to meet her and talk it over, is what I immediately said. Birds of a feather flock together. I told him who she was, and that they were birds of a feather, because if he had had in youth a strange adventure, she had had about the same time just such another. It was well known to her friends, an incident she was constantly called on to describe. She was charming, clever, pretty, unhappy, but it was none the less the thing to which she had originally owed her reputation. Being at the age of 18 somewhere abroad with an aunt, she had a vision of one of her parents at the moment of death. The parent was in England, hundreds of miles away, and so far as she knew, neither dying nor dead. It was by day, in the museum of some great foreign town. She had passed alone, in advance of her companions, into a small room containing some famous works of art, and occupied at that moment by 2 other persons. One of these was an old custodian. The second, before observing him, she took for a stranger, a tourist. She was merely conscious that he was bareheaded and seated on a bench. The instant her eyes rested on him, however, she beheld, to her amazement, her father, who, as if he had long waited for her, looked at her in singular distress and an impatience that was akin to reproach. She rushed to him with a bewildered cry, "Papa, what is it?" But this was followed by an exhibition of still livelier feeling, when on her movement he simply vanished, leaving the custodian and her relations, who were by that time at her heels, to gather round her in dismay. These persons, the official, the aunt, the cousins, were therefore in a manner witnesses of the fact at least of the impression made on her, and there was the further testimony of a doctor who was attending one of the party, and to whom it was immediately afterwards communicated. He gave her a remedy for hysterics, but said to the aunt privately, "Wait and see if something doesn't happen at home." Something had happened. The poor father, suddenly and violently seized, had died that morning. The aunt, the mother's sister, received before the day was out a telegram announcing the event and requesting her to prepare her niece for it. Her niece was already prepared, and the girl's sense of this visitation remained, of course, indelible. We had all, as her friends, had it conveyed to us, and conveyed it creepily to each other. 12 years had elapsed, and as a woman who had made an unhappy marriage and lived apart from her husband, she had become interesting from other sources. But since the name she now bore was a name frequently borne, and since, moreover, her judicial separation, as things were going, could hardly count as a distinction, it was usual to qualify her as the one you know who saw her father's ghost. As for him, dear man, he had seen his mother's. So there you are. I had never heard of that till this occasion on which our closer, our pleasanter acquaintance led him, through some turn of the subject of our talk, to mention it, and to inspire me in doing so with the impulse to let him know that he had a rival in the field, a person with whom he could compare notes. Later on his story became for him, perhaps because of my unduly repeating it, like a convenient worldly label. But it hadn't here before been the grounds on which he was introduced to me. He had other merits, just as she, poor thing, had others. I can honestly say that I was quite aware of them from the first. I discovered them sooner than he discovered mine. I remember how it struck me, even at the time, that his sense of mine was quickened by my having been able to match, though not indeed straight from my own experience, his curious anecdote. It dated, this anecdote, as hers did, from some dozen years before, a year in which at Oxford he had for some reason of his own been staying on into the long. He had been in the August afternoon on the river. Coming back into his room while it was still distinct daylight, he found his mother standing there, as if her eyes had been fixed on the door. He had had a letter from her that morning out of Wales, where she was staying with her father. At the sight of him, she smiled with extraordinary radiance, and extended her arms to him, and then, as he sprang forward and joyfully opened his own, she vanished from the place. He wrote to her that night, telling her what had happened. The letter had been carefully preserved. The next morning he heard of her death. He was, through this chance of our talk, extremely struck with the little prodigy I was able to produce for him. He had never encountered another case. Certainly they ought to meet, my friend and he. Certainly they would have something in common. I would arrange this, wouldn't I, if she didn't mind. For himself, he didn't mind in the least. I had promised to speak to her of the matter as soon as possible, and within the week I was able to do so. She minded as little as he. She was perfectly willing to see him. And yet no meeting was to occur, as meetings are commonly understood. That's just half my tale. The extraordinary way it was hindered. This was the fault of a series of accidents, but the accidents, persisting for years, became to me and to others a subject of mirth with either party. They were droll enough at first, then they grew rather a bore. The odd thing was that both parties were amenable. It wasn't a case of their being indifferent, much less of their being indisposed. It was one of the caprices of chance, aided, I suppose, by some rather settled opposition of their interests and habits. His was centred in his office, his eternal inspectorship, which left him small leisure, constantly calling him away and making him break engagements. He liked society, but he found it everywhere and took it at a run. I never knew at a given moment where he was, and there were times when for months together I never saw him. She was, on her side, practically suburban. She lived at Richmond and never went out. She was a woman of distinction, but not of fashion, and felt, as people said, a situation. Decidedly proud and rather whimsical, she lived her life as she had planned it. There were things one could do with her, but one couldn't make her come to one's parties. One went indeed a little more than seemed quite convenient to hers, which consisted of her cousin, a cup of tea, and the view. The tea was good, but the view was familiar, though perhaps not, like the cousin, a disagreeable old maid who had been of the group at the museum, and with whom she now lived, offensively so. This connection with an inferior relative, which had partly an economic motive, she proclaimed her companion a marvellous manager, was one of the little perversities we had to forgive her. Another was her estimate of the proprieties created by her rupture with her husband. That was extreme. Many persons called it even morbid. She made no advances. She cultivated scruples. She suspected, or should I perhaps rather say she remembered, slights. She was one of the few women I've known whom that particular predicament had rendered modest rather than bold. Dear thing, she had some delicacy. Especially marked were the limits she had set to possible attentions from men. It was always her thought that her husband only waited to pounce on her. She discouraged, if she didn't forbid, the visits of male persons not senile. She said she could never be too careful. When I first mentioned to her that I had a friend whom fate had distinguished in the same weird way as herself, I put her quite at liberty to say, "Oh, bring him out to see me." I should probably have been able to bring him, and a situation perfectly innocent, or at any rate comparatively simple, would have been created. But she uttered no such word. She only said, "I must meet him, certainly, yes. I shall look out for him." That caused the first delay, and meanwhile various things happened. One of them was that as time went on, she made, charming as she was, more and more friends, and that it regularly befell that these friends were sufficiently also friends of his to bring him up in conversation. It was odd that without belonging, as it were, to the same world, or according to the horrid term, the same set, my baffled pair should have happened in so many cases to fall in with the same people, and make them join in the droll chorus. She had friends who didn't know each other, but who inevitably and punctually recommended him. She had also the sort of originality, the intrinsic interest, that led her to be kept by each of us as a private resource, cultivated jealously, more or less in secret, as a person whom one didn't meet in society, whom it was not for everyone, whom it was not for the vulgar to approach, and with whom, therefore, acquaintance was particularly difficult and particularly precious. We saw her separately, with appointments and conditions, and found it made on the whole for harmony not to tell each other. Somebody had always had a note from her still later than somebody else. There was some silly woman who for a long time, among the unprivileged, owed to 3 simple visits to Richmond a reputation for being intimate with lots of awfully clever, out-of-the-way people. Everyone has had friends it has seemed a happy thought to bring together, and everyone remembers that his happiest thoughts have not been his greatest successes. But I doubt if there ever was a case in which the failure was in such direct proportion to the quantity of influence set in motion. It's really perhaps here the quantity of influence that was most remarkable. My lady and my gentleman each pronounced it to me, and others, quite a subject for a roaring farce. The reason first given had with time dropped out of sight, and 50 better ones flourished on top of it. They were so awfully alike. They had the same ideas and tricks and tastes, the same prejudices and superstitions and heresies. They said the same things, and sometimes did them. They liked and disliked the same persons and places, the same books, authors, and styles. There were touches of resemblance even in their looks and features. It established much of a propriety, that they were in common parlance equally nice and almost equally handsome. But the great sameness for wonder and chatter was their rare perversity in regard to being photographed. They were the only persons ever heard of who had never been taken, and who had a passionate objection to it. They just wouldn't be. No, not for anything one could say. I had loudly complained of this. Him, in particular, I had so vainly desired to be able to show on my drawing-room chimney-piece in a Bond Street frame. It was, at any rate, the very liveliest of all the reasons why they ought to know each other, all the lively reasons reduced to naught by the strange law that made them bang so many doors in each other's face, made them the buckets in the well, the two ends of the seesaw, the two parties in the state, so that when one was up, the other was down, when one was out, the other was in, neither by any possibility entering a house till the other had left it, or leaving it all unawares till the other was at hand. They only arrived when they had been given up, which was precisely also when they departed. They were, in a word, alternate and incompatible. They missed each other with an inveteracy that could be explained only by its being preconcerted. It was, however, so far from preconcerted that it had ended, literally after several years, by disappointing and annoying them. I don't think their curiosity was lively till it had been proved utterly vain. A great deal was, of course, done to help them, but it merely laid wires for them to trip. To give examples, I should have to have taken notes, but I happen to remember that neither had ever been able to dine on the right occasion. The right occasion for each was the occasion that would be wrong for the other. On the wrong ones they were most punctual, and there were never any but wrong ones. The very elements conspired, and the constitution of a man reinforced them. A cold, a headache, a bereavement, a storm, a fog, an earthquake, a cataclysm infallibly intervened. The whole business was beyond a joke. Yet as a joke it still had to be taken, though one couldn't help feeling that the joke had made the situation serious, had produced on the part of each a consciousness, an awkwardness, a positive dread of the last accident of all, the only one with any freshness left, the accident that would bring them together. The final effect of its predecessors had been to kindle this instinct. They were quite ashamed, perhaps even a little, of each other. So much preparation, so much frustration. What indeed could be good enough for it all to lead up to? A mere meeting would be mere flatness. Did I see them at the end of years, they often asked, just stupidly confronted? If they were bored by the joke, they might be worse bored by something else. They made exactly the same reflections, and each in some manner was sure to hear of the others. I really think it was this peculiar diffidence that finally controlled the situation. I mean that if they had failed for the first year or two because they couldn't help it, they kept the habit up because they had, what shall I call it, grown nervous. It really took some lurking volition to account for anything both so regular and so ridiculous. When to crown our long acquaintance I accepted his renewed offer of marriage, it was humorously said, I know, that I had made the gift of his photograph a condition. This was so far true that I had refused to give him mine without it. At any rate, I had him at last, in his high distinction, on the chimney-piece, where the day she called to congratulate me she came nearer than she had ever done to seeing him. He had, in being taken, set her an example that I invited her to follow. He had sacrificed his perversity. Wouldn't she sacrifice hers? She too must give me something on my engagement. Wouldn't she give me the companion-piece? She laughed and shook her head. She had headshakes whose impulse seemed to come from as far away as the breeze that stirs a flower. The companion-piece to the portrait of my future husband was the portrait of his future wife. She had taken her stand. She could depart from it as little as she could explain it. It was a prejudice, an entêtement, a vow. She would live and die unphotographed. Now, too, she was alone in that state. This was what she liked. It made her so much more original. She rejoiced in the fall of her late associate, and looked for a long time at his picture, about which she made no memorable remark, though she even turned it over to see the back. About our engagement she was charming, full of cordiality and sympathy. "You've known him even longer than I've not," she said, "and that seems a very long time." She understood how we had jogged together over hill and dale, and how inevitable it was that we should now rest together. I'm definite about all this, because what followed is so strange that it's a kind of relief to me to mark the point up to which our relations were as natural as ever. It was I myself who, in a sudden madness, altered and destroyed them. I see now that she gave me no pretext, and that I only found one in the way she looked at the fine face in the Bond Street frame. How then would I have had her to look at it? What I had wanted from the first was to make her care for him. Well, that was what I still wanted, up to the moment of her having promised me that she would on this occasion really aid me to break the silly spell that had kept them asunder. I had arranged with him to do his part, if she would as triumphantly do hers. I was on a different footing now. I was on a footing to answer for him. I would positively engage that at 5 on the following Saturday he should be on that spot. He was out of town on pressing business, but pledged to keep his promise to the letter, would return on purpose and in abundant time. "Are you perfectly sure?" I remember she asked, looking grave and considering. I thought she had turned a little pale. She was tired, she was indisposed. It was a pity he was to see her after all at so poor a moment. If he only could have seen her 5 years before. However, I replied that this time I was sure, and that success, therefore, depended simply on herself. At 5 o'clock on the Saturday, she would find him in a particular chair I pointed out, the one in which he usually sat, and in which, though this I didn't mention, he had been sitting when, the week before, he put the question of our future to me in the way that had brought me round. She looked at it in silence, just as she had looked at the photograph, while I repeated for the 20th time that it was too preposterous. One shouldn't somehow succeed in introducing to one's dearest friend one's second self. "Am I your dearest friend?" she asked, with a smile that for a moment brought back her beauty. I replied by pressing her to my bosom, after which she said, "Well, I'll come. I'm extraordinarily afraid, but you may count on me." When she had left me, I began to wonder what she was afraid of, for she had spoken as if she fully meant it. The next day, late in the afternoon, I had 3 lines from her. She had found, on getting home, the announcement of her husband's death. She hadn't seen him for 7 years, but she wished me to know it in this way before I should hear of it in another. It made, however, in her life, strange and sad to say, so little difference that she would scrupulously keep her appointment. I rejoiced for her. I supposed it would make at least the difference of her having more money. But even in this diversion, far from forgetting, she had said she was afraid. I seemed to catch sight of a reason for her being so. Her fear as the evening went on became contagious, and the contagion took in my breast the form of a sudden panic. It wasn't jealousy. It was just the dread of jealousy. I called myself a fool for not having been quiet till we were man and wife. After that I should somehow feel secure. It was only a question of waiting another month, a trifle, surely, for people who had waited so long. It had been plain enough she was nervous, and now she was free, her nervousness wouldn't be less. What was it, therefore, but a sharp foreboding? She had been hitherto the victim of interference, but it was quite possible she would henceforth be the source of it. The victim in that case would be my simple self. What had the interference been but the finger of Providence pointing out a danger? The danger was, of course, for poor me. It had been kept at bay by a series of accidents, unexampled in their frequency, but the reign of accident was now visibly at an end. I had an intimate conviction that both parties would keep the tryst. It was more and more impressed on me that they were approaching, converging. They were like the seekers for the hidden object in the game of blindfold. They had one and the other begun to burn. We had talked about breaking the spell. Well, it would be effectually broken. Unless, indeed, it should merely take another form and overdo their encounters as it had overdone their escapes. This was something I couldn't sit still for thinking of. It kept me awake. At midnight I was full of unrest. At last I felt there was only one way of laying the ghost. If the reign of accident was over, I must just take up the succession. I sat down and wrote a hurried note which would meet him on his return, and which, as the servants had gone to bed, I sallied forth bareheaded into the empty, gusty street to drop into the nearest pillar-box. It was to tell him that I shouldn't be able to be at home in the afternoon as I had hoped, and that he must postpone his visit till dinner-time. This was an implication that he would find me alone. When accordingly at 5 she presented herself, I naturally felt false and base. My act had been a momentary madness, but I had at least, as they say, to live up to it. She remained an hour. He, of course, never came, and I could only persist in my perfidy. I had thought it best to let her come. Singular as this now seems to me, I held it diminished my guilt. Yet as she sat there, so visibly white and weary, stricken with the sense of everything her husband's death had opened up, I felt a really piercing pang of pity and remorse. If I didn't tell her on the spot what I had done, it was because I was too ashamed. I feigned astonishment. I feigned it to the end. I protested that if ever I had had confidence, I had had it that day. I blush as I tell my story. I take it as my penance. There was nothing indignant I didn't say about him. I invented suppositions, attenuations. I admitted in stupefaction, as the hands of the clock travelled, that their luck hadn't turned. She smiled at this vision of their luck, but she looked anxious. She looked unusual. The only thing that kept me up was the fact that, oddly enough, she wore mourning. No great depths of crape, but simple and scrupulous black. She had in her bonnet 3 small black feathers. She carried a little muff of astrakhan. This put me, by the aid of some acute reflection, a little in the right. She had written to me that the sudden event made no difference for her, but apparently it made as much difference as that. If she was inclined to the usual forms, why didn't she observe that of not going the first day or 2 out to tea? There was someone she wanted so much to see that she couldn't wait till her husband was buried. Such a betrayal of eagerness made me hard and cruel enough to practise my odious deceit, though at the same time as the hour waxed and waned I suspected in her something deeper still than disappointment, and somewhat less successfully concealed. I mean a strange underlying relief, the soft low emission of the breath that comes when a danger is past. What happened as she spent her barren hour with me was that at last she gave him up. She let him go for ever. She made the most graceful joke of it that I have ever seen made of anything. But it was, for all that, a great date in her life. She spoke with her mild gaiety of all the other vain times, the long game of hide-and-seek, the unprecedented queerness of such a relation. For it was, or had been, a relation, wasn't it? Hadn't it? That was just the absurd part of it. When she got up to go, I said to her that it was more a relation than ever, but that I hadn't the face, after what had occurred, to propose to her for the present another opportunity. It was plain that the only valid opportunity would be my accomplished marriage. Of course she would be at my wedding. It was even to be hoped that he would. If I am, he won't be. I remember the high quaver and the little break of her laugh. I admitted that there might be something in that. The thing was, therefore, to get us safely married first. That won't help us. Nothing will help us, she said as she kissed me farewell. I shall never, never see him. It was with those words she left me. I could bear her disappointment, as I've called it, but when a couple of hours later I received him at dinner, I discovered I couldn't bear his. The way my manoeuvre might have affected him hadn't been particularly present to me, but the result of it was the first word of reproach that had ever yet dropped from him. I say reproach because that expression is scarcely too strong for the terms in which he conveyed to me his surprise, that under the extraordinary circumstances I shouldn't have found some means not to deprive him of such an occasion. I might really have managed either not to be obliged to go out, or to let their meeting take place all the same. They would probably have got on in my drawing-room well enough without me. At this I quite broke down. I confessed my iniquity and the miserable reason of it. I hadn't put her off, and I hadn't gone out. She had been there, and after waiting for him an hour, had departed in the belief that he had been absent by his own fault. She must think me a precious brute, he exclaimed. Did she say of me, and I remember the just perceptible catch of breath in his pause, what she had a right to say? I assure you she said nothing that showed the least feeling. She looked at your photograph, she even turned round the back of it, on which your address happens to be inscribed. Yet it provoked her to no demonstration. She doesn't care so much as all that. Then why are you afraid of her? It wasn't of her I was afraid. It was of you. Did you think I'd be so sure to fall in love with her? You never alluded to such a possibility before, he went on as I remained silent. Admirable person, as you pronounced her, that wasn't the light in which you showed her to me. Do you mean that if it had been, you'd have managed by this time to catch a glimpse of her? I didn't fear things then, I added. I hadn't the same reason. He kissed me at this, and when I remembered that she had done so an hour or two before, I felt for an instant as if he were taking from my lips the very pressure of hers. In spite of kisses, the incident had shed a certain chill, and I suffered horribly from the sense that he had seen me guilty of a fraud. He had seen it only through my frank avowal, but I was as unhappy as if I had a stain to efface. I couldn't get over the manner of his looking at me when I spoke of her apparent indifference to his not having come. For the first time since I had known him, he seemed to have expressed a doubt of my word. Before we parted, I told him that I'd undeceive her, start the first thing in the morning for Richmond, and there let her know he had been blameless. At this he kissed me again. I'd expiate my sin, I said. I'd humble myself in the dust. I'd confess and ask to be forgiven. At this he kissed me once more. In the train the next day, this struck me as a good deal for him to have consented to, but my purpose was firm enough to carry me on. I mounted the long hill to where the view begins, and then I knocked at her door. I was a trifle mystified by the fact that her blinds were still drawn, reflecting that if in the stress of my compunction I had come early, I had certainly yet allowed people time to get up. "At home, Mum? She's left home forever." I was extraordinarily startled by this announcement of the elderly parlour-maid. "She has gone away?" "She's dead, Mum, please." Then, as I gasped at the horrible word, "She died last night." The loud cry that escaped me sounded even in my own ears like some harsh violation of the hour. I felt for the moment as if I had killed her. I turned faint, and saw through a vagueness the woman hold out her arms to me. Of what next happened I've no recollection, nor of anything but my friend's poor stupid cousin in a darkened room, after an interval that I suppose very brief, sobbing at me in a smothered, accusatory way. I can't say how long it took me to understand, to believe, and then to press back with an immense effort that pang of responsibility which superstitiously, insanely, had been at first almost all I was conscious of. The doctor, after the fact, had been superlatively wise and clear. He was satisfied of a long latent weakness of the heart, determined probably years before by the agitation and terrors to which her marriage had introduced her. She had had in those days cruel scenes with her husband. She had been in fear of her life. All emotion, everything in the nature of anxiety and suspense, had been after that to be strongly deprecated, as in her marked cultivation of a quiet life she was evidently well aware. But who could say that anyone, especially a real lady, might be successfully protected from every little rub? She had had one a day or two before in the news of her husband's death, since there were shocks of all kinds, not only those of grief or surprise. For that matter, she had never dreamed of so near a release. It had looked uncommonly as if he would live as long as herself. Then in the evening in town, she had manifestly had some misadventure. Something must have happened there that it would be imperative to clear up. She had come back very late. It was past 11 o'clock, and on being met in the hall by her cousin, who was extremely anxious, had allowed she was tired and must rest a moment before mounting the stairs. They had passed together into the dining-room, her companion proposing a glass of wine and bustling to the sideboard to pour it out. This took but a moment, and when my informant turned round, our poor friend had not had time to seat herself. Suddenly, with a small moan that was barely audible, she dropped upon the sofa. She was dead. What unknown little rub had dealt her the blow? What concussion in the name of wonder had awaited her in town? I mentioned immediately the one thinkable ground of disturbance, her having failed to meet at my house, to which, by invitation for the purpose, she had come at 5 o'clock, the gentleman I was to be married to, who had been accidentally kept away and with whom she had no acquaintance whatever. This obviously counted for little, but something else might easily have occurred. Nothing in the London streets was more possible than an accident, especially an accident in those desperate cabs. What had she done? Where had she gone on leaving my house? I had taken for granted she had gone straight home. We both presently remembered that in her excursions to town she sometimes, for convenience, for refreshment, spent an hour or two at the Gentlewoman, the quiet little ladies' club, and I promised that it should be my first care to make at that establishment an earnest appeal. Then we entered the dim and dreadful chamber where she lay locked up in death, and where, asking after a little to be left alone with her, I remained for half an hour. Death had made her, and kept her beautiful. But I felt above all, as I kneeled at her bed, that it had made her, had kept her, silent. It had turned the key on something I was concerned to know. On my return from Richmond, and after another duty had been performed, I drove to his chambers. It was the first time, but I had often wanted to see them. On the staircase, which, as the house contained 20 sets of rooms, was unrestrictedly public, I met his servant, who went back with me and ushered me in. At the sound of my entrance he appeared in the doorway of a further room, and the instant we were alone I produced my news. "She's dead." "Dead?" He was tremendously struck, and I noticed he had no need to ask whom, in this abruptness, I meant. "She died last evening, just after leaving me." He stared with the strangest expression, his eyes searching mine as for a trap. "Last evening? After leaving you?" He repeated my words in stupefaction. Then he brought out, so that it was in stupefaction I heard, "Impossible. I saw her." "You saw her? On that spot, where you stand?" This called back to me, after an instant, as if to help me take it in, the great wonder of the warning of his youth. "In the hour of death, I understand, as you so beautifully saw your mother." "Ah, not as I saw my mother. Not that way. Not that way." He was deeply moved by the news. Far more moved, it was plain, than he would have been the day before. It gave me a vivid sense that, as I had then said to myself, there was indeed a relation between them, and that he had actually been face to face with her. Such an idea, by its reassertion of his extraordinary privilege, would have suddenly presented him as painfully abnormal, hadn't he vehemently insisted on the difference. I saw her living. I saw her to speak to her. I saw her as I see you now. It's remarkable that for a moment, though only for a moment, I found relief in the more personal, as it were, but also the more natural of the two odd facts. The next, as I embraced this image of her having come to him on leaving me, and of just what it accounted for in the disposal of her time, I demanded with a shade of harshness of which I was aware, "What on earth did she come for?" He had now a moment to think, to recover himself and judge of effects, so that if it was still with excited eyes he spoke, he showed a conscious redness, and made an inconsequent attempt to smile away the gravity of his words. "She came just to see me. She came after what had passed at your house, so that we should, nevertheless, at last meet. The impulse seemed to me exquisite, and that was the way I took it." I looked round the room where she had been, where she had been, and I never had till now. "And was the way you took it the way she expressed it?" "She only expressed it by being here and by letting me look at her. That was enough," he cried with an extraordinary laugh. I wondered more and more. "You mean she didn't speak to you?" "She said nothing. She only looked at me as I looked at her." "And you didn't speak either?" He gave me again his painful smile. "I thought of you. The situation was every way delicate. I used the finest tact. But she saw she had pleased me." He even repeated his dissonant laugh. "She evidently pleased you." Then I thought for a moment. "How long did she stay?" "How can I say? It seemed 20 minutes, but it was probably a good deal less." 20 minutes of silence. I began to have my definite view, and now, in fact, quite to clutch at it. "Do you know you're telling me a thing positively monstrous?" He'd been standing with his back to the fire. At this, with a pleading look, he came to me. "I beseech you, dearest, to take it kindly." I could take it kindly, and I signified as much. But I couldn't, somehow, as he rather awkwardly opened his arms, let him draw me to him. So there fell between us for an appreciable time the discomfort of a great silence. He broke it by presently saying, "There's absolutely no doubt of her death." "Unfortunately none. I've just risen from my knees by the bed where they've laid her out." He fixed his eyes hard on the floor, then he raised them to mine. "How does she look?" "She looks at peace." He turned away again while I watched him. But after a moment he began, "At what hour, then?" "It must have been near midnight. She dropped as she reached her house, from an affection of the heart which she knew herself and her physician knew her to have, but of which, patiently, bravely, she had never spoken to me." He listened intently, and for a minute was unable to speak. At last he broke out with an accent of which the almost boyish confidence, the really sublime simplicity, rings in my ears as I write. "Wasn't she wonderful?" Even at the time I was able to do it justice enough to answer that I had always told him so. But the next minute, as if after speaking he had caught a glimpse of what he might have made me feel, he went on quickly, "You can easily understand that if she didn't get home till midnight." I instantly took him up. "There was plenty of time for you to have seen her." "How so?" I asked. "When you didn't leave my house till late." "I don't remember the very moment. I was preoccupied. But you know that though you said you had lots to do, you sat for some time after dinner. She, on her side, was all the evening at the Gentlewoman. I have just come from there, I've ascertained. She had tea there. She remained a long, long time. What was she doing all the long, long time? I saw him eager to challenge at every step my account of the matter, and the more he showed this, the more I was moved to emphasize that version, to prefer with apparent perversity an explanation which only deepened the marvel and the mystery. But which of the two prodigies it had to choose from, my reviving jealousy found easiest to accept. He stood there, pleading with a candour that now seems to me beautiful for the privilege of having, in spite of supreme defeat, known the living woman, while I, with a passion I wonder at today, though it still smoulders in a manner in its ashes, could only reply that through a strange gift shared by her with his mother, and on her own side likewise hereditary, the miracle of his youth had been renewed for him, the miracle of hers for her. She had been to him, yes, and by an impulse as charming as he liked. Oh, but she hadn't been in the body. It was a simple question of evidence. I had, I maintained, a definite statement of what she had done, most of the time, at the little club. The place was almost empty, but the servants had noticed her. She had sat motionless in a deep chair by the drawing-room fire. She had leaned back her head, she had closed her eyes. She had seemed softly to sleep. I see. But till what o'clock? There, I was obliged to answer, the servants fail me a little. The portress in particular is unfortunately a fool, even though she, too, is supposed to be a gentlewoman. She was evidently at that period of the evening without a substitute, and against regulations absent for some little time from the cage in which it's her business to watch the comings and goings. She's muddled. She palpably prevaricates, so I can't positively from her observation give you an hour. But it was remarked towards 10:30 that our poor friend was no longer in the club. It suited him down to the ground. She came straight here, and from here she went straight to the train. She couldn't have run it so close, I declared. That was a thing she particularly never did. There was no need of running it close, my dear. She had plenty of time. Your memory's at fault about my having left you late. I left you, as it happens, unusually early. I'm sorry my stay with you seemed long, for I was back here by 10. To put yourself into your slippers, I retorted, and fall asleep in your chair. You slept till morning. You saw her in a dream. He looked at me in silence and with sombre eyes that showed me he had some irritation to repress. Presently I went on. You had a visit at an extraordinary hour from a lady, Swain. Nothing in the world's more probable. But there are ladies and ladies. How in the name of goodness, if she was unannounced and dumb, and you had into the bargain never seen the least portrait of her, how could you identify the person we're talking of? Hadn't I to absolute satiety heard her described? I'll describe her for you in every particular. Don't! I cried with a promptness that made him laugh once more. I coloured at this, but I continued. Did your servant introduce her? He wasn't here. He's always away when he's wanted. One of the features of this big house is that from the street door the different floors are accessible practically without challenge. My servant makes love to a young person employed in the rooms above these, and he had a long bout of it last evening. When he's out on that job, he leaves my outer door on the staircase so much ajar as to enable him to slip back without a sound. The door then only requires a push. She pushed it. That simply took a little courage. A little. It took tons. And it took all sorts of impossible calculations. Well, she had them. She made them. Mind you, I don't deny for a moment, he added, that it was very, very wonderful. Something in his tone kept me a time from trusting myself to speak. At last I said, How did she come to know where you live? By remembering the address on the little label the shop people happily left sticking to the frame I had had made for my photograph. And how was she dressed? In mourning, my own dear. No great depths of crape, but simple and scrupulous black. She had in her bonnet 3 small black feathers. She carried a little muff of astrakhan. She has near the left eye," he continued, "a tiny vertical scar." I stopped him short. "The mark of a caress from her husband." Then I added, "How close you must have been to her." He made no answer to this, and I thought he blushed, observing which I broke straight off. "Well, good-bye. You won't stay a little?" He came to me again tenderly, and this time I suffered him. "Her visit had its beauty," he murmured as he held me, "but yours has a greater one." I let him kiss me, but I remembered, as I had remembered the day before, that the last kiss she had given, as I supposed in this world, had been for the lips he touched. "I'm life, you see," I answered. "What you saw last night was death." "It was life." "It was life." He spoke with a soft stubbornness. I disengaged myself. We stood looking at each other hard. "You describe the scene, so far as you describe it at all, in terms that are incomprehensible. She was in the room before you knew it." I looked up from my letter-writing. At that table under the lamp I had been wholly absorbed in it, and she stood before me. "Then what did you do?" I sprang up with an ejaculation, and she, with a smile, laid her finger ever so warningly, yet with a sort of delicate dignity, to her lips. I knew it meant silence, but the strange thing was that it seemed immediately to explain and to justify her. We at any rate stood for a time that, as I've told you, I can't calculate face to face. It was just as you and I stand now. Simply staring. He shook an impatient head. "Ah, we're not staring." "Yes, but we're talking." "Well, we were. After a fashion." He lost himself in the memory of it. "It was as friendly as this." I had on my tongue's end to ask if that was saying much for it, but I made the point instead that what they had evidently done was to gaze in mutual admiration. Then I asked if his recognition of her had been immediate. "Not quite," he replied, "for of course I didn't expect her. But it came to me long before she went who she was, who only she could be." I thought a little. "And how did she at last go?" "Just as she arrived. The door was open behind her, and she passed out." "Was she rapid? Slow?" "Rather quick. But looking behind her," he smiled to add, "I let her go, for I perfectly knew I was to take it as she wished." I was conscious of exhaling a long, vague sigh. Well, he must take it now as I wish. He must let me go. At this he drew me near again, detaining and persuading me, declaring with all due gallantry that I was a very different matter. I'd have given anything to have been able to ask him if he had touched her, but the words refused to form themselves. I knew to the last tenth of a tone how horrid and vulgar they'd sound. I said something else, I forget exactly what. It was feebly tortuous and intended meanly enough to make him tell me without my putting the question. But he didn't tell me. He only repeated, as from a glimpse of the propriety of soothing and consoling me, the sense of his declaration of some minutes before, the assurance that she was indeed exquisite, as I had always insisted, but that I was his real friend and his very own for ever. This led me to reassert, in the spirit of my previous rejoinder, that I had at least the merit of being alive, which in turn drew from him again the flash of contradiction I dreaded. Oh, she was alive. She was. She was. She was dead. She was dead. I asseverated with an energy, a determination it should be so, which comes back to me now almost as grotesque. The sound of the word as it rang out filled me suddenly with horror, and all the natural emotion the meaning of it might have evoked in other conditions gathered and broke in a flood. It rolled over me that here was a great affection quenched, and how much I had loved and trusted her. I had a vision at the same time of the lonely beauty of her end. "She's gone. She's lost to us for ever." I burst into sobs. "That's exactly what I feel," he exclaimed, speaking with extreme kindness and pressing me to him for comfort. "She's gone. She's lost to us for ever. So what does it matter now?" He bent over me. and when his face had touched mine, I scarcely knew if it were wet with my tears or with his own. It was my theory, my conviction. It became, as I may say, my attitude, that they had still never met, and it was just on this ground I felt it generous to ask him to stand with me at her grave. He did so very modestly and tenderly, and I assumed, though he himself clearly cared nothing for the danger, that the solemnity of the occasion, largely made up of persons who had known them both and had a sense of the long joke, would sufficiently deprive his presence of all light association. On the question of what had happened the evening of her death, little more passed between us. I had been taken by a horror of the element of evidence. On either hypothesis it was gross and prying. He on his side lacked producible corroboration, everything, that is, but a statement of his house-porter, on his own admission a most casual and intermittent personage, that between the hours of 10 o'clock and midnight no less than 3 ladies in deep black had flitted in and out of the place. This proved far too much. We had neither of us any use for 3. He knew I considered I had accounted for every fragment of her time, and we dropped the matter as settled. We abstained from further discussion. What I knew, however, was that he abstained to please me, rather than because he yielded to my reasons. He didn't yield, he was only indulgent. He clung to his interpretation because he liked it better. He liked it better, I held, because it had more to say to his vanity. That in a similar position wouldn't have been its effect on me, though I had doubtless quite as much. But these are things of individual humour, and as to which no person can judge for another. I should have supposed it more gratifying to be the subject of one of those inexplicable occurrences that are chronicled in thrilling books, and disputed about at learned meetings. I could conceive, on the part of a being just engulfed in the infinite, and still vibrating with human emotion, of nothing more fine and pure, more high and august, than such an impulse of reparation, of admonition, or even of curiosity. That was beautiful, if one would, and I should, in his place, have thought more of myself for being so distinguished and so selected. It was public that he had long figured in that light, and what was such a fact in itself but almost a proof? Each of the strange visitations contributed to establish the other. He had a different feeling, but he had also, I hasten to add, an unmistakable desire not to make a stand, or, as they say, a fuss about it. I might believe what I liked, the more so that the whole thing was in a manner a mystery of my producing. It was an event of my history, a puzzle of my consciousness, not of his. Therefore he would take about it any tone that struck me as convenient. We had both, at all events, other business on hand. We were pressed with preparations for our marriage. Mine were assuredly urgent, but I found as the days went on that to believe what I liked was to believe what I was more and more intimately convinced of. I found also that I didn't like it, so much as that came to, or that the pleasure at all events was far from being the cause of my conviction. My obsession, as I may really call it, and as I began to perceive, refused to be elbowed away as I had hoped by my sense of paramount duties. If I had a great deal to do, I had still more to think of, and the moment came when my occupations were gravely menaced by my thoughts. I see it all now. I feel it. I live it over. It's terribly void of joy. It's full indeed to overflowing of bitterness, and yet I must do myself justice. I couldn't have been other than I was. The same strange impressions, had I to meet them again, would produce the same deep anguish, the same sharp doubts, the same still sharper certainties. Oh, it's all easier to remember than to write, but even could I retrace the business hour by hour, could I find terms for the inexpressible, the ugliness and the pain would quickly stay my hand. Let me then note very simply and briefly that a week before our wedding day, 3 weeks after her death, I knew in all my fibres that I had something very serious to look in the face, and that if I was to make this effort, I must make it on the spot, and before another hour should elapse. My unextinguished jealousy. That was the Medusa mask. It hadn't died with her death. It had lividly survived, and it was fed by suspicions unspeakable. They would be unspeakable today, that is, if I hadn't felt the sharp need of uttering them at the time. This need took possession of me, to save me, as it seemed, from my fate. When once it had done so, I saw, in the urgency of the case, the diminishing hours and shrinking interval, only one issue, that of absolute promptness and frankness. I could at least not do him the wrong of delaying another day. I could at least treat my difficulty as too fine for a subterfuge. Therefore very quietly, but none the less abruptly and hideously, I put it before him on a certain evening that we must reconsider our situation, and recognize that it had completely altered. He stared bravely. How in the world altered? Another person has come between us. He took but an instant to think. I won't pretend not to know whom you mean. He smiled in pity for my aberration, but he meant to be kind. A woman dead and buried. She's buried, but she's not dead. She's dead for the world, she's dead for me. But she's not dead for you. You hark back to the different construction we put on her appearance that evening. No, I answered. I hark back to nothing. I've no need of it. I've more than enough with what's before me. And pray, darling, what may that be? You're completely changed. By that absurdity, he laughed. Not so much by that, as by other absurdities that have followed it. And what may they have been? We had faced each other fairly, with eyes that didn't flinch, but his had a dim, strange light, and my certitude triumphed in his perceptible paleness. Do you really pretend, I asked, not to know what they are? My dear child, he replied, you describe them too sketchily. I considered for a moment. One may well be embarrassed to finish the picture. But from that point of view, and from the beginning, what was ever more embarrassing than your idiosyncrasy? He invoked his vagueness, a thing he always did beautifully. My idiosyncrasy? Your notorious, your peculiar power. He gave a great shrug of impatience, a groan of overdone disdain. Oh, my peculiar power. Your accessibility to forms of life, I coldly went on. Your command of impressions, appearances, contacts, closed, for our gain or our loss, to the rest of us. That was originally a part of the deep interest with which you inspired me. One of the reasons I was amused. I was indeed positively proud to know you. It was a magnificent distinction. It's a magnificent distinction still. But of course I had no prevision then of the way it would operate now. And even had that been the case, I should have had none of the extraordinary way in which its action would affect me. To what in the name of goodness, he pleadingly inquired, are you fantastically alluding? Then, as I remained silent, gathering a tone for my charge, how in the world does it operate, he went on, and how in the world are you affected? She missed you for 5 years, I said, but she never misses you now. You're making it up. Making it up. He had begun to turn from white to red. You see her. You see her. You see her every night. He gave a loud sound of derision, but I felt it ring false. She comes to you as she came that evening, I declared. Having tried it, she found she liked it. I was able, with God's help, to speak without blind passion or vulgar violence, but those were the exact words, and far from sketchy they then appeared to me that I uttered. He had turned away in his laughter, clapping his hands at my folly, but in an instant he faced me again with a change of expression that struck me. "Do you dare to deny," I then asked, "that you habitually see her?" He had taken the line of indulgence, of meeting me halfway and kindly humouring me. At all events, he, to my astonishment, suddenly said, "Well, my dear, what if I do?" "It's your natural right. It belongs to your constitution, and to your wonderful, if not perhaps quite enviable fortune. But you'll easily understand that it separates us. I unconditionally release you." "Release me?" "You must choose between me and her." He looked at me hard. "I see." Then he walked away a little, as if grasping what I had said, and thinking how he had best treat it. At last he turned on me afresh. "How on earth do you know such an awfully private thing?" "You mean because you've tried so hard to hide it? It is awfully private, and you may believe I shall never betray you. You've done your best. You've acted your part. You've behaved, poor dear, loyally and admirably. Therefore I've watched you in silence, playing my part too. I've noted every drop in your voice, every absence in your eyes, every effort in your indifferent hand. I've waited till I was utterly sure and miserably unhappy. How can you hide it when you're abjectly in love with her, when you're almost sick to death with the joy of what she gives you?" I checked his quick protest with a quicker gesture. "You love her as you've never loved, and passion for passion she gives it straight back. She rules you, she holds you, she has you all. A woman in such a case as mine divines and feels and sees. She's not a dull dunce who has to be credibly informed. You come to me mechanically, compunctuously, with the dregs of your tenderness and the remnant of your life. I can renounce you, but I can't share you. The best of you is hers. I know what it is, and freely give you up to her forever." He made a gallant fight, but it couldn't be patched up. He repeated his denial, he retracted his admission. He ridiculed my charge, of which I freely granted him, moreover, the indefensible extravagance. I didn't pretend for a moment that we were talking of common things. I didn't pretend for a moment that he and she were common people. Pray, if they had been, how should I have ever cared for them? They had enjoyed a rare extension of being, and they had caught me up in their flight. Only I couldn't breathe in such air, and I promptly asked to be set down. Everything in the facts was monstrous, and most of all my lucid perception of them. The only thing allied to nature and truth was my having to act on that perception. I felt after I had spoken in this sense that my assurance was complete. Nothing had been wanting to it but the sight of my effect on him. He disguised indeed the effect in a cloud of chaff, a diversion that gained him time and covered his retreat. He challenged my sincerity, my sanity, almost my humanity, and that of course widened our breach and confirmed our rupture. He did everything, in short, but convince me either that I was wrong or that he was unhappy. We separated, and I left him to his inconceivable communion. He never married, any more than I've done. When 6 years later, in solitude and silence, I heard of his death, I hailed it as a direct contribution to my theory. It was sudden, it was never properly accounted for. It was surrounded by circumstances in which, for oh, I took them to pieces. I distinctly read an intention, the mark of his own hidden hand. It was the result of a long necessity, of an unquenchable desire. To say exactly what I mean, it was a response to an irresistible call.
The Red Room, by H.G. Wells. "I can assure you," said I, "that it will take a very tangible ghost to frighten me." And I stood up before the fire with my glass in my hand. "It is your own choosing," said the man with the withered arm, and glanced at me askance. 28 years, said I have lived, and never a ghost have I seen as yet." The old woman sat staring hard into the fire, her pale eyes wide open. "Ah," she broke in, And 28 years you have lived, and never seen the likes of this house, I reckon. There's many thing to see, when one's still but 28. She swayed her head slowly from side to side. And many things to see and sorrow for. I half suspected the old people were trying to enhance the spiritual terrors of their house by their droning insistence. I put down my empty glass on the table and looked about the room, and caught a glimpse of myself, abbreviated and broadened to an impossible sturdiness, in the queer old mirror at the end of the room. "Well," I said, "if I see anything tonight, I shall be so much the wiser, for I come to the business with an open mind." "It's your own choosing," said the man with the withered arm once more. I heard the sound of a stick and a shambling step on the flags in the passage outside, and the door creaked on its hinges as a second old man entered, more bent, more wrinkled, more aged even than the first. He supported himself by a single crutch. His eyes were covered by a shade, and his lower lip, half averted, hung pale and pink from his decaying yellow teeth. He made straight for an armchair on the opposite side of the table, sat down clumsily and began to cough. The man with the withered arm gave this newcomer a short glance of positive dislike. The old woman took no notice of his arrival, but remained with her eyes fixed steadily on the fire. "I said, it's your own choosing," said the man with the withered arm, when the coughing had ceased for a while. "It's my own choosing," I answered. The man with the shade became aware of my presence for the first time, and threw his head back for a moment and sideways to see me. I caught a momentary glimpse of his eyes, small and bright and inflamed. Then he began to cough and splutter again. "Why don't you drink?" said the man with the withered arm, pushing the beer towards him. The man with the shade poured out a glassful with a shaky arm that splashed half as much again on the deal table. A monstrous shadow of him crouched upon the wall and mocked his action as he poured and drank. I must confess I had scarce expected these grotesque custodians. There is to my mind something inhuman in senility, something crouching and atavistic. The human qualities seemed to drop from old people insensibly day by day. The three of them made me feel uncomfortable with their gaunt silences, their bent carriage, their evident unfriendliness to me, and to one another. "If," said I, "you will show me to this haunted room of yours, I will make myself comfortable there." The old man with the cough jerked his head back so suddenly that it startled me, and shot another glance of his red eyes to me from under the shade. But no one answered me. I waited a minute, glancing from one to the other. "If," I said a little louder, "if you will show me to this haunted room of yours, I will relieve you from the task of entertaining me." "There's a candle on the slab outside the door," said the man with the withered arm, looking at my feet as he addressed me. "But if you go to the Red Room tonight—" "This night of all nights," said the old woman. "You go alone." "Very well," I answered. "And which way do I go?" "You go along the passage for a bit," said he, "until you come to a door, and through that is a spiral staircase, and halfway up that is a landing and another door covered with bays. Go through that and down the long corridor to the end, and the Red Room is on your left up the steps." "Have I got that right?" I said, and repeated his directions. He corrected me in one particular. "And are you really going?" said the man with the shade, looking at me again for the third time, with that queer, unnatural tilting of the face. "This night of all nights," said the old woman. "It is what I came for," I said, and moved towards the door. As I did so, the old man with the shade rose and staggered round the table, so as to be closer to the others and to the fire. At the door I turned and looked at them, and saw they were all close together, dark against the firelight, staring at me over their shoulders with an intent expression on their ancient faces. "Good night," I said, setting the door open. "It's your own choosing," said the man with the withered arm. I left the door wide open until the candle was well alight, and then I shut them in and walked down the chilly, echoing passage. I must confess that the oddness of these 3 old pensioners in whose charge her ladyship had left the castle, and the deep-toned, old-fashioned furniture of the housekeeper's room in which they foregathered, affected me in spite of my efforts to keep myself at a matter-of-fact phase. They seemed to belong to another age, an older age, an age when things spiritual were different from this of ours, less certain, an age when omens and witches were credible, and ghosts beyond denying. Their very existence was spectral, the cut of their clothing, fashions born in dead brains. The ornaments and conveniences of the room about them were ghostly, the thoughts of vanished men which still haunted rather than participated in the world of today. But with an effort I sent such thoughts to the right about. The long, draughty subterranean passage was chilly and dusty, and my candle flared and made the shadows cower and quiver. The echoes rang up and down the spiral staircase, and a shadow came sweeping up after me, and one fled before me into the darkness overhead. I came to the landing, and stopped there for a moment, listening to a rustling that I fancied I heard. Then, satisfied of the absolute silence, I pushed open the baize-covered door and stood in the corridor. The effect was scarcely what I expected, for the moonlight, coming in by the great window on the grand staircase, picked out everything in vivid black shadow or silvery illumination. Everything was in its place. The house might have been deserted on the yesterday instead of 18 months ago. There were candles in the sockets of the sconces, and whatever dust had gathered on the carpets or upon the polished flooring was distributed so evenly as to be invisible in the moonlight. I was about to advance, and stopped abruptly. A bronze group stood upon the landing, hidden from me by the corner of the wall, but its shadow fell with marvellous distinctness upon the white panelling, and gave me the impression of someone crouching to waylay me. I stood rigid for half a minute, perhaps. Then, with my hand in the pocket that held my revolver, I advanced, only to discover a Ganymede and eagle glistening in the moonlight. That incident for a time restored my nerve, and a porcelain Chinaman on a buhl table, whose head rocked silently as I passed him, scarcely startled me. The door to the Red Room, and the steps up to it, were in a shadowy corner. I moved my candle from side to side in order to see clearly the nature of the recess in which I stood before opening the door. Here it was, thought I, that my predecessor was found, and the memory of that story gave me a sudden twinge of apprehension. I glanced over my shoulder at the Ganymede in the moonlight, and opened the door of the Red Room rather hastily, with my face half turned to the pallid silence of the landing. I entered, closed the door behind me at once, turned the key I found in the lock within, and stood with the candle held aloft, surveying the scene of my vigil, the great Red Room of Lorraine Castle, in which the young Duke had died. Or rather, in which he had begun his dying, for he had opened the door and fallen headlong down the steps I had just ascended. That had been the end of his vigil, of his gallant attempt to conquer the ghostly tradition of the place, and never, I thought, had apoplexy better served the ends of superstition. And there were other and older stories that clung to the room, back to the half-credible beginning of it all, the tale of a timid wife, and the tragic end that came to her husband's jest of frightening her. And looking around that large, sombre room, with its shadowy window bays, its recesses and alcoves, one could well understand the legends that had sprouted in its black corners, its germinating darkness. My candle was a little tongue of light in its vastness, that failed to pierce the opposite end of the room, and left an ocean of mystery and suggestion beyond its island of light. I resolved to make a systematic examination of the place at once, and dispel the fanciful suggestions of its obscurity before they obtained a hold upon me. After satisfying myself of the fastening of the door, I began to walk about the room, peering round each article of furniture, tucking up the valances of the bed and opening its curtains wide. I pulled up the blinds and examined the fastenings of the several windows before closing the shutters, leant forward and looked up the blackness of the wide chimney, and tapped the dark oak panelling for any secret opening. There were 2 big mirrors in the room, each with a pair of sconces bearing candles, and on the mantel-shelf, too, were more candles in china candlesticks. All these I lit one after the other. The fire was laid, an unexpected consideration from the old housekeeper, and I lit it, to keep down any disposition to shiver, and when it was burning well, I stood round with my back to it and regarded the room again. I had pulled up a chintz-covered armchair and a table, to form a kind of barricade before me, and on this lay my revolver, ready to hand. My precise examination had done me good, but I still found the remoter darkness of the place, and its perfect stillness, too stimulating for the imagination. The echoing of the stir and crackling of the fire was no sort of comfort to me. The shadow in the alcove at the end, in particular, had that undefinable quality of a presence, that odd suggestion of a lurking, living thing that comes so easily in silence and solitude. At last, to reassure myself, I walked with a candle into it, and satisfying myself that there was nothing tangible there, I stood that candle upon the floor of the alcove, and left it in that position. By this time I was in a state of considerable nervous tension, although to my reason there was no adequate cause for the condition. My mind, however, was perfectly clear. I postulated quite unreservedly that nothing supernatural could happen, and to pass the time I began to string some rhymes together, Inglesby fashion, of the original legend of the place. A few I spoke aloud, but the echoes were not pleasant. For the same reason I also abandoned, after a time, a conversation with myself upon the impossibility of ghosts and haunting. My mind reverted to the 3 old and distorted people downstairs, and I tried to keep it upon that topic. The sombre reds and blacks of the room troubled me. Even with 7 candles the place was merely dim. The one in the alcove flared in a draught, and the fire's flickering kept the shadows and penumbra perpetually shifting and stirring. Casting about for a remedy, I recalled the candles I had seen in the passage, and with a slight effort walked out into the moonlight, carrying a candle and leaving the door open, and presently returned with as many as 10. These I put in various knick-knacks of china, with which the room was sparsely adorned, lit, and placed where the shadows had lain deepest, some on the floor, some in the window recesses, until at last my 17 candles were so arranged that not an inch of the room but had the direct light of at least one of them. It occurred to me that when the ghost came, I could warn him not to trip over them. The room was now quite brightly illuminated. There was something very cheery and reassuring in these little streaming flames, and snuffing them gave me an occupation, and afforded a helpful sense of the passage of time. Even with that, however, the brooding expectation of the vigil weighed heavily upon me. It was after midnight that the candle in the alcove suddenly went out, and the black shadow sprang back to its place there. I did not see the candle go out. I simply turned and saw that the darkness was there, as one might start and see the unexpected presence of a stranger. "By Jove," said I aloud, "that draught's a strong one." And taking the matches from the table, I walked across the room in a leisurely manner to relight the corner again. My first match would not strike, and as I succeeded with the second, something seemed to blink on the wall before me. I turned my head involuntarily, and saw that the 2 candles on the little table by the fireplace were extinguished. I rose at once to my feet. "Odd," said I. "Did I do that myself in a flash of absent-mindedness?" I walked back, relit 1, and as I did so I saw the candle in the right sconce of one of the mirrors wink and go right out, and almost immediately its companion followed it. There was no mistake about it. The flame vanished, as if the wicks had been suddenly nipped between a finger and a thumb, leaving the wick neither glowing nor smoking, but black. While I stood gaping, the candle at the foot of the bed went out, and the shadows seemed to take another step towards me. "This won't do," said I. And first one, and then another candle on the mantel-shelf followed. "What's up?" I cried, with a queer high note getting into my voice somehow. At that the candle on the wardrobe went out, and the one I had relit in the alcove followed. "Steady on," I said. "These candles are wanted," speaking with a half-hysterical facetiousness, and scratching away at a match the while for the mantel candlesticks. My hands trembled so much that twice I missed the rough paper of the matchbox. As the mantel emerged from darkness again, 2 candles in the remoter end of the windows were eclipsed. But with the same match I also relit the larger mirror candles, and those on the floor next to the doorway, so that for the moment I seemed to gain on the extinctions. And then, in a volley, there vanished 4 lights at once in different corners of the room, and I struck another match in quivering haste, and stood hesitating whether to take it. As I stood undecided, an invisible hand seemed to sweep out the 2 candles on the table. With a cry of terror I dashed at the alcove, then into the corner, and then into the window, relighting 3, as 2 more vanished by the fireplace. Then, perceiving a better way, I dropped the matches on the iron-bound deed-box in the corner, and caught up the bedroom candlestick. With this I avoided the delay of striking matches, but for all that the steady process of extinction went on, and the shadows I feared and fought against returned and crept in upon me, first a step gained on this side of me, and then on that. It was like a ragged storm cloud sweeping out the stars. Now and then one returned for a minute, and was lost again. I was now almost frantic with the horror of the coming darkness, and my self-possession deserted me. I leapt, panting and dishevelled, from candle to candle in a vain struggle against the remorseless advance. I bruised myself on the thigh against the table. I sent a chair headlong. I stumbled and fell and whisked the cloth from the table in my fall. My candle rolled away from me, and I snatched another as I rose. Abruptly this was blown out, and I swung it off the table. By the wind of my sudden movement, and immediately the 2 remaining candles followed. But there was light still in the room, a red light that staved off the shadows from me. The fire! Of course I could still thrust my candle between the bars and relight it. I turned to where the flames were still dancing between the glowing coals, and splashing red reflections upon the furniture, made 2 steps towards the grate, and incontinently the flames dwindled and vanished. The glow vanished, the reflections rushed together and vanished, and as I thrust the candle between the bars, darkness closed upon me like the shutting of an eye, wrapped about me in a stifling embrace, sealed my vision, and crushed the last vestiges of reason from my brain. The candle fell from my hand. I flung up my arms in vain effort to thrust that ponderous blackness away from me, and lifting up my voice, screamed with all my might. Once, twice, thrice. Then I think I must have staggered to my feet. I know I thought suddenly of the moonlit corridor, and with my head bowed and my arms over my face, made a run for the door. But I had forgotten the exact position of the door, and struck myself heavily against the corner of the bed. I staggered back, turned, and was either struck or struck myself against some other bulky furniture. I have a vague memory of battering myself thus to and fro in the darkness, of a cramped struggle, and of my own wild crying as I darted to and fro, of a heavy blow at last upon my forehead, a horrible sensation of falling that lasted an age, and of my last frantic effort to keep my footing. And then I remember no more. I opened my eyes in daylight. My head was roughly bandaged, and the man with the withered arm was watching my face. I looked about me, trying to remember what had happened, and for a space I could not recollect. I rolled my eyes into the corner and saw the old woman, no longer abstracted, pouring out some drops of medicine from a little blue phial into a glass. "Where am I?" I asked. "I seem to remember you, yet I cannot remember who you are." They told me then, and I heard of the haunted Red Room as one who hears a tale. "We found you at dawn," said he, "and there was blood on your forehead and lips." It was very slowly I recovered my memory of my experience. "You believe now," said the old man, "that the room is haunted?" He spoke no longer as one who greets an intruder, but as one who grieves for a broken friend. "Yes," said I, "the room is haunted." "And you have seen it? And we, who have lived here all our lives, have never set eyes upon it, because we have never dared. Tell us, is it truly the old Earl who—" "No," said I, "it is not." "I told you so," said the old lady, with the glass in her hand. "It is his poor young countess who was frightened." "It is not," I said. "There is neither ghost of Earl nor ghost of countess in that room. There is no ghost there at all. But worse, far worse." "Well," they said. "The worst of all the things that haunt poor mortal man," said I. "And that is, in all its nakedness, fear. Fear that will not have light nor sound, that will not bear with reason, that deafens and darkens and overwhelms. It followed me through the corridor. It fought against me in the room." I stopped abruptly. There was an interval of silence. My hand went up to my bandages. Then the man with the shade sighed and spoke. "That is it," said he. "I knew that was it. A power of darkness. To put such a curse upon a woman. It lurks there always. You can feel it even in the daytime, even of a bright summer's day, in the hangings, in the curtains, keeping behind you, however you face about. In the dusk it creeps along the corridor and follows you, so that you dare not turn. There is fear in that room of hers, black fear, and there will be, so long as this house of sin endures." The Monkey's Paw by W. Jacobs. 1. Without, the night was cold and wet, but in the small parlour of Laburnum Villa the blinds were drawn and the fire burned brightly. Father and son were at chess. The former, who possessed ideas about the game involving radical changes, putting his king into such sharp and unnecessary perils that it even provoked comment from the white-haired old lady knitting placidly by the fire. "Hark at that wind," said Mr. White, who, having seen a fatal mistake after it was too late, was amiably desirous of preventing his son from seeing it. "I'm listening," said the latter, grimly surveying the board as he stretched out his hand. "Check." "I should hardly think that he'd come tonight," said his father, with his hand poised over the board. "Mate," replied the son. "That's the worst of living so far out," bawled Mr. White, with sudden and unlooked-for violence. "Of all the beastly, slushy, out-of-the-way places to live in, this is the worst. path's a bog, and the road's a torrent. I don't know what people are thinking about. I suppose because only 2 houses in the road are let, they think it doesn't matter. Never mind, dear, said his wife soothingly. Perhaps you'll win the next one. Mr. White looked up sharply, just in time to intercept a knowing glance between mother and son. The words died away on his lips, and he hid a guilty grin in his thin grey beard. "There he is," said Herbert White, as the gate banged to, loudly, and heavy footsteps came toward the door. The old man rose with hospitable haste, and opening the door, was heard condoling with the new arrival. The new arrival also condoled with himself, so that Mrs. White said, "Oh," and coughed gently as her husband entered the room, followed by a tall, burly man, beady of eye and rubicund of visage. "Sergeant Major Morris," he said, introducing him. The Sergeant Major shook hands, and taking the proffered seat by the fire, watched contentedly while his host got out whisky and tumblers and stood a small copper kettle on the fire. At the third glass his eyes got brighter, and he began to talk, the little family circle regarding with eager interest this visitor from distant parts, as he squared his broad shoulders in the chair and spoke of wild scenes and doughty deeds, of wars and plagues and strange peoples. 21 years of it," said Mr. White, nodding at his wife and son. "When he went away, he was a slip of a youth in the warehouse. Now look at him." "He don't look to have taken much harm," said Mrs. White politely. "I'd like to go to India myself," said the old man. "Just to look round a bit, you know." "Better where you are," said the Sergeant Major, shaking his head. He put down the empty glass, and sighing softly, shook it again. "Well, I should like to see those old temples and fakirs and jugglers," said the old man. "What was that you started telling me the other day about a monkey's paw or something, Morris?" "Nothing," said the soldier hastily. "Leastways, nothing worth hearing." "Monkey's paw?" said Mrs. White curiously. "Well, it's just a bit of what you might call magic, perhaps," said the Sergeant Major offhandedly. His 3 listeners leaned forward eagerly. The visitor absent-mindedly put his empty glass to his lips, and then set it down again. His host filled it for him. "To look at," said the Sergeant Major, fumbling in his pocket, "it's just an ordinary little paw, dried to a mummy." He took something out of his pocket and proffered it. Mrs. White drew back with a grimace, but her son, taking it, examined it curiously. "And what is there special about it?" inquired Mr. White as he took it from his son, and having examined it, placed it upon the table. "I had a spell put on it by an old fakir," said the Sergeant Major. "Very holy man. He wanted to show that fate ruled people's lives and that those who interfered with it did so to their sorrow. He put a spell on it so that 3 separate men could each have 3 wishes from it." His manner was so impressive that his hearers were conscious that their light laughter jarred somewhat. "Well, why don't you have 3, sir?" said Herbert White cleverly. The soldier regarded him in the way that middle age is wont to regard presumptuous youth. "I have," he said quietly, and his blotchy face whitened. "And did you really have the 3 wishes granted?" asked Mrs. White. "I did," said the Sergeant Major, and his glass tapped against his strong teeth. "And has anybody else wished?" persisted the old lady. "The first man had his 3 wishes." "Yes," was the reply. "I don't know what the first 2 were, but the 3rd was for death. That's how I got the paw." His tones were so grave that a hush fell upon the group. "If you've had your 3 wishes, it's no good to you now then, Morris," said the old man at last. "What do you keep it for?" The soldier shook his head. "A fancy, I suppose," he said slowly. "I did have some idea of selling it, but I don't think I will. It has caused enough mischief already. Besides, people won't buy. They think it's a fairy tale, some of them, and those who do think anything of it want to try it first and pay me afterward." "Well, if you could have another 3 wishes," said the old man, eyeing him keenly, "would you have them?" "I don't know," said the other. "I don't know." He took the paw, and dangling it between his forefinger and thumb, suddenly threw it upon the fire. White, with a slight cry, stooped down and snatched it off. "Better let it burn," said the soldier solemnly. "Well, if you don't want it, Morris," said the other, "give it to me." "I won't," said his friend doggedly. "I threw it on the fire. If you keep it, don't blame me for what happens. Pitch it on the fire again like a sensible man." The other shook his head and examined his new possession closely. "How do you do it?" he inquired. "Hold it in your right hand, and wish aloud," said the sergeant-major. "But I warn you of the consequences." "Sounds like the Arabian Nights," said Mrs. White, as she rose and began to set the supper. "Don't you think you might wish for 4 pairs of hands for me?" Her husband drew the talisman from his pocket, and then all 3 burst into laughter as the sergeant-major, with a look of alarm on his face, caught him by the arm. "If you must wish," he said gruffly, "wish for something sensible." Mr. White dropped it back in his pocket, and placing chairs, motioned his friend to the table. In the business of supper the talisman was partly forgotten, and afterward the 3 sat listening in an enthralled fashion to a second instalment of the soldier's adventures in India. "If the tale about the monkey's paw is not more truthful than those he has been telling us," said Herbert, as the door closed behind their guest, just in time to catch the last train, "we shan't make much out of it." "Did you give him anything for it, father?" inquired Mrs. White, regarding her husband closely. "A trifle," said he, colouring slightly. He didn't want it, but I made him take it, and he pressed me again to throw it away." "Likely," said Herbert, with pretended horror. "Why, we're going to be rich and famous and happy. Oh, wish to be an emperor, father, to begin with. Then you can't be henpecked." He darted round the table, pursued by the maligned Mrs. White, armed with an antimacassar. Mr. White took the paw from his pocket and eyed it dubiously. "I don't know what to wish for, and that's a fact," he said slowly. "Seems to me I've got all I want." "Well, if you've only cleared the house, you'd be quite happy, wouldn't you?" said Herbert, with his hand on his shoulder. "Well, wish for £200, then. That'll just do it." His father, smiling shamefacedly at his own credulity, held up the talisman, as his son, with a solemn face, somewhat marred by a wink at his mother, sat down at the piano and struck a few impressive chords. "I wish for £200, said the old man distinctly. A fine crash from the piano greeted the words, interrupted by a shuddering cry from the old man. His wife and son ran toward him. "It moved!" he cried, with a glance of disgust at the object as it lay on the floor. "As I wished. It twisted in my hand like a snake." "Well, I don't see the money," said his son, as he picked it up and placed it on the table. "And I bet I never shall." "It must have been your fancy, father," said his wife, regarding him anxiously. He shook his head. "Never mind, though. There's no harm done, but it gave me a shock all the same." They sat down by the fire again while the two men finished their pipes. Outside, the wind was higher than ever, and the old man started nervously at the sound of a door banging upstairs. A silence unusual and depressing settled upon all three, which lasted until the old couple rose to retire for the night. "I expect you'll find the cash tied up in a big bag in the middle of your bed," said Herbert, as he bade them good night. "And something horrible squatting on top of the wardrobe watching you as you pocket your ill-gotten gains." He sat alone in the darkness, gazing at the dying fire and seeing faces in it. The last face was so horrible and so simian that he gazed at it in amazement. It got so vivid that, with a little uneasy laugh, he felt on the table for a glass containing a little water to throw over it. His hand grasped the monkey's paw, and with a little shiver he wiped his hand on his coat and went up to bed. 2. In the brightness of the wintry sun next morning, as it streamed over the breakfast table, he laughed at his fears. There was an air of prosaic wholesomeness about the room which it had lacked on the previous night, and the dirty, shrivelled little paw was pitched on the sideboard with a carelessness which betokened no great belief in its virtues. "I suppose all old soldiers are the same," said Mrs. White. "The idea of our listening to such nonsense! How could wishes be granted in these days? And if they could, how could £200 hurt your father?" "Might drop on his head from the sky," said the frivolous Herbert. "Morris said the things happen so naturally," said his father, "that you might, if you so wished, attribute it to coincidence." "Well, don't break into the money before I come back," said Herbert, as he rose from the table. "I'm afraid it'll turn you into a mean, avaricious man, and we shall all have to disown you." His mother laughed, and following him to the door, watched him down the road, and returning to the breakfast table was very happy at the expense of her husband's credulity. All of which did not prevent her from scurrying to the door at the postman's knock, nor prevent her from referring somewhat shortly to retired sergeant-majors of bibulous habits when she found that the post brought a tailor's bill. "Herbert will have some more of his funny remarks, I expect, when he comes home," she said, as they sat at a dinner. "I dare say," said Mr. White, pouring himself out some beer. "But for all that the thing moved in my hand. That I'll swear to." "You thought it did," said the old lady soothingly. "I say it did," replied the other. "There was no thought about it. I had just—" "What's the matter?" His wife made no reply. She was watching the mysterious movements of a man outside, who, peering in an undecided fashion at the house, appeared to be trying to make up his mind to enter. In mental connection with the £200, she noticed that the stranger was well dressed, and wore a silk hat of glossy newness. 3 times he paused at the gate, and then walked on again. The 4th time he stood with his hand upon it, and then, with sudden resolution, flung it open and walked up the path. Mrs. White at the same moment placed her hands behind her, and hurriedly unfastened the strings of her apron, put that useful article of apparel beneath the cushion of her chair. She brought the stranger, who seemed ill at ease, into the room. He gazed at her furtively, and listened in a preoccupied fashion as the old lady apologized for the appearance of the room, and her husband's coat, a garment which he usually reserved for the garden. She then waited as patiently as her sex would permit for him to broach his business. But he was at first strangely silent. "I was asked to call," he said at last, and stooped and picked a piece of cotton from his trousers. "I come from Moore and Meggins." The old lady started. "Is anything the matter?" she asked, breathlessly. "Has anything happened to Herbert? What is it? What is it?" Her husband interposed. There, mother," he said hastily. "Sit down and don't jump to conclusions. You've not brought bad news, I'm sure, sir." And he eyed the other wistfully. "I'm sorry," began the visitor. "Is he hurt?" demanded the mother wildly. The visitor bowed in assent. "Badly hurt," he said quietly, "but he is not in any pain." "Oh, thank God," said the old woman, clasping her hands. "Thank God for that. Thank—" She broke off suddenly as the sinister meaning of the assurance dawned upon her, and she saw the awful confirmation of her fears in the other's averted face. She caught her breath, and turning to her slower-witted husband, laid her trembling old hand upon his. There was a long silence. "He was caught in the machinery," said the visitor at length in a low voice. "Caught in the machinery," repeated Mr. White in a dazed fashion. "Yes?" He sat staring blankly out at the window, and taking his wife's hand between his own, pressed it as he had been wont to do in their old courting days nearly 40 years before. "He was the only one left to us," he said, turning gently to the visitor. "It is hard." The other coughed, and rising, walked slowly to the window. "The firm wished me to convey their sincere sympathy with you in your great loss," he said, without looking round. "I beg that you will understand I am only their servant and merely obeying orders." There was no reply. The old woman's face was white, her eyes staring and her breath inaudible. On the husband's face was a look such as his friend the sergeant might have carried into his first action. "I was to say that Moore and Meggins disclaim all responsibility," continued the other. "They admit no liability at all, but in consideration of your son's services they wish to present you with a certain sum as compensation." Mr. White dropped his wife's hand, and rising to his feet gazed with a look of horror at his visitor. His dry lips shaped the words. "How much?" £200, was the answer. Unconscious of his wife's shriek, the old man smiled faintly, put out his hands like a sightless man, and dropped, a senseless heap, to the floor. 3. In the huge new cemetery, some 2 miles distant, the old people buried their dead, and came back to the house steeped in shadow and silence. It was all over so quickly that at first they could hardly realize it, and remained in a state of expectation as though of something else to happen, something else which was to lighten this load, too heavy for old hearts to bear. But the days passed, and expectation gave place to resignation, the hopeless resignation of the old, sometimes miscalled apathy. Sometimes they hardly exchanged a word, for now they had nothing to talk about, and their days were long to weariness. It was about a week after that. The old man, waking suddenly in the night, stretched out his hand and found himself alone. The room was in darkness, and the sound of subdued weeping came from the window. He raised himself in bed and listened. "Come back," he said tenderly. "You will be cold." "It is colder for my son," said the old woman, and wept afresh. The sound of her sobs died away on his ears. The bed was warm, and his eyes heavy with sleep. He dozed fitfully, and then slept until a sudden wild cry from his wife awoke him with a start. "The paw!" she cried wildly. "The monkey's paw!" He started up in alarm. Where is he? What's the matter?" She came stumbling across the room toward him. "I want it," she said quietly. "You've not destroyed it?" "It's in the parlour on the bracket," he replied, marvelling. "Why?" She cried and laughed together, and bending over kissed his cheek. "I only just thought of it," she said hysterically. "Why didn't I think of it before? Why didn't you think of it?" "Think of what?" he questioned. "The other 2 wishes," she replied rapidly. "We've only had one." "Was that not enough?" he demanded fiercely. "No," she cried triumphantly. "We'll have one more. Go down and get it quickly, and wish our boy alive again." The man sat up in bed and flung the bedclothes from his quaking limbs. "Good God! You're mad!" he cried, aghast. "Get it," she panted. "Get it quickly, and wish— Oh, my boy! My boy!" Her husband struck a match and lit the candle. "Get back to bed," he said unsteadily. "You don't know what you were saying." "We had the first wish granted," said the old woman feverishly. "Why not the second?" "A coincidence," stammered the old man. "Go and get it and wish," cried his wife, quivering with excitement. The old man turned and regarded her, and his voice shook. "He has been dead 10 days. Besides, I would not tell you else, but I could only recognize him by his clothing. If he was too terrible for you to see then, how now?" "Bring him back," cried the old woman, and dragged him toward the door. "Do you think I fear the child I have nursed?" He went down in the darkness, and felt his way to the parlour, and then to the mantelpiece. The talisman was in its place, and a horrible fear that the unspoken wish might bring his mutilated son before him, ere he could escape from the room, seized upon him, and he caught his breath as he found that he had lost the direction of the door. His brow cold with sweat, he felt his way round the table, and groped along the wall until he found himself in the small passage with the unwholesome thing in his hand. Even his wife's face seemed changed as he entered the room. It was white and expectant, and to his fears seemed to have an unnatural look upon it. He was afraid of her. "Wish!" she cried in a strong voice. "It is foolish and wicked," he faltered. "Wish!" repeated his wife. He raised his hand. "I wish my son alive again." The talisman fell to the floor, and he regarded it fearfully. Then he sank trembling into a chair as the old woman, with burning eyes, walked to the window and raised the blind. He sat until he was chilled with the cold, glancing occasionally at the figure of the old woman peering through the window. The candle end, which had burned below the rim of the china candlestick, was throwing pulsating shadows on the ceiling and walls, until, with a flicker larger than the rest, it expired. The old man, with an unspeakable sense of relief at the failure of the talisman, crept back to his bed, and a minute or two afterward the old woman came silently and apathetically beside him. Neither spoke, but lay silently listening to the ticking of the clock. A stair creaked, and a squeaky mouse scurried noisily through the wall. The darkness was oppressive, and after lying for some time screwing up his courage, he took the box of matches and, striking one, went downstairs for a candle. At the foot of the stairs the match went out, and he paused to strike another, and at the same moment a knock, so quiet and stealthy as to be scarcely audible, sounded on the front door. The matches fell from his hand and spilled in the passage. He stood motionless, his breath suspended until the knock was repeated. Then he turned and fled swiftly back to his room and closed the door behind him. A third knock sounded through the house. "What's that?" cried the old woman, starting up. "A rat," said the old man in shaking tones. "A rat. It passed me on the stairs." His wife sat up in bed listening. A loud knock resounded through the house. "It's Herbert!" she screamed. "It's Herbert!" She ran down to the door, but her husband was before her, and catching her by the arm held her tightly. "What are you going to do?" he whispered hoarsely. "It's my boy! It's Herbert!" she cried, struggling mechanically. "I forgot it was 2 miles away. What are you holding me for? Let go! I must open the door." "For God's sake, don't let him in!" cried the old man, trembling. "You're afraid of your own son," she cried, struggling. "Let me go. "I'm coming, Herbert! I'm coming!" There was another knock, and another. The old woman, with a sudden wrench, broke free and ran from the room. Her husband followed her to the landing, and called after her appealingly as she hurried downstairs. He heard the chain rattle back and the bottom bolt drawn slowly and stiffly from the socket. Then the old woman's voice, strained and panting. "The bolt!" she cried loudly. "Come down! I can't reach it!" But her husband was on his hands and knees, groping wildly on the floor in search of the paw. If he could only find it before the thing outside got in. A perfect fusillade of knocks reverberating through the house, and he heard the scraping of a chair as his wife put it down in the passage against the door. He heard the creaking of the bolt as it came slowly back, and at the same moment he found the monkey's paw and frantically breathed his third and last wish. The knocking ceased suddenly, although the echoes of it were still in the house. He heard the chair drawn back and the door opened. A cold wind rushed up the staircase, and a long, loud wail of disappointment and misery from his wife gave him courage to run down to her side, and then to the gate beyond. The street lamp, flickering opposite, shone on a quiet and deserted road.
The Lost Ghost, Mary E. Wilkins. Mrs. John Emerson, sitting with her needlework beside the window, looked out and saw Mrs. Rhoda Meserve coming down the street, and knew at once by the trend of her steps and the cant of her head that she meditated turning in at her gate. She also knew by a certain something about her general carriage, a thrusting forward of the neck, a bustling hitch of the shoulders, that she had important news. Rhoda Meserve always had the news as soon as the news was in being, and generally Mrs. John Emerson was the first to whom she imparted it. The two women had been friends ever since Mrs. Meserve had married Simon Meserve and come to the village to live. Mrs. Meserve was a pretty woman, moving with graceful flirts of ruffling skirts, her clear-cut, nervous face as delicately tinted as a shell, looking brightly from the plumy brim of a black hat at Mrs. Emerson in the window. Mrs. Emerson was glad to see her coming. She returned the greeting with enthusiasm, then rose hurriedly, ran into the cold parlour, and brought out one of the best rocking-chairs. She was just in time, after drawing it up beside the opposite window, to greet her friend at the door. "Good afternoon," said she. "I declare I'm real glad to see you. I've been alone all day. John went to the city this morning. I thought of coming over to your house this afternoon, but I couldn't bring my sewing very well. I'm putting the ruffles on my new black dress skirt." "Well, I didn't have a thing on hand except my crochet work," responded Mrs. Meserve, "and I thought I'd just run over a few minutes." "I'm real glad you did," repeated Mrs. Emerson. "Take your things right off. Here, I'll put them on my bed in the bedroom. Take the rocking-chair." Mrs. Meserve settled herself in the parlour rocking-chair, while Mrs. Emerson carried her shawl and hat into the little adjoining bedroom. When she returned, Mrs. Meserve was rocking peacefully, and was already at work hooking blue wool in and out. "That's real pretty," said Mrs. Emerson. "Yes, I think it's pretty," replied Mrs. Meserve. "I suppose it's for the church fair?" "Yes, I don't suppose it'll bring enough to pay for the worsted, let alone the work, but I suppose I've got to make something." "How much did that one you made for the fair last year bring?" 25 cents. "It's wicked, ain't it?" "I rather guess it is. It takes me a week every minute I can get to make one. I wish those that bought such things for 25 cents had to make them. Guess they'd sing another song. Well, I suppose I oughtn't to complain, as long as it is for the Lord, but sometimes it does seem as if the Lord didn't get much out of it." "Well, it's pretty work," said Mrs. Emerson, sitting down at the opposite window and taking up her dress skirt. "Yes, it's real pretty work. I just love to crochet." The two women rocked and sewed and crocheted in silence for 2 or 3 minutes. They were both waiting. Mrs. Meserve waited for the other's curiosity to develop, in order that her news might have, as it were, a befitting stage entrance. Mrs. Emerson waited for the news. Finally, she could wait no longer. "Well, what's the news?" said she. "Well, I don't know as there's anything very particular," hedged the other woman, prolonging the situation. "Yes, there is. You can't cheat me," replied Mrs. Emerson. "Now, how do you know?" "By the way you look." Mrs. Meserve laughed consciously and rather vainly. "Well, Simon says my face is so expressive I can't hide anything more than 5 minutes, no matter how hard I try," said she. "Well, there is some news. Simon came home with it this noon. He heard it in South Dayton. He had some business over there this morning. The old sergeant place is let." Mrs. Emerson dropped her sewing and stared. "You don't say so." "Yes, it is." "Who to?" "Why, some folks from Boston that moved to South Dayton last year. They haven't been satisfied with the house they had there. It wasn't large enough. The man has got considerable property and can afford to live pretty well. He's got a wife and his unmarried sister in the family. The sister's got money, too. He does business in Boston, and it's just as easy to get to Boston from here as from South Dayton, and so they're coming here. You know, the old Sergeant house is a splendid place." "Yes, it's the handsomest house in town, but—" "Oh, Simon says they told him about that, and he just laughed, said he wasn't afraid, and neither was his wife and sister, said he'd risk ghosts rather than little tucked-up sleeping rooms without any sun, like they've had in the Dayton house. Said he'd rather risk seeing ghosts than risk being ghosts themselves. Simon said they said it was a great hand to joke." "Oh, well," said Mrs. Emerson, "it is a beautiful house, and maybe there isn't anything in those stories. It never seemed to me they came very straight anyway. I never took much stock in them. All I thought was, if his wife was nervous—" "Nothing in creation would hire me to go into a house that I'd ever heard a word against of that kind," declared Mrs. Meserve with emphasis. "I wouldn't go into that house if they would give me the rent. I've seen enough of haunted houses to last me as long as I live." Mrs. Emerson's face acquired the expression of a hunting hound. "Have you?" she asked in an intense whisper. "Yes, I have. I don't want any more of it." "Before you came here?" "Yes, before I was married, when I was quite a girl." Mrs. Meserve had not married young. Mrs. Emerson had mental calculations when she heard that. "Did you really live in a house that was—" she whispered fearfully. Mrs. Meserve nodded solemnly. "Did you really ever see anything?" Mrs. Meserve nodded. "You didn't see anything that did you any harm?" "No, I didn't see anything that did me harm, looking at it in one way, but it don't do anybody in this world any good to see things that haven't any business to be seen in it. You never get over it." There was a moment's silence. Mrs. Emerson's features seemed to sharpen. "Well, of course, I don't want to urge you," said she, "if you don't feel like talking about it. But maybe it might do you good to tell it out, if it's on your mind, worrying you." "I try to put it out of my mind," said Mrs. Meserve. "Well, it's just as you feel." "I never told anybody but Simon," said Mrs. Meserve. "I never felt as if it was wise, perhaps. I didn't know what folks might think. So many don't believe in anything they can't understand, that they might think my mind wasn't right. Simon advised me not to talk about it. He said he didn't believe it was anything supernatural, but he had to own up that he couldn't give any explanation for it to save his life. He had to own up that he didn't believe anybody could. Then he said he wouldn't talk about it. He said lots of folks would sooner tell folks my head wasn't right than to own up they couldn't see through it." "I'm sure I wouldn't say so," returned Mrs. Emerson reproachfully. "You know better than that, I hope." "Yes, I do," replied Mrs. Meserve. "I know you wouldn't say so, and I wouldn't tell it to a soul if you didn't want me to." "Well, I'd rather you wouldn't." "I wouldn't speak of it, even to Mr. Emerson." "I'd rather you wouldn't even to him." "I won't." Mrs. Emerson took up her dress skirt again. Mrs. Meserve hooked up another loop of blue wool. Then she begun. "Of course," said she, "I ain't going to say positively that I believe or disbelieve in ghosts, but all I tell you is what I saw. I can't explain it. I don't pretend I can, for I can't. If you can, Well and good, I shall be glad, for it will stop tormenting me as it has done and always will otherwise. There hasn't been a day nor a night since it happened that I haven't thought of it, and always I have felt the shivers go down my back when I did." "That's an awful feeling," Mrs. Emerson said. "Ain't it? Well, it happened before I was married, when I was a girl and lived in East Wilmington. It was the first year I lived there. You know my family all died 5 years before that, I told you." Mrs. Emerson nodded. "Well, I went there to teach school, and I went to board with a Mrs. Amelia Dennison and her sister, Mrs. Bird. Abby, her name was, Abby Bird. She was a widow. She had never any children. She had a little money. Mrs. Dennison didn't have any, and she had come to East Wilmington and bought the house they lived in. It was a real pretty house, though it was very old and run down. It had cost Mrs. Bird a good deal to put it in order. I guess that was the reason they took me to board. I guess they thought it would help along a little. I guess what I paid for my board about kept us all in victuals. Mrs. Bird had enough to live on if they were careful, but she had spent so much fixing up the old house that they must have been a little pinched for a while. Anyhow, they took me to board, and I thought I was pretty lucky to get in there. I had a nice room, big and sunny and furnished pretty, the paper and paint all new, and everything as neat as wax. Mrs. Dennison was one of the best cooks I ever saw, and I had a little stove in my room, and there was always a nice fire there when I got home from school. I thought I hadn't been in such a nice place since I lost my own home, until I had been there about 3 weeks. I had been there about 3 weeks before I found it out, though I guess it had been going on ever since they'd been in the house, and that was most 4 months. They hadn't said anything about it, and I didn't wonder, for there they had just bought the house and been to so much expense and trouble fixing it up. Well, I went there in September. I begun my school the first Monday. I remember it was a real cold fall. There was a frost the middle of September, and I had to put on my winter coat. I remember when I came home that night. Let me see. I began school on a Monday, and that was 2 weeks from the next Thursday. I took off my coat downstairs and laid it on the table in the front entry. It was a real nice coat. Heavy black, broadcloth, trimmed with fur. I'd had it the winter before. Mrs. Bird called after me as I went upstairs that I ought not to leave it in the front entry for fear somebody might come in and take it, but I only laughed and called back to her that I wasn't afraid. I never was much afraid of burglars. Well, though it was hardly the middle of September, it was a real cold night. I remember my room faced west, and the sun was getting low, and the sky was a pale yellow and purple, just as you see it sometimes in the winter when there is going to be a cold snap. I rather think that was the night the frost came the first time. I know Mrs. Dennison covered up some flowers she had in the front yard, anyhow. I remember looking out and seeing an old green plaid shawl of hers over the verbena bed. There was a fire in my little wood stove. Mrs. Bird made it, I know. She was a real motherly sort of woman. She always seemed to be the happiest when she was doing something to make other folks happy and comfortable. Mrs. Dennison told me she had always been so. She said she had coddled her husband within an inch of his life. "It's lucky Abby never had any children," she said, "for she would have spoilt them." Well, that night I sat down beside my nice little fire and ate an apple. There was a plate of nice apples on my table. Mrs. Bird put them there. I was always very fond of apples. Well, I sat down and ate an apple, and was having a beautiful time, and thinking how lucky I was to have got board in such a place with such nice folks, when I heard a queer little sound at my door. It was such a little hesitating sort of sound that it sounded more like a fumble than a knock, as if someone very timid, with very little hands, was feeling along the door, not quite daring to knock. For a minute I thought it was a mouse, but I waited, and it came again, and then I made up my mind it was a knock, but a very little scared one. So I said, "Come in." But nobody came in, and then presently I heard the knock again. Then I got up, opened the door, thinking it was very queer, and I had a frightened feeling without knowing why. Well, I opened the door, and the first thing I noticed was a draught of cold air, as if the front door downstairs was open, But there was a strange, close smell about the cold draught. It smelled more like a cellar that had been shut up for years than out of doors. Then I saw something. I saw my coat first. The thing that held it was so small that I couldn't see much of anything else. Then I saw a little white face with eyes so scared and wishful that they seemed as if they might eat a hole in anybody's heart. It was a dreadful little face, with something about it which made it different from any other face on earth, but it was so pitiful that somehow it did away a good deal with the dreadfulness. And there were 2 little hands spotted purple with the cold, holding up my winter coat, and a strange little far-away voice said, "I can't find my mother." "Heaven's sake," I said, "who are you?" Then the little voice said again, "I can't find my mother." All the time I could smell the cold, and I saw that it was about the child. That cold was clinging to her, as if she had come out of some deadly cold place. Well, I took my coat. I did not know what else to do, and the cold was clinging to that. It was as cold as if it had come off ice. When I had the coat, I could see the child more plainly. She was dressed in one little white garment, made very simply. It was a nightgown, only very long, quite covering her feet, and I could see dimly through it her little thin body mottled purple with the cold. Her face did not look so cold. That was a clear, waxen white. Her hair was dark, but it looked as if it might be dark only because it was so damp, almost wet, and might really be light hair. It clung very close to her forehead, which was round and white. She would have been very beautiful if she had not been so dreadful. "Who are you?" says I again, looking at her. She looked at me with her terrible, pleading eyes, and did not say anything. "What are you?" says I. Then she went away. She did not seem to run or walk like other children. She flitted, like one of those little filmy white butterflies that don't seem like real ones, they are so light and move as if they had no weight. But she looked back from the head of the stairs. "I can't find my mother," said she, and I never heard such a voice. "Who is your mother?" says I. But she was gone. Well, I thought for a moment I should faint away. The room got dark, and I heard a singing in my ears. Then I flung my coat onto the bed. My hands were as cold as ice from holding it, and I stood in my door and called first Mrs. Bird and then Mrs. Dennison. I didn't dare go down over the stairs where that had gone. It seemed to me I should go mad if I didn't see somebody or something like other folks on the face of the earth. I thought I should never make anybody hear, but I could hear them stepping about downstairs, and I could smell biscuits baking for supper. Somehow the smell of those biscuits seemed the only natural thing left to keep me in my right mind. I didn't dare go over those stairs. I just stood there and called, and finally I heard the entry door open, and Mrs. Bird called back. "What is it? Did you call, Miss Arms?" come up here, as quick as you can, both of you," I screamed out. "Quick, quick, quick!" I heard Mrs. Bird tell Mrs. Dennison, "Come quick, Amelia, something is the matter in Miss Arms's room." It struck me even then that she expressed herself rather queerly, and it struck me as very queer indeed when they both got upstairs, and I saw that they knew what had happened, or that they knew of what nature the happening was. "What is it, dear?" asked Mrs. Bird, and her pretty, loving voice had a strange sound. I saw her look at Mrs. Dennison, and I saw Mrs. Dennison look back at her. "For God's sake," says I, and I never spoke so before, "for God's sake, what was it brought my coat upstairs?" "What was it like?" asked Mrs. Dennison in a sort of failing voice, and she looked at her sister again, and her sister looked back at her. "It was a child I have never seen here before. It looked like a child," says I, "but I never saw a child so dreadful, and it had on a nightgown, and said she couldn't find her mother." "Who was it? What was it?" I thought for a minute Mrs. Dennison was going to faint, but Mrs. Bird hung on to her and rubbed her hands and whispered in her ear. She had the cooingest kind of voice, and I ran and got her a glass of cold water. I tell you, it took considerable courage to go downstairs alone, but they had set a lamp on the entry table so I could see. I don't believe I could have spunked up enough to have gone downstairs in the dark, thinking every second that child might be close to me. The lamp and the smell of the biscuits baking seemed to sort of keep my courage up. But I tell you, I didn't waste much time going down those stairs and out into the kitchen for a glass of water. I pumped as if the house was afire, and I grabbed the first thing I came across in the shape of a tumbler. It was a painted one that Mrs. Dennison's Sunday school class gave her, and it was meant for a flower vase. Well, I filled it and then ran upstairs. I felt every minute as if something would catch my feet, and I held the glass to Mrs. Dennison's lips, while Mrs. Bird held her head up, and she took a good long swallow. Then she looked hard at the tumbler. "Yes," says I know I got this one, but I took the first I came across, and it isn't hurt a mite." "Don't get the painted flowers wet," said Mrs. Dennison very feebly. "They'll wash off if you do." "I'll be real careful," says I. I knew she set a sight by that painted tumbler. The water seemed to do Mrs. Dennison good, for presently she pushed Mrs. Bird away and sat up. She had been laying down on my bed. "I'm all over it now," says she. But she was terribly white, and her eyes looked as if they saw something outside things. Mrs. Bird wasn't much better, but she always had a sort of settled, sweet, good look that nothing could disturb to any great extent. I knew I looked dreadful, for I caught a glimpse of myself in the glass, and I would hardly have known who it was. Mrs. Dennison, she slid off the bed and walked sort of tottery to a chair. "I was silly to give way so," says she. "No, you wasn't silly, sister," said Mrs. Bird. "I don't know what this means any more than you do, but whatever it is, no one ought to be called silly for being overcome by anything so different from other things which we have known all our lives." Mrs. Dennison looked at her sister, then she looked at me, then back at her sister again, and Mrs. Bird spoke as if she had been asked a question. "Yes," says she, "I do think Miss Arms ought to be told. That is, I think she ought to be told all we know ourselves." "That isn't much," said Mrs. Dennison, with a dying-away sort of sigh. She looked as if she might faint away again any minute. She was a real delicate-looking woman, but it turned out she was a good deal stronger than poor Mrs. Bird. "No, there isn't much we do know," said Mrs. Bird, "but what little there is she ought to know. I felt as if she ought to when she first came here." "Well, I didn't feel quite right about it," said Mrs. Dennison, "but I kept hoping it might stop, and anyway, that it might never trouble her. And you had put so much in the house, and we needed the money, and I didn't know but she might be nervous and think she couldn't come, and I didn't want to take a man boarder. And aside from the money, we were very anxious to have you come, my dear," said Mrs. Bird. "Yes," said Mrs. Dennison, "we wanted the young company in the house. We were lonesome, and we both of us took a great liking to you the minute we set eyes on you." And I guess they meant what they said, both of them. They were beautiful women, and nobody could be any kinder to me than they were, and I never blamed them for not telling me before, and, as they said, there wasn't really much to tell. They hadn't any sooner fairly bought the house and moved into it than they began to see and hear things. Mrs. Bird said they were sitting together in the sitting-room one evening when they heard it the first time. She said her sister was knitting lace. Mrs. Dennison made beautiful knitted lace. And she was reading the Missionary Herald. Mrs. Bird was very much interested in mission work, when all of a sudden they heard something. She heard it first, and she laid down her Missionary Herald and listened. And then Mrs. Dennison, she saw her listening, and she drops her lace. "What is it you're listening to, Abby?" says she. Then it came again, and they both heard, and the cold shivers went down their backs to hear it, though they didn't know why. "It's the cat, isn't it?" said Mrs. Bird. "It isn't any cat," said Mrs. Dennison. "Oh, I guess it must be the cat. Maybe she's got a mouse," says Mrs. Bird, real cheerful, to calm down Mrs. Dennison, for she saw she was most scared to death, and she was always afraid of her fainting away. Then she opens the door and calls, "Kitty, kitty, kitty." They had brought their cat with them in a basket when they came to East Wilmington to live. It was a real handsome tiger cat, a Tommy, and he knew a lot. Well, she called, "Kitty, kitty, kitty," and sure enough the kitty came, and when he came in the door he gave a big yawl that didn't sound unlike what they had heard. "There, sister, here he is. You see, it was the cat," said Mrs. Bird. "Poor kitty." But Mrs. Dennison, she eyed the cat, and she gave a great screech. "What's that? What's that?" says she. "What's what?" said Mrs. Bird, pretending to herself that she didn't see what her sister meant. "Something's got hold of that cat's tail," said Mrs. Dennison. "Something's got hold of his tail. It's pulled straight out, and he can't get away. Just hear him yawl." "It isn't anything," said Mrs. Bird, but even as she said that she could see a little hand holding fast to that cat's tail, and then the child seemed to sort of clear out of the dimness behind the hand, and the child was sort of laughing then, instead of looking sad, and she said that was a great deal worse. She said that laugh was the most awful and the saddest thing she ever heard. Well, she was so dumbfounded that she didn't know what to do, and she couldn't sense at first that it was anything supernatural. She thought it must be one of the neighbours' children who had run away and was making free of their house and was teasing their cat, and that they must be just nervous to feel so upset by it. So she speaks up sort of sharp. "Don't you know that you mustn't pull the kitty's tail?" says she. "Don't you know you hurt the poor kitty, and she'll scratch you if you don't take care? Poor kitty, you mustn't hurt her." And with that she said the child stopped pulling the cat's tail and went to stroking her, just as soft and pitiful. And the cat put his back up and rubbed and purred as if he liked it. The cat never seemed a mite afraid, and that seemed queer, for I'd always heard that animals were dreadfully afraid of ghosts. But then, it was a pretty harmless little sort of ghost. Well, Mrs. Bird said the child stroked that cat, while she and Mrs. Dennison stood watching it, and holding on to each other, for no matter how hard they tried to think it was all right, it didn't look right. Finally, Mrs. Dennison, she spoke. "What's your name, little girl?" says she. Then the child looks up and stops stroking the cat, and says she can't find her mother, just the way she said it to me. And Mrs. Dennison, she gave such a gasp that Mrs. Bird thought she was going to faint away, but she didn't. "Well, who is your mother?" says she. But the child just says again, "I can't find my mother, I can't find my mother." "Where do you live, dear?" says Mrs. Bird. "I can't find my mother," says the child. Well, that was the way it was. Nothing happened. Those two women stood there, hanging on to each other, and the child stood in front of them, and they asked her questions, and everything she would say was, "I can't find my mother." Then Mrs. Bird tried to catch hold of the child, for she thought, in spite of what she saw, that perhaps she was nervous, and it was a real child, only perhaps not quite right in its head, that had run away in her little nightgown after she'd been put to bed. She tried to catch the child. She had an idea of putting a shawl around it and going out. She was such a little thing she could have carried her easy enough, and trying to find out to which of the neighbours she belonged. But the minute she moved toward the child, there wasn't any child there. There was only that little voice, seeming to come from nothing, saying, "I can't find my mother," and presently that died away. Well, that same thing kept happening, or something very much the same. Once in a while Mrs. Bird would be washing dishes, and all at once the child would be standing beside her with the dish-towel, wiping them. Of course that was terrible. Mrs. Bird would wash the dishes all over. Sometimes she didn't tell Mrs. Dennison, it made her so nervous. Sometimes, when they were making cakes, they would find the raisins all picked over, and sometimes little sticks of kindling wood would be found laying beside the kitchen stove. They never knew when they would come across that child, and always she kept saying over and over that she couldn't find her mother. They never tried talking to her, except once in a while. Mrs. Bird would get desperate and ask her something, but the child never seemed to hear it. She always kept right on saying that she couldn't find her mother. After they had told me all they had to tell about their experience with the child, they told me about the house and the people that had lived there before they did. It seemed something dreadful had happened in that house, and the land agent had never let on to them. I don't think they would have bought it if he had, no matter how cheap it was, for even if folks aren't really afraid of anything, they don't want to live in houses where such dreadful things have happened that you keep thinking about them. I know, after they told me, I should never have stayed there another night, if I hadn't thought so much of them, no matter how comfortable I was made. And I never was nervous either, but I stayed. Of course, it didn't happen in my room. If it had, I could not have stayed. "What was it?" asked Mrs. Emerson in an awed voice. It was an awful thing. That child had lived in the house with her father and mother 2 years before. They had come, or the father had, from a real good family. He had a good situation. He was a drummer for a big leather house in the city, and they lived real pretty, with plenty to do with. But the mother was a real wicked woman. She was as handsome as a picture, and they said she came from a good sort of people enough in Boston, but she was bad clean through, though she was real pretty spoken, and most everybody liked her. She used to dress out and make a great show, and she never seemed to take much interest in the child, and folks began to say she wasn't treated right. The woman had a hard time keeping a girl. For some reason one wouldn't stay. They would leave and then talk about her awfully, telling all kinds of things. People didn't believe it at first. Then they began to. They said that the woman made that little thing, though she wasn't much over 5 years old, and small and babyish for her age, do most of the work. What there was done, they said the house used to look like a pigsty when she didn't have help. They said the little thing used to stand on a chair and wash dishes, and they'd seen her carrying in sticks of wood, most as big as she was as many a time, and they'd heard her mother scolding her. The woman was a fine singer, and had a voice like a screech owl when she scolded. The father was away most of the time, and when that happened he had been away out west for some weeks. There had been a married man hanging about the mother for some time, and folks had talked some, but they weren't sure there was anything wrong, and he was a man very high up, with money, so they kept pretty still for fear he would hear of it and make trouble for them, and of course nobody was sure, though folks did say afterward that the father of the child had ought to have been told. But that was very easy to say. It wouldn't have been so easy to find anybody who would have been willing to tell him such a thing as that, especially when they weren't any too sure. He set his eyes by his wife, too. They said all he seemed to think of was to earn money to buy things to deck her out in. And he about worshipped the child, too. They said he was a real nice man. The men that are treated so bad mostly are real nice men. I've always noticed that. Well, one morning, that man that there had been whispers about was missing. He had been gone quite a while, though, before they really knew he was missing, because he had gone away and told his wife that he had to go to New York on business and might be gone a week, and not to worry if he didn't get home, and not to worry if he didn't write, because he should be thinking from day to day that he might take the next train home, and there would be no use in writing. So the wife waited, and she tried not to worry until it was 2 days over the week. Then she run to a neighbour's and fainted dead away on the floor, and then they made inquiries and found out that he had skipped with some money that didn't belong to him, too. Then folks began to ask where was that woman, and they found out by comparing notes that nobody had seen her since the man went away. But 3 or 4 women remembered that she had told them that she thought of taking the child and going to Boston to visit her folks. So when they hadn't seen her around and the house shut, they jumped to the conclusion that was where she was. They were the neighbours that lived right around her, but they didn't have much to do with her, and she'd gone out of her way to tell them about her Boston plan, and they didn't make much reply when she did. Well, there was this house shut up, and the man and woman missing, and the child. Then all of a sudden, one of the women that lived the nearest remembered something. She remembered that she had waked up 3 nights running, thinking she heard a child crying somewhere. And once she waked up her husband, but he said it must be the Bisbee's little girl, and she thought it must be. The child wasn't well and was always crying. It used to have colic spells, especially at night. So she didn't think any more about it until this came up. Then all of a sudden she did think of it. She told what she had heard, and finally folks began to think they had better enter the house and see if there was anything wrong. Well, they did enter it, and they found that child dead, locked in one of the rooms. Mrs. Dennis and Mrs. Bird never used that room. It was a back bedroom on the 2nd floor. Yes, they found that poor child there, starved to death and frozen. Though they weren't sure she had frozen to death, for she was in bed with clothes enough to keep her pretty warm when she was alive. But she had been there a week, and she was nothing but skin and bone. It looked as if the mother had locked her into the house when she went away, and told her not to make any noise for fear the neighbours would hear her and find out that she herself had gone. Mrs. Dennison said she couldn't really believe that the woman had meant to have her own child starved to death. Probably she thought the little thing would raise somebody, or folks would try to get in the house and find her. Well, whatever she thought, there the child was, dead. But that wasn't all. The father came home right in the midst of it. The child was just buried, and he was beside himself. And he went on the track of his wife, and he found her, and he shot her dead. It was in all the papers at the time. Then he disappeared. Nothing had been seen of him since. Mrs. Dennison said she thought he had either made way with himself or got out of the country. Nobody knew, but they did know there was something wrong with the house. I knew folks acted queer when they asked me how I liked it when we first came here, says Mrs. Dennison, but I never dreamed why till we saw the child that night. I never heard anything like it in my life, said Mrs. Emerson, staring at the other woman with awe-struck eyes. I thought you'd say so, said Mrs. Meserve. You don't wonder that I ain't disposed to speak light when I hear there is anything queer about a house, do you? No, I don't, after that, Mrs. Emerson said. But that ain't all, said Mrs. Meserve. Did you see it again? Mrs. Emerson asked. Yes, I saw it a number of times before the last time. It was lucky I wasn't nervous, or I never could have stayed there, much as I liked the place, and much as I thought of those two women. They were beautiful women, and no mistake. I loved those women. I hope Mrs. Dennison will come and see me sometime. Well, I stayed, and I never knew when I'd see that child. I got so I was very careful to bring everything of mine upstairs, and not leave any little thing in my room that needed doing, for fear she would come up, lugging up my coat or hat or gloves, or I'd find things done when there'd be no live being in the room to do them. I can't tell you how I dreaded seeing her, and worse than seeing her was the hearing her. I can't find my mother. It was enough to make your blood run cold. I never heard a living child cry for its mother that was anything so pitiful as that dead one. It was enough to break your heart. She used to come and say that to Mrs. Bird oftener than to anyone else. Once I heard Mrs. Bird say she wondered if it was possible that the poor little thing couldn't really find her mother in the other world. She had been such a wicked woman. But Mrs. Dennison told her she didn't think she ought to speak so, nor even think so, and Mrs. Bird said she shouldn't wonder if she was right. Mrs. Bird was always very easy to put in the wrong. She was a good woman, and one that couldn't do things enough for other folks. It seemed as if that was what she lived on. I don't think she was ever so scared by that poor little ghost, as much as she pitied it, and she was most heartbroken because she couldn't do anything for it, as she could have done for a live child. It seems to me sometimes as if I should die if I can't get that awful little white robe off that child and get her in some clothes and feed her and stop her looking for her mother, I heard her say once, and she was in earnest. She cried when she said it. That wasn't long before she died. Now, I'm coming to the strangest part of it all. Mrs. Bird died very sudden. One morning, it was Saturday, and there wasn't any school. I went downstairs to breakfast, and Mrs. Bird wasn't there. There was nobody but Mrs. Dennison. She was pouring out the coffee when I came in. "Why, where's Mrs. Bird?" says I. "Abby ain't feeling very well this morning," says she. "There isn't much the matter, I guess, but she didn't sleep very well, and her head aches, and she's sort of chilly, and I told her I thought she'd better stay in bed till the house gets warm." It was a very cold morning. "Maybe she's got a cold," says I. "Yes, I guess she has," says Mrs. Dennison. "I guess she's got cold. She'll be up before long. Abby ain't one to stay in bed a minute longer than she can help." Well, we went on eating our breakfast, and all at once a shadow flickered across one wall of the room and over the ceiling, the way a shadow will sometimes when somebody passes the window outside. Mrs. Dennison and I both looked up, then out of the window. Then Mrs. Dennison, she gives a scream. "Why, Abby's crazy," says she. "There she is out this bitter cold morning, and—" She didn't finish, but she meant the child, for we were both looking out, and we saw, as plain as we ever saw anything in our lives, Mrs. Abby Bird walking off over the white snow path, with that child holding fast to her hand, nestling close to her as if she had found her own mother. "She's dead," says Mrs. Dennison, clutching hold of me hard. "She's dead. My sister is dead." She was. We hurried upstairs as fast as we could go, and she was dead in her bed, and smiling as if she was dreaming, and one arm and hand was stretched out as if something had hold of it, and it couldn't be straightened even at the last. It lay out over her casket at the funeral. "Was the child ever seen again?" asked Mrs. Emerson in a shaking voice. "No," replied Mrs. Meserve. "That child was never seen again after she went out of the yard with Mrs. Bird.
Oh, whistle, and I'll come to you, my lad, by M.R. James. I suppose you'll be getting away pretty soon, now full term is over, Professor? Said a person not in the story to the Professor of Ontography, soon after they had sat down next to each other at a feast in the hospitable hall of St. James's College. The Professor was young, neat, and precise in speech. "Yes," he said, "my friends have been making me take up golf this term, and I mean to go to the East Coast. In point of fact, to Burnstow, I dare say you know of it, for a week or 10 days to improve my game. I hope to get off tomorrow." "Oh, Parkins," said his neighbour on the other side, "if you are going to Burnstow, I wish you would look at the site of the Templars' preceptory, and let me know if you think it will be any good to have a dig there in the summer." It was, as you might suppose, a person of antiquarian pursuits who said this, but since he merely appears in this prologue, there is no need to give his entitlements. "Certainly," said Parkins, the Professor. "If you will describe to me whereabouts the site is, I will do my best to give you an idea of the lie of the land when I get back. Or I could write to you about it, if you would tell me where you are likely to be." "Don't trouble to do that, thanks. It's only that I'm thinking of taking my family in that direction in the long, and it occurred to me that, as very few of the English preceptories have ever been properly planned, I might have an opportunity of doing something useful on off-days." The Professor rather sniffed at the idea that planning out a preceptory could be described as useful. His neighbour continued, "The site, I doubt if there is anything showing above ground, must be down quite close to the beach now. The sea has encroached tremendously, as you know, all along that bit of coast. I should think from the map that it must be about 3/4 of a mile from the Globe Inn, the north end of the town. Where are you going to stay?" "Well, at the Globe Inn, as a matter of fact," said Parkins. "I have engaged a room there. I couldn't get in anywhere else. Most of the lodging-houses are shut up in the winter, it seems, and as it is, they tell me that the only room of any size I can have is really a double-bedded one, and that they haven't a corner in which to store the other bed, and so on. But I must have a fairly large room, for I am taking some books down, and I mean to do a bit of work. And, though I don't quite fancy having an empty bed, not to speak of two, in what I may call for the time being my study, I suppose I can manage to rough it for a short time. I shall be there." "Do you call having an extra bed in your room roughing it, Parkins?" said a bluff person opposite. "Look here, I shall come down and occupy it for a bit. It'll be company for you." The Professor quivered, but managed to laugh in a courteous manner. "By all means, Rogers. There's nothing I should like better, but I'm afraid you would find it rather dull. You don't play golf, do you?" "No, thank heaven," said the rude Mr. Rogers. "Well, you see, when I'm not writing, I shall most likely be out on the links, and that, as I say, would be rather dull for you, I'm afraid." "I don't know. There's certain to be somebody I know in the place. But, of course, if you don't want me, speak the word, Parkins. I shan't be offended. The truth, as you always tell us, is never offensive." Parkins was indeed scrupulously polite and strictly truthful. It is to be feared that Mr. Rogers sometimes practised upon his knowledge of these characteristics. In Parkins' breast there was a conflict now raging, which for a moment or two did not allow him to answer. That interval being over, he said, "Well, if you want the exact truth, Rogers, I was considering whether the room I speak of would really be large enough to accommodate us both comfortably, and also whether, mind, I shouldn't have said this if you hadn't pressed me, you would not constitute something in the nature of a hindrance to my work." Rogers laughed loudly. "Well done, Parkins," he said. "It's all right. I promise not to interrupt your work. Don't you disturb yourself about that. No, I won't come if you don't want me. But I thought I should do so nicely to keep the ghosts off." Here he might have been seen to wink and to nudge his next neighbour. Parkins might also have been seen to become pink. "I beg pardon, Parkins," Rogers continued. "I oughtn't to have said that. I forgot you don't like levity on these topics." "Well," Parkins said, "as you have mentioned the matter, I freely own that I do not like careless talk about what you call ghosts. A man in my position," he went on, raising his voice a little, "cannot, I find, be too careful about appearing to sanction the current beliefs on such subjects. As you know, Rogers, or as you ought to know, for I think I have never concealed my views—" "No, you certainly have not, old man," put in Rogers, sotto voce. "I hold that any semblance, any appearance of concession to the view that such things might exist is equivalent to a renunciation of all that I hold most sacred. But I'm afraid I have not succeeded in securing your attention." "Your undivided attention was what Dr. Blimber actually said," Rogers interrupted, with every appearance of an earnest desire for accuracy. "But I beg your pardon, Parkins. I'm stopping you." "Oh, not at all," said Parkins. "I don't remember Blimber. Perhaps he was before my time. But I needn't go on. I'm sure you know what I mean." "Oh, yes, yes," said Rogers, rather hastily. "Just so. We'll go into it fully at Burnstow, or somewhere." In repeating the above dialogue, I have tried to give the impression, which it made on me, that Parkins was something of an old woman, rather hen-like, perhaps, in his little ways, totally destitute, alas, of the sense of humour, but at the same time dauntless and sincere in his convictions, and a man deserving of the greatest respect. Whether or not the reader has gathered so much, that was the character which Parkins had. On the following day Parkins did, as he had hoped, succeed in getting away from his college, and in arriving at Burnstow. He was made welcome at the Globe Inn, was safely installed in the large double-bedded room of which we have heard, and was able before retiring to rest to arrange his materials for work in apple-pie order upon a commodious table which occupied the outer end of the room, and was surrounded on 3 sides by windows looking out seaward. That is to say, the central window looked straight out to sea, and those on the left and right commanded prospects along the shore to the north and south respectively. On the south you saw the village of Burnstow. On the north no houses were to be seen, but only the beach and the low cliff backing it. Immediately in front was a strip, not considerable, of rough grass, dotted with old anchors, capstans, and so forth, then a broad path, then the beach. Whatever may have been the original distance between the Globe Inn and the sea, not more than 60 yards now separated them. The rest of the population of the inn was, of course, a golfing one, and included few elements that call for a special description. The most conspicuous figure was perhaps that of an ancien militaire, secretary of a London club, and possessed of a voice of incredible strength, and of views of pronouncedly Protestant type. These were apt to find utterance after his attendance upon the ministrations of the vicar, an estimable man with inclinations towards a picturesque ritual, which he gallantly kept down as far as he could out of deference to East Anglian tradition. Professor Parkins, one of whose principal characteristics was pluck, spent the greater part of the day following his arrival at Burnstow in what he had called improving his game, in company with this Colonel Wilson, and during the afternoon, whether the process of improvement were to blame or not, I am not sure, the Colonel's demeanour assumed a colouring so lurid that even Parkins jibbed at the thought of walking home with him from the links. He determined after a short and furtive look at that bristling moustache and those incarnadined features that it would be wiser to allow the influences of tea and tobacco to do what they could with the Colonel before the dinner hour should render a meeting inevitable. "I might walk home tonight along the beach," he reflected. "Yes, and take a look, there will be light enough for that, at the ruins of which Disney was talking. I don't know exactly where they are, by the way, but I expect I can hardly help stumbling on them." This he accomplished, I may say, in the most literal sense, for in picking his way from the links to the shingle beach, his foot caught, partly in a gorse root, and partly in a biggish stone, and over he went. When he got up and surveyed his surroundings, he found himself in a patch of somewhat broken ground, covered with small depressions and mounds. These latter, when he came to examine them, proved to be simply masses of flints, embedded in mortar and grown over with turf. He must, he quite rightly concluded, be on the site of the preceptory he had promised to look at. It seemed not unlikely to reward the spade of the explorer. Enough of the foundations were probably left at no great depth to throw a good deal of light on the general plan. He remembered vaguely that the Templars, to whom this site had belonged, were in the habit of building round churches, and he thought a particular series of humps or mounds near him did appear to be arranged in something of a circular form. Few people can resist the temptation to try a little amateur research in a department quite outside their own, if only for the satisfaction of showing how successful they would have been had they only taken it up seriously. Our professor, however, if he felt something of this mean desire, was also truly anxious to oblige Mr. Disney. So he paced with care the circular area he had noticed, and wrote down its rough dimensions in his pocket-book. Then he proceeded to examine an oblong eminence which lay east of the centre of the circle, and seemed to his thinking likely to be the base of a platform or altar. At one end of it, the northern, a patch of turf was gone, removed by some boy or other creature of forêt naturelle. It might, he thought, be as well to probe the soil here for evidences of masonry, and he took out his knife and began scraping away the earth. And now followed another little discovery. A portion of soil fell inward as he scraped, and disclosed a small cavity. He lighted one match after another to help him to see what nature the hole was, but the wind was too strong for them all. By tapping and scratching the sides with his knife, however, he was able to make out that it must be an artificial hole in masonry. It was rectangular, and the sides, top and bottom, if not actually plastered, were smooth and regular. Of course it was empty. No! As he withdrew the knife, he heard a metallic clink, and when he introduced his hand, it met with the cylindrical object lying on the floor of the hole. Naturally enough, he picked it up, and when he brought it into the light, now fast fading, he could see that it, too, was of man's making. A metal tube, about 4 inches long, and evidently of some considerable age. By the time Parkins had made sure that there was nothing else in this odd receptacle, it was too late and too dark for him to think of undertaking any further search. What he had done had proved so unexpectedly interesting that he determined to sacrifice a little more of the daylight on the morrow to archaeology. The object which he now had safe in his pocket was bound to be of some slight value, at least, he felt sure. Bleak and solemn was the view on which he took a last look before starting homeward. A faint yellow light in the west showed the links, on which a few figures moving towards the clubhouses were still visible, the squat Martello Tower, the lights of Oldsey village, the pale ribbon of sands intersected at intervals by black wooden groins, the dim and murmuring sea. The wind was bitter from the north, but was at his back when he set out for the Globe. He quickly rattled and clashed through the shingle and gained the sand, upon which, but for the groins which had to be got over every few yards, the going was both good and quiet. One last look behind to measure the distance he had made since leaving the ruined Templars' church showed him a prospect of company on his walk, in the shape of a rather indistinct personage who seemed to be making great efforts to catch up with him, but made little, if any, progress. I mean that there was an appearance of running about his movements, but that the distance between him and Parkins did not seem materially to lessen. So at least Parkins thought, and decided that he almost certainly did not know him, and that it would be absurd to wait until he came up. For all that, company, he began to think, would really be very welcome on that lonely shore, if only you could choose your companion. In his unlightened days, He had read of meetings in such places which even now would hardly bear thinking of. He went on thinking of them, however, until he reached home, and particularly of one which catches most people's fancy at some time of their childhood. Now, I saw in my dream that Christian had gone but a very little way when he saw a foul fiend coming over the field to meet him. What should I do now, he thought, if I looked back and caught sight of a black figure sharply defined against the yellow sky, and saw that it had horns and wings? I wonder whether I should stand or run for it. Luckily, the gentleman behind is not of that kind, and he seems to be about as far off now as when I saw him first. Well, at this rate he won't get his dinner as soon as I shall. And, oh dear me, it's within a quarter of an hour of the time now. I must run. Parkins had, in fact, very little time for dressing. When he met the Colonel at dinner, peace, or as much of her as that gentleman could manage, reigned once more in the military bosom, nor was she put to flight in the hours of bridge that followed dinner, for Parkins was a more than respectable player. When, therefore, he retired towards 12 o'clock, he felt that he had spent his evening in quite a satisfactory way, and that even for so long as a fortnight or 3 weeks, life at the Globe would be supportable under similar conditions. Especially, thought he, if I go on improving my game. As he went along the passages, he met the boots of the Globe, who stopped and said, "Beg pardon, sir, but I was brushing your coat just now, and there was something fell out of the pocket. I put it on your chest of drawers, sir, in your room, sir. A piece of pipe or something, I think, sir. Thank you, sir. You'll find it on your chest of drawers, sir. Yes, sir. Good night, sir." The speech served to remind Parkins of his little discovery of that afternoon. It was with some considerable curiosity that he turned it over by the light of his candles. It was of bronze, he now saw, and was shaped very much after the manner of the modern dog-whistle. In fact, it was. Yes, certainly it was. Actually no more, no less than a whistle. He put it to his lips. But it was quite full of a fine, caked-up sand or earth, which would not yield to knocking, but must be loosened with a knife. Tidy as ever in his habits, Parkins cleared out the earth onto a piece of paper, and took the latter to the window to empty it out. The night was clear and bright, as he saw when he had opened the casement, and he stopped for an instant to look at the sea, and note a belated wanderer stationed on the shore in front of the inn. Then he shut the window, a little surprised at the late hours people kept at Burnstow, and took his whistle to the light again. Why, surely there were marks on it, and not merely marks, but letters. Very little rubbing rendered the deeply cut inscription quite legible, but the professor had to confess, after some earnest thought, that the meaning of it was as obscure to him as the writing on the wall to Belshazzar. There were legends both on the front and on the back of the whistle. The one read thus, in a clockwise direction, at 15-minute intervals: Ffryar, bis, flee, Ffryar. The other, quis est iste, qui venit. I ought to be able to make it out, he thought. But I suppose I am a little rusty in my Latin. When I come to think of it, I don't believe I even know the word for a whistle. The long one does seem simple enough. It ought to mean, who is this who is coming? Well, the best way to find out is evidently to whistle for him. He blew tentatively, and stopped suddenly, startled, and yet pleased at the note he had elicited. It had a quality of infinite distance in it, and soft as it was, he somehow felt it must be audible for miles around. It was a sound, too, that seemed to have the power, which many scents possess, of forming pictures in the brain. He saw quite clearly for a moment a vision of a wide, dark expanse at night, with a fresh wind blowing, and in the midst a lonely figure. How employed he could not tell. Perhaps he would have seen more had not the picture been broken by the sudden surge of a gust of wind against his casement, so sudden that it made him look up, just in time to see the white glint of a sea-bird's wing somewhere outside the dark panes. The sound of the whistle had so fascinated him that he could not help trying it once more, this time more boldly. The note was little, if at all, louder than before, and repetition broke the illusion. No picture followed, as he had half hoped it might. But what is this? Goodness! Oh, what force the wind can get up in a few minutes! What a tremendous gust! There! I knew that window fastening was no use. Ah! Oh, I thought so. Both candles out. Oh, it's enough to tear the room to pieces. The first thing was to get the window shut. While you might count 20, Parkins was struggling with the small casement, and felt almost as if he were pushing back a sturdy burglar, so strong was the pressure. It slackened all at once, and the window banged to and latched itself. Now to relight the candles and see what damage, if any, had been done. No, nothing seemed amiss, no glass even was broken in the casement, but the noise had evidently roused at least one member of the household. The Colonel was to be heard stumping in his stockinged feet on the floor above, and growling. Quickly as it had risen, the wind did not fall at once. On it went, moaning and rushing past the house, at times rising to a cry so desolate that, as Parkins disinterestedly said, it might have made fanciful people feel quite uncomfortable. Even the unimaginative, he thought, after a quarter of an hour might be happier without it. Whether it was the wind, or the excitement of golf, or of the researches in the preceptory that kept Parkins awake, he was not sure. Awake he remained, in any case, long enough to fancy, as I am afraid I often do myself under such conditions, that he was the victim of all manner of fatal disorders. He would lie counting the beats of his heart, convinced that it was going to stop work every moment, and would entertain grave suspicions of his lungs, brain, liver, etc., suspicions which he was sure would be dispelled by the return of daylight, but which until then refused to be put aside. He found a little vicarious comfort in the idea that someone else was in the same boat. A near neighbour, in the darkness it was not easy to tell his direction, was tossing and rustling in his bed too. The next stage was that Parkins shut his eyes and determined to give sleep every chance. Here again over-excitement asserted itself in another form, that of making pictures. Experto crede. Pictures do come to the closed eyes of one trying to sleep, and are often so little to his taste that he must open his eyes and disperse them. Parkins' experience on this occasion was a very distressing one. He found that the picture which presented itself to him was continuous. When he opened his eyes, of course, it went, but when he shut them, once more it framed itself afresh, and acted itself out again, neither quicker nor slower than before. What he saw was this: a long stretch of shore, shingle-edged by sand and intersected at short intervals with black groins running down to the water. A scene, in fact, so like that of his afternoon's walk that, in the absence of any landmark, it could not be distinguished therefrom. The light was obscure, conveying an impression of gathering storm, late winter evening and slight cold rain. On this bleak stage, at first no actor was visible. Then, in the distance, a bobbing black object appeared. A moment more, and it was a man running, jumping, clambering over the groins, and every few seconds looking eagerly back. The nearer he came, the more obvious it was that he was not only anxious, but even terribly frightened. Though his face was not to be distinguished, he was, moreover, almost at the end of his strength. On he came. Each successive obstacle seemed to cause him more difficulty than the last. "Will he get over this next one?" thought Parkins. "It seems a little higher than the others." Yes, half climbing, half throwing himself, he did get over, and fell all in a heap on the other side, the side nearest to the spectator. There, as if really unable to get up again, He remained crouching under the groin, looking up in an attitude of painful anxiety. So far no cause whatever for the fear of the runner had been shown. But now there began to be seen, far up the shore, a little flicker of something light-coloured moving to and fro with great swiftness and irregularity. Rapidly growing larger, it too declared itself as a figure in pale, fluttering draperies ill-defined. There was something about its motion which made Parkins very unwilling to see it at close quarters. It would stop, raise arms, bow itself towards the sand, then run, stooping across the beach to the water edge, and back again, and then, rising upright, once more continue its course forward at a speed that was startling and terrifying. The moment came when the pursuer was hovering about from left to right, only a few yards beyond the groin where the runner lay in hiding. After 2 or 3 ineffectual castings hither and thither, it came to a stop, stood upright with arms raised high, and then darted straight forward towards the groin. It was at this point that Parkins always failed in his resolution to keep his eyes shut. With many misgivings as to incipient failure of eyesight, overworked brain, excessive smoking, and so on, he finally resigned himself to light his candle, get out a book, and pass the night waking, rather than be tormented by this persistent panorama which he saw clearly enough could only be a morbid reflection of his walk and his thoughts on that very day. The scraping of match on box and the glare of light must have startled some creatures of the night, rats or what not, which he heard scurry across the floor from the side of his bed, with much rustling. Dear, dear, the match is out. Oh, fool that it is! But the second one burnt better, and a candle and book were duly procured, over which Parkins pored till sleep of a wholesome kind came upon him, and that in no long space. For about the first time in his orderly and prudent life, he forgot to blow out the candle, and when he was called next morning at 8, there was still a flicker in the socket, and a sad mess of guttered grease on the top of the little table. After breakfast he was in his room, putting the finishing touches to his golfing costume. Fortune had again allotted the Colonel to him for a partner, when one of the maids came in. "Oh, if you please, sir," she said, "would you like an extra blanket for your bed, sir?" "Ah, yes, thank you," said Parkins. "Yes, I think I should like one. It seems likely to turn rather cold." In a very short time the maid was back with the blanket. "Which bed should I put it on, sir?" she asked. "What? Why, that one. The one I slept in last night," he said, pointing to it. "Oh, yes. I beg your pardon, sir, but you seem to have tried both of them. Leastways, we had to make 'em both up this morning." "Really? How very absurd," said Parkins. "I certainly never touched the other, except to lay some things on it. Did it actually seem to have been slept in?" "Oh, yes, sir," said the maid. "Why, all the things was crumpled and throwed about always, if you'll excuse me, sir, quite as if anyone hadn't passed but a very poor night, sir." "Dear me," said Parkins. "Well, I may have disordered it more than I thought when I unpacked my things. I'm very sorry to have given you the extra trouble, I'm sure. I expect a friend of mine soon, by the way, a gentleman from Cambridge, to come and occupy it for a night or two. That will be all right, I suppose, won't it?" "Oh, yes, to be sure, sir. Thank you, sir. It's no trouble, I'm sure," said the maid, and departed to giggle with her colleagues. Parkins set forth with a stern determination to improve his game. I am glad to be able to report that he succeeded so far in this enterprise that the Colonel, who had been rather repining at the prospect of a second day's play in his company, became quite chatty as the morning advanced, and his voice boomed out over the flats as certain also of our own minor poets have said, like some great bourdon in a minster tower. "Extraordinary wind that we had last night," he said. "In my old home we should have said someone had been whistling for it." "Should you indeed?" said Parkins. "Is there a superstition of that kind still current in your part of the country?" "I don't know about superstition," said the Colonel. "They believe in it all over Denmark and Norway, as well as on the Yorkshire coast. And my experience is, mind you, that there's generally something at the bottom of what these country folk hold to, and have held to for generations. But it's your drive, or whatever it might have been. The golfing reader will have to imagine appropriate digressions at the proper intervals. When conversation was resumed, Parkins said, with a slight hesitancy, "Apropos of what you were saying just now, Colonel, I think I ought to tell you that my own views on such subjects are very strong. I am, in fact, a convinced disbeliever in what is called the supernatural." "What?" said the Colonel. "Do you mean to tell me you don't believe in second sight, or ghosts, or anything of that kind?" "In nothing whatever of that kind," returned Parkins firmly. "Well," said the Colonel, "but it appears to me, at that rate, sir, that you must be little better than a Sadducee." Parkins was on the point of answering that, in his opinion, the Sadducees were the most sensible persons he had ever read of in the Old Testament, but feeling some doubt as to whether much mention of them was to be found in that work, he preferred to laugh the accusation off. "Perhaps I am," he said, "but— here, give me my clique, boy. Excuse me one moment, Colonel." A short interval. "Now, as to whistling for the wind, let me give you my theory about it. The laws which govern winds are really not at all perfectly known. To fisher folk, and such, of course, not known at all. A man or woman of eccentric habits, perhaps, or a stranger, is seen repeatedly on the beach at some unusual hour, and is heard whistling. Soon afterwards a violent wind rises. A man who could read the sky perfectly, or who possessed a barometer, would have foretold that it would. The simple people of a fishing village have no barometers, and only a few rough rules for prophesying weather. What more natural, then, than the eccentric personage I postulated should be regarded as having raised the wind, or that he or she should clutch eagerly at the reputation of being able to do so? Now, take last night's wind, as it happens. I myself was whistling. I blew a whistle twice, and the wind seemed to come absolutely in answer to my call. If anyone had seen me— The audience had been a little restive under this harangue, and Parkins had, I fear, fallen somewhat into the tone of a lecturer. But at the last sentence the Colonel stopped. "Whistling, were you?" he said. "And what sort of whistle did you use? Play this stroke first." Interval. "About that whistle you were asking, Colonel. It's rather a curious one. I have it in my— Oh, no. I see I've left it in my room. As a matter of fact, I found it yesterday." And then Parkins narrated the manner of his discovery of the whistle, upon hearing which the Colonel grunted, and opined that, in Parkins's place, he should himself be careful about using a thing that had belonged to a set of papists, of whom, speaking generally, it might be affirmed that you never knew what they might be up to. From this topic he diverged to the enormities of the vicar, who had given notice on the previous Sunday that Friday would be the feast of St. Thomas the Apostle, and that there would be a service at 11 o'clock in the church. This, and other similar proceedings, constituted in the Colonel's view a strong presumption that the vicar was a concealed papist, if not a Jesuit, and Parkins, who could not very readily follow the Colonel in this region, did not disagree with him. In fact, they got on so well together in the morning that there was no talk on either side of their separating after lunch. Both continued to play well during the afternoon, or at least well enough to make them forget everything else until the light began to fail them. Not until then did Parkins remember that he had meant to do some more investigating at the preceptory. But it was of no great importance, he reflected. One day was as good as another. He might as well go home with the Colonel. As they turned the corner of the house, the Colonel was almost knocked down by a boy who rushed into him at the very top of his speed, and then, instead of running away, remained hanging on to him and panting. The first words of the warrior were naturally those of reproof and objurgation, but he very quickly discerned that the boy was almost speechless with fright. Inquiries were useless at first. When the boy got his breath, he began to howl, and still clung to the Colonel's legs. He was at last detached, but continued to howl. "What in the world is the matter with you? What have you been up to?" What have you seen?" said the two men.
"Oh, I seen it wave at me out of the window,"
wailed the boy.
"and I don't like it."
"What window?" said the irritated colonel. "Come, pull yourself together, my boy."
"The front window it was, at the hotel,"
said the boy. At this point, Parkins was in favour of sending the boy home, but the colonel refused. He wanted to get to the bottom of it, he said. It was most dangerous to give a boy such a fright as this one had had, and if it turned out that people had been playing jokes, they should suffer for it in some way. And, by a series of questions, he made out this story. The boy had been playing about on the grass in front of the globe with some others. Then they had gone home to their teas, and he was just going when he happened to look up at the front window and see it a-waving at him. It seemed to be a figure of some sort, in white as far as he knew. Couldn't see its face, but it waved at him, and it warn't a right thing, not to say not a right person. Was there a light in the room? No, he didn't think to look if there was a light. Oh, which was the window? Was it the top one or the second one?
The second one it was, the big window that got two little ones at the sides.
"Very well, my boy," said the colonel, after a few more questions. "You run away home now. I expect it was some person trying to give you a start. Another time, like a brave English boy, you must just throw a stone. Well, no, not that exactly, but you go and speak to the waiter, or to Mr. Simpson, the landlord, and, yes, say that I advised you to do so." The boy's face expressed some of the doubt he felt as to the likelihood of Mr. Simpson's lending a favourable ear to his complaint, but the colonel did not appear to perceive this, and went on, "And here's a sixpence. No, I see it's a shilling. And you'll be off home, and don't think any more about it." The youth hurried off with agitated thanks, and the colonel and Parkins went round to the front of the globe and reconnoitred. There was only one window answering to the description they had heard. "Well, that's curious," said Parkins. "It's evidently my window the lad was talking about. Will you come up for a moment, Colonel Wilson? We ought to be able to see if anyone has been taking liberties in my room." They were soon in the passage, and Parkins made as if to open the door. Then he stopped, and felt in his pockets. "This is more serious than I thought," was his next remark. "I remember now that before I started this morning I locked the door. It is locked now, and what is more, here is the key." And he held it up. "Now," he went on, "if the servants are in the habit of going into one's room during the day when one is away, I can only say that, well, that I don't approve of it at all." Conscious of a somewhat weak climax, he busied himself in opening the door, which was indeed locked, and in lighting candles. "No," he said, "nothing seems disturbed." "Except your bed?" put in the colonel. "Excuse me, that isn't my bed," said Parkins. "I don't use that one. But it does look as if someone has been playing tricks with it." It certainly did. The clothes were bundled up and twisted together in a most tortuous confusion. Parkins pondered. "That must be it," he said at last. "I disordered the clothes last night in unpacking, and they haven't made it since. Perhaps they came in to make it, and that boy saw them through the window, and then they were called away and locked the door after them. Yes, I think that must be it." "Well, ring and ask," said the colonel, and this appealed to Parkins as practical. The maid appeared, and to make a long story short, deposed that she had made the bed in the morning, when the gentleman was in the room, and hadn't been there since. No, she hadn't no other key. Mr. Simpson, he kept the keys. He'd be able to tell the gentleman if anyone had been up. Well, this was a puzzle. Investigation showed that nothing of value had been taken, and Parkins remembered the disposition of the small objects on tables and so forth well enough to be pretty sure that no pranks had been played with them. Mr. and Mrs. Simpson furthermore agreed that neither of them had given the duplicate key of the room to any person whatever during the day. Nor could Parkins, fair-minded man as he was, detect anything in the demeanour of master, mistress, or maid that indicated guilt. He was much more inclined to think that the boy had been imposing on the colonel. The latter was unwontedly silent and pensive at dinner, and throughout the evening. When he bade good-night to Parkins, he murmured in a gruff undertone, "You know where I am, if you want me during the night." "Why, yes, thank you, Colonel Wilson. I think I do. But there isn't much prospect of my disturbing you, I hope. By the way," he added, "did I show you that old whistle I spoke of? I think not. Well, here it is." The colonel turned it over gingerly in the light of the candle. "Can you make anything of the inscription?" asked Parkins, as he took it back. "No, not in this light. What do you mean to do with it?" "Oh, well, when I get back to Cambridge I shall submit it to some of the archaeologists there, and see what they think of it, and very likely, if they consider it worth having, I may present it to one of the museums." Said the colonel. "Well, you might be right. All I know is that, if it were mine, I should chuck it straight into the sea. It's no use talking, I'm well aware, but I expect that, with you, it's a case of live and learn. I hope so, I'm sure. And I wish you a good night." He turned away, leaving Parkins in act to speak at the bottom of the stairs, and soon each was in his own bedroom. By some unfortunate accident, there were neither blinds nor curtains to the windows of the professor's room. The previous night he had thought little of this, but tonight there seemed every prospect of a bright moon rising to shine directly on his bed, and probably wake him later on. When he noticed this, he was a good deal annoyed, but with an ingenuity which I can only envy, he succeeded in rigging up, with the help of a railway rug, some safety pins, and a stick and umbrella, a screen which, if it only held together, would completely keep the moonlight off his bed. And shortly afterwards he was comfortably in that bed. When he had read a somewhat solid work, long enough to produce a decided wish for sleep, he cast a drowsy glance round the room, blew out the candle, and fell back upon the pillow. He must have slept soundly for an hour or more, when a sudden clatter shook him up in a most unwelcome manner. In a moment he realized what had happened. His carefully constructed screen had given way, and a very bright frosty moon was shining directly on his face. This was highly annoying. Could he possibly get up and reconstruct the screen? Or could he manage to sleep if he did not? For some minutes he lay and pondered over the possibilities. Then he turned over sharply, and with all his eyes open lay breathlessly listening. There had been a movement, he was sure, in the empty bed on the opposite side of the room. Tomorrow he would have it moved, for there must be rats or something playing about in it. It was quiet now. No, the commotion began again. There was a rustling and shaking, surely more than any rat could cause. I can figure to myself something of the professor's bewilderment and horror, for I have, in a dream 30 years back, seen the same thing happen. But the reader will hardly, perhaps, imagine how dreadful it was to him to see a figure suddenly sit up in what he had known was an empty bed. He was out of his own bed in one bound, and made a dash towards the window, where lay his only weapon, the stick with which he had propped his screen. This was, as it turned out, the worst thing he could have done, because the personage in the empty bed, with a sudden smooth motion, slipped from the bed and took up a position, with outspread arms between the two beds, and in front of the door. Parkins watched in a horrid perplexity. Somehow the idea of getting past it and escaping through the door was intolerable to him, and he could not have borne, he did not know why, to touch it. And as for its touching him, he would sooner dash himself through the window than have that happen. It stood, for the moment, in a band of dark shadow, and he had not seen what its face was like. Now it began to move in a stooping posture, and all at once the spectator realized, with some horror and some relief, that it must be blind, for it seemed to feel about it with its muffled arms in a groping and random fashion. Turning half-way from him, it became suddenly conscious of the bed he had just left, and darted towards it, and bent over, and felt the pillows in a way which made Parkins shudder as he had never in his life thought it possible. In a very few moments it seemed to know that the bed was empty, and then, moving forward into the area of light facing the window, it showed for the first time what manner of thing it was. Parkins, who very much dislikes being questioned about it, did once describe something of it in my hearing, and I gathered that what he chiefly remembers about it is a horrible, an intensely horrible face of crumpled linen. What expression he read upon it, he could not or would not tell, but that the fear of it went nigh to maddening him is certain. But he was not at leisure to watch it for long. With formidable quickness it moved into the middle of the room, and as it groped and waved, one corner of its draperies swept across Parkins's face. He could not, though he knew how perilous a sound was, he could not keep back a cry of disgust, and this gave the searcher an instant clue. It leapt towards him upon the instant, and the next moment he was half-way through the window backwards, uttering cry upon cry at the utmost pitch of his voice, and the linen face was thrust close to his own. At this, almost the last possible second, deliverance came, as you will have guessed. The Colonel burst the door open and was just in time to see the dreadful group at the window. When he reached the figures, only one was left. Parkins sank forward into the room in a faint, and before him on the floor lay a tumbled heap of bedclothes. Colonel Wilson asked no questions, but busied himself in keeping everyone else out of the room and in getting Parkins back to his bed, and himself, wrapped in a rug, occupied the other bed for the rest of the night. Early on the next day, Rogers arrived, more welcome than he would have been a day before, and the three of them held a very long consultation in the Professor's room. At the end of it the Colonel left the hotel door, carrying a small object between his finger and thumb, which he cast as far into the sea as a very brawny arm could send it. Later on, the smoke of a burning ascended from the back premises of the Globe. Exactly what explanation was patched up for the staff and visitors at the hotel I must confess I do not recollect. The Professor was somehow cleared of the ready suspicion of delirium tremens, and the hotel of the reputation of a troubled house. There is not much question as to what would have happened to Parkins if the Colonel had not intervened when he did. He would either have fallen out of the window, or else lost his wits. But it is not so evident what more the creature that came in answer to the whistle could have done than frighten. There seemed to be absolutely nothing material about it save the bedclothes of which it had made itself a body. The Colonel, who remembered a not very dissimilar occurrence in India, was of opinion that if Parkins had closed with it, it could really have done very little, and that its one power was that of frightening. The whole thing, he said, served to confirm his opinion of the Church of Rome. There is really nothing more to tell, but, as you may imagine, the Professor's views on certain points are less clear-cut than they used to be. His nerves, too, have suffered. He cannot even now see a surplice hanging on a door quite unmoved, and the spectacle of a scarecrow in a field late on a winter afternoon has cost him more than one sleepless night.
The Empty House by Algernon Blackwood. Certain houses, like certain persons, manage somehow to proclaim at once their character for evil. In the case of the latter, no particular feature need betray them. They may boast an open countenance and an ingenuous smile, and yet a little of their company leaves the unalterable conviction that there is something radically amiss with their being, that they are evil. Willy-nilly they seem to communicate an atmosphere of secret and wicked thoughts, which makes those in their immediate neighbourhood shrink from them as from a thing diseased. And perhaps with houses the same principle is operative, and it is the aroma of evil deeds committed under a particular roof, long after the actual doers have passed away, that makes the goose-flesh come and the hair rise. something of the original passion of the evildoer, and of the horror felt by his victim, enters the heart of the innocent watcher, and he becomes suddenly conscious of tingling nerves, creeping skin, and a chilling of the blood. He is terror-stricken, without apparent cause. There was manifestly nothing in the external appearance of this particular house to bear out the tales of the horror that was said to reign within. It was neither lonely nor unkempt. It stood crowded into a corner of the square, and looked exactly like the houses on either side of it. It had the same number of windows as its neighbours, the same balcony overlooking the gardens, the same white steps leading up to the heavy black front door, and in the rear there was the same narrow strip of green, with neat box borders, running up to the wall that divided it from the backs of the adjoining houses. Apparently, too, the number of chimney-pots on the roof was the same, the breadth and angle of the eaves, and even the height of the dirty area railings. And yet this house in the square, that seemed precisely similar to its 50 ugly neighbours, was, as a matter of fact, entirely different, horribly different. Wherein lay this marked, invisible difference is impossible to say. It cannot be ascribed wholly to the imagination, because persons who had spent some time in the house, knowing nothing of the facts, had declared positively that certain rooms were so disagreeable that they would rather die than enter them again, and that the atmosphere of the whole house produced in them symptoms of genuine terror, while the series of innocent tenants who had tried to live in it, and been forced to decamp at the shortest possible notice, was indeed little less than a scandal in the town. When Shorthouse arrived to pay a week-end visit to his Aunt Julia in her little house on the sea-front at the other end of the town, he found her charged to the brim with mystery and excitement. He had only received her telegram that morning, and he had come anticipating boredom. But the moment he touched her hand and kissed her apple-skin wrinkled cheek, he caught the first wave of her electrical condition. The impression deepened when he learned that there were to be no other visitors, and that he had been telegraphed for with a very special object. Something was in the wind, and the something would doubtless bear fruit. For this elderly spinster aunt, with a mania for psychical research, had brains as well as willpower, and by hook or by crook she usually managed to accomplish her ends. The revelation was made soon after tea, when she sidled close up to him as they paced slowly along the sea-front in the dusk. "I've got the keys," she announced in a delighted yet half-awesome voice. "Got them till Monday." The keys of the bathing machine, or?" he asked innocently, looking from the sea to the town. Nothing brought her so quickly to the point as feigning stupidity. "Neither," she whispered. "I've got the keys of the haunted house in the square, and I'm going there tonight." Shorthouse was conscious of the slightest possible tremor down his back. He dropped his teasing tone. Something in her voice and manner thrilled him. She was in earnest. "But you can't go alone," he began. "That's why I wired for you," she said with decision. He turned to look at her. The ugly, lined, enigmatical face was alive with excitement. There was the glow of genuine enthusiasm round it like a halo. The eyes shone. He caught another wave of her excitement, and a second tremor, more marked than the first, accompanied it. "Thanks, Aunt Julia," he said politely. "Thanks awfully." "I should not dare to go quite alone," she went on, raising her voice. "But with you I should enjoy it immensely. You're afraid of nothing, I know." "Thanks so much," he said again. Is anything likely to happen?" "A great deal has happened," she whispered, "though it's been most cleverly hushed up. 3 tenants have come and gone in the last few months, and the house is said to be empty for good now." In spite of himself, Shorthouse became interested. His aunt was so very much in earnest. "The house is very old indeed," she went on, "and the story, an unpleasant one, dates a long way back. It has to do with a murder committed by a jealous stableman who had some affair with a servant in the house. One night he managed to secrete himself in the cellar, and when everyone was asleep, he crept upstairs to the servants' quarters, chased the girl down to the next landing, and before anyone could come to the rescue, threw her bodily over the banisters into the hall below. And the stableman was caught, I believe, and hanged for murder. But it all happened a century ago, and I've not been able to get more details of the story. Shorthouse now felt his interest thoroughly aroused, but though he was not particularly nervous for himself, he hesitated a little on his aunt's account. "On one condition," he said at length. "Nothing will prevent my going," she said firmly, "but I may as well hear your condition." "That you guarantee your power of self-control if anything really horrible happens. I mean, that you are sure you won't get too frightened." "Jim," she said scornfully, "I'm not young, I know, nor are my nerves, but with you I should be afraid of nothing in the world." This, of course, settled it, for Shorthouse had no pretensions to being other than a very ordinary young man, and an appeal to his vanity was irresistible. He agreed to go. Instinctively, by a sort of subconscious preparation, he kept himself and his forces well in hand the whole evening, compelling an accumulative reserve of control by that nameless inward process of gradually putting all the emotions away and turning the key upon them, a process difficult to describe but wonderfully effective, as all men who have lived through severe trials of the inner man well understand. Later, it stood him in good stead. But it was not until 10:30, when they stood in the hall, well in the glare of friendly lamps, and still surrounded by comforting human influences, that he had to make the first call upon this store of collected strength. For once the door was closed, and he saw the deserted, silent street stretching away white in the moonlight before them, it came to him clearly that the real test that night would be in dealing with 2 fears instead of 1. He would have to carry his aunt's fear as well as his own. And, as he glanced down at her sphinx-like countenance, and realized that it might assume no pleasant aspect in a rush of real terror, he felt satisfied with only one thing in the whole adventure, that he had confidence in his own will and power to stand against any shock that might come. Slowly they walked along the empty streets of the town. A bright autumn moon silvered the roofs, casting deep shadows. There was no breath of wind, and the trees in the formal gardens by the seafront watched them silently as they passed along. To his aunt's occasional remarks, Shorthouse made no reply, realizing that she was simply surrounding herself with mental buffers, saying ordinary things to prevent herself thinking of extraordinary things. Few windows showed lights, and from scarcely a single chimney came smoke or sparks. Shorthouse had already begun to notice everything, even the smallest details. Presently they stopped at the street corner and looked up at the name on the side of the house full in the moonlight, and with one accord, but without remark, turned into the square and crossed over to the side of it that lay in shadow. "The number of the house is 13, whispered a voice at his side, and neither of them made the obvious reference, but passed across the broad sheet of moonlight and began to march up the pavement in silence. It was about halfway up the square that Shorthouse felt an arm slipped quietly but significantly into his own, and knew then that their adventure had begun in earnest, and that his companion was already yielding imperceptibly to the influences against them. She needed support. A few minutes later they stopped before a tall, narrow house that rose before them into the night, ugly in shape, and painted a dingy white. Shutterless windows, without blinds, stared down upon them, shining here and there in the moonlight. There were weather streaks in the wall and cracks in the paint, and the balcony bulged out from the first floor a little unnaturally. But beyond this generally forlorn appearance of an unoccupied house, There was nothing at first sight to single out this particular mansion for the evil character it had most certainly acquired. Taking a look over their shoulders to make sure that they had not been followed, they went boldly up the steps and stood against the huge black door that fronted them forbiddingly. But the first wave of nervousness was now upon them, and Shorthouse fumbled a long time with the key before he could fit it into the lock at all. For a moment, if truth were told, they had both hoped it would not open, for they were a prey to various unpleasant emotions as they stood there on the threshold of their ghostly adventure. Shorthouse, shuffling with the key and hampered by the steady weight on his arm, certainly felt the solemnity of the moment. It was as if the whole world, for all experience seemed at that instant concentrated in his own consciousness, were listening to the grating noise of that key. A stray puff of wind wandering down the empty street woke a momentary rustling in the trees behind them, but otherwise this rattling of the key was the only sound audible. And at last it turned in the lock, and the heavy door swung open and revealed a yawning gulf of darkness beyond. With a last glance at the moonlit square, they passed quickly in, and the door slammed behind them with a roar that echoed prodigiously through empty halls and passages. But instantly, with the echoes, another sound made itself heard, and Aunt Julia leaned suddenly so heavily upon him that he had to take a step backwards to save himself from falling. A man had coughed close beside him, so close that it seemed they must have been actually by his side in the darkness. With the possibility of practical jokes in his mind, Shorthouse at once swung his heavy stick in the direction of the sound, but it met nothing more solid than air. He heard his aunt give a little gasp beside him.
"There's someone here," she whispered. "I heard him."
"Be quiet," he said sternly. "It was nothing but the noise of the front door."
"Oh, get a light, quick," she added,
as her nephew, fumbling with a box of matches, opened it upside down and let them all fall with a rattle onto the stone floor. The sound, however, was not repeated, and there was no evidence of retreating footsteps. In another minute they had a candle burning, using an empty end of a cigar case as a holder, and when the first flare had died down, he held the impromptu lamp aloft and surveyed the scene. And it was dreary enough in all conscience, for there is nothing more desolate in all the abodes of men than an unfurnished house dimly lit, silent, and forsaken, and yet tenanted by rumour with the memories of evil and violent histories. They were standing in a wide hallway. On their left was the open door of a spacious dining-room, and in front the hall ran, ever narrowing, into a long dark passage that led apparently to the top of the kitchen stairs. The broad, uncarpeted staircase rose in a sweep before them, everywhere draped in shadows, except for a single spot about halfway up, where the moonlight came in through the window and fell in a bright patch on the boards. This shaft of light shed a faint radiance above and below it, lending to the objects within its reach a misty outline that was infinitely more suggestive and ghostly than complete darkness. Filtered moonlight always seems to paint faces on the surrounding gloom, and as Shorthouse peered up into the well of darkness and thought of the countless empty rooms and passages in the upper part of the old house, he caught himself longing again for the safety of the moonlit square, or the cosy, bright drawing-room they'd left an hour before. Then, realizing that these thoughts were dangerous, he thrust them away again and summoned all his energy for concentration on the present. "Aunt Julia," he said aloud severely, "we must now go through the house from top to bottom and make a thorough search." The echoes of his voice died away slowly all over the building, and in the intense silence that followed he turned to look at her. In the candlelight he saw that her face was already ghastly pale, but she dropped his arm for a moment and said in a whisper, stepping close in front of him, "I agree. We must be sure there's no one hiding. That's the first thing." She spoke with evident effort, and he looked at her with admiration. "You feel quite sure of yourself? It's not too late?" "I think so," she whispered, her eyes shifting nervously towards the shadows behind. "Quite sure. Only one thing." "What's that?" "You must never leave me alone for an instant." "As long as you understand that any sound or appearance must be investigated at once, for to hesitate means to admit fear. That is fatal." "Agreed," she said a little shakily after a moment's hesitation. "I'll try." Arm in arm, Shorthouse holding the dripping candle and the stick, while his aunt carried the cloak over her shoulders, figures of utter comedy to all but themselves, they began a systematic search. Stealthily, walking on tiptoe and shading the candle, lest it should betray their presence through the shutterless windows, they went first into the big dining-room. There was not a stick of furniture to be seen. Bare walls, ugly mantelpieces, and empty grates stared at them. Everything, they felt, resented their intrusion, watching them, as it were, with veiled eyes. Whispers followed them. Shadows flitted noiselessly to right and left. Something seemed ever at their back, watching, waiting an opportunity to do them injury. There was the inevitable sense that operations which went on when the room was empty had been temporarily suspended till they were well out of the way again. The whole dark interior of the old building seemed to become a malignant presence that rose up, warning them to desist and mind their own business. Every moment the strain on the nerves increased. Out of the gloomy dining-room they passed through large folding doors into a sort of library or smoking-room, wrapped equally in silence, darkness, and dust. And from this they regained the hall near the top of the back stairs. Here a pitch-black tunnel opened before them into the lower regions, and, it must be confessed, they hesitated. But only for a minute. With the worst of the night still to come, it was essential to turn from nothing. Aunt Julia stumbled at the top step of the dark descent, ill-lit by the flickering candle, and even Shorthouse felt at least half the decision go out of his legs. "Come on," he said peremptorily, and his voice ran on and lost itself in the dark, empty spaces below. "I'm coming," she faltered, catching his arm with unnecessary violence. They went a little unsteadily down the stone steps, a cold, damp air meeting them in the face, close and malodorous. The kitchen, into which the stairs led along a narrow passage, was large, with a lofty ceiling. Several doors opened out of it, some into cupboards with empty jars still standing on the shelves, and others into horrible little ghostly back offices, each colder and less inviting than the last. Black beetles scurried over the floor, and once, when they knocked against a deal table standing in a corner, something about the size of a cat jumped down with a rush and fled scampering across the stone floor into the darkness. Everywhere there was a sense of recent occupation, an impression of sadness and gloom. Leaving the main kitchen, they next went towards the scullery. The door was standing ajar, and as they pushed it open to its full extent, Aunt Julia uttered a piercing scream, which she instantly tried to stifle by placing her hand over her mouth. For a second, Shorthouse stood stock-still, catching his breath. He felt as if his spine had suddenly become hollow, and someone had filled it with particles of ice. Facing them, directly in their way between the doorposts, stood the figure of a woman. She had dishevelled hair and wildly staring eyes, and her face was terrified and white as death. She stood there motionless for the space of a single second. Then the candle flickered, and she was gone utterly, and the door framed nothing but empty darkness. "Only the beastly, jumping candlelight," he said quickly, in a voice that sounded like someone else's, and was only half under control. "Come on, Aunt. There's nothing there." He dragged her forward. With a clattering of feet and a great appearance of boldness, they went on, but over his body the skin moved as if crawling ants covered it, and he knew by the weight on his arm that he was supplying the force of locomotion for two. The scullery was cold, bare, and empty, more like a large prison cell than anything else. They went round it, tried the door into the yard and the windows, but found them all fastened securely. His aunt moved beside him like a person in a dream. Her eyes were tightly shut, and she seemed merely to follow the pressure of his arm. Her courage filled him with amazement. At the same time, he noticed that a certain odd change had come over her face, which somehow evaded his power of analysis. "There's nothing here, Auntie," he repeated aloud quickly. "Let's go upstairs and see the rest of the house. Then we'll choose a room to wait up in." She followed him obediently, keeping close to his side, and they locked the kitchen door behind them. It was a relief to get up again. In the hall there was more light than before, for the moon had travelled a little further down the stairs. Cautiously, they began to go up into the dark vault of the upper house, the boards creaking under their weight. On the first floor they found the large double drawing-rooms, a search of which revealed nothing. Here also was no sign of furniture or recent occupancy, nothing but dust and neglect and shadows. They opened the big folding doors between front and back drawing-rooms, and then came out again to the landing and went on upstairs. They had not gone up more than a dozen steps when they both simultaneously stopped to listen, looking into each other's eyes with a new apprehension across the flickering candle flame. From the room they had left hardly 10 seconds before came the sound of doors quietly closing. It was beyond all question. They heard the booming noise that accompanies the shutting of heavy doors, followed by the sharp catching of the latch. "We must go back and see," said Shorthouse briefly, in a low tone, and turning to go downstairs again. Somehow she managed to drag after him, her feet catching in her dress, her face livid. When they entered the front drawing-room, it was plain that the folding doors had been closed, half a minute before. Without hesitation, Shorthouse opened them. He almost expected to see someone facing him in the back room, but only darkness and cold air met him. They went through both rooms, finding nothing unusual. They tried in every way to make the doors close of themselves, but there was not wind enough even to set the candle flame flickering. The doors would not move without strong pressure. All was silent as the grave. Undeniably, the rooms were utterly empty, and the house utterly still. "It's beginning," whispered a voice at his elbow, which he hardly recognized as his aunt's. He nodded acquiescence, taking out his watch to note the time. It was 15 minutes before midnight. He made the entry of exactly what had occurred in his notebook, setting the candle in its case upon the floor in order to do so. It took a moment or two to balance it safely against the wall. Aunt Julia always declared that at this moment she was not actually watching him, but had turned her head towards the inner room, where she fancied she heard something moving. But at any rate, both positively agreed that there came a sound of rushing feet, heavy and very swift, and the next instant the candle was out. But to Shorthouse himself had come more than this, and he has always thanked his fortunate stars that it came to him alone and not to his aunt too. For as he rose from the stooping position of balancing the candle, and before it was actually extinguished, a face thrust itself forward so close to his own that he could almost have touched it with his lips. It was a face working with passion, a man's face, dark, with thick features and angry, savage eyes. It belonged to a common man, and it was evil in its ordinary normal expression, no doubt, but as he saw it, alive with intense, aggressive emotion, it was a malignant and terrible human countenance. There was no movement of the air, nothing but the sound of rushing feet, stockinged or muffled feet, the apparition of the face, and the almost simultaneous extinguishing of the candle. In spite of himself, Shorthouse uttered a little cry, nearly losing his balance, as his aunt clung to him with her whole weight in one moment of real, uncontrollable terror. She made no sound, but simply seized him bodily. Fortunately, however, she had seen nothing, but had only heard the rushing feet, for her control returned almost at once, and he was able to disentangle himself and strike a match. The shadows ran away on all sides before the glare, and his aunt stooped down and groped for the cigar-case with the precious candle. Then they discovered that the candle had not been blown out at all. It had been crushed out. The wick was pressed down into the wax, which was flattened as if by some smooth, heavy instrument. How his companion so quickly overcame her terror, Shorthouse never properly understood. But his admiration for her self-control increased tenfold, and at the same time served to feed his own dying flame, for which he was undeniably grateful. Equally inexplicable to him was the evidence of physical force they had just witnessed. He at once suppressed the memory of stories he had heard of physical mediums and their dangerous phenomena. For if these were true, and either his aunt or himself was unwittingly a physical medium, it meant that they were simply aiding to focus the forces of a haunted house already charged to the brim. It was like walking with unprotected lamps among uncovered stores of gunpowder. So, with as little reflection as possible, he simply relit the candle and went up to the next floor. The arm in his trembled, it is true, and his own tread was often uncertain, but they went on with thoroughness, and after a search revealing nothing, they climbed the last flight of stairs to the top floor of all. Here they found a perfect nest of small servants' rooms, with broken pieces of furniture, dirty cane-bottomed chairs, chests of drawers, cracked mirrors, and decrepit bedsteads. The rooms had low sloping ceilings already hung here and there with cobwebs, small windows, and badly plastered walls, a depressing and dismal region which they were glad to leave behind. It was on the stroke of midnight when they entered a small room on the 3rd floor, close to the top of the stairs, and arranged to make themselves comfortable for the remainder of their adventure. It was absolutely bare, and was said to be the room, then used as a clothes closet, into which the infuriated groom had chased his victim and finally caught her. Outside, across the narrow landing, began the stairs leading up to the floor above, and the servants' quarters where they had just searched. In spite of the chilliness of the night, there was something in the air of this room that cried for an open window. But there was more than this. Shorthouse could only describe it by saying that he felt less master of himself here than in any other part of the house. There was something that acted directly on the nerves, tiring the resolution, enfeebling the will. He was conscious of this result before he had been in the room 5 minutes, and it was in the short time they stayed there that he suffered the wholesale depletion of his vital forces, which was, for himself, the chief horror of the whole experience. They put the candle on the floor of the cupboard, leaving the door a few inches ajar, so that there was no glare to confuse the eyes, and no shadow to shift about on walls and ceiling. Then they spread the cloak on the floor and sat down to wait, with their backs against the wall. Shorthouse was within 2 feet of the door onto the landing. His position commanded a good view of the main staircase leading down into the darkness, and also of the beginning of the servant stairs going to the floor above. The heavy stick lay beside him within easy reach. The moon was now high above the house. Through the open window they could see the comforting stars, like friendly eyes watching in the sky. One by one, the clocks of the town struck midnight, and when the sounds died away, the deep silence of a windless night fell again over everything. Only the boom of the sea, far away and lugubrious, filled the air with hollow murmurs. Inside the house, the silence became awful. Awful, he thought, because any minute now it might be broken by sounds portending terror. The strain of waiting told more and more severely on the nerves. They talked in whispers when they talked at all, for their voices sounded queer and unnatural. A chilliness, not altogether due to the night air, invaded the room and made them cold. The influences against them, whatever these might be, were slowly robbing them of self-confidence and the power of decisive action. Their forces were on the wane, and the possibility of real fear took on a new and terrible meaning. He began to tremble for the elderly woman by his side, whose pluck could hardly save her beyond a certain extent. He heard the blood singing in his veins. It sometimes seemed so loud that he fancied it prevented his hearing properly certain other sounds that were beginning very faintly to make themselves audible in the depths of the house. Every time he fastened his attention on these sounds, they instantly ceased. They certainly came no nearer. Yet he could not rid himself of the idea that movement was going on somewhere in the lower regions of the house. The drawing-room floor, where the doors had been so strangely closed, seemed too near. The sounds were further off than that. He thought of the great kitchen, with the scurrying black beetles, and of the dismal little scullery. But somehow or other, they did not seem to come from there either. Surely, they were not outside the house. Then, suddenly, the truth flashed into his mind, and for the space of a minute he felt as if his blood had stopped flowing and turned to ice. The sounds were not downstairs at all. They were upstairs. Upstairs, somewhere among those horrid, gloomy little servants' rooms with their bits of broken furniture, low ceilings and cramped windows. Upstairs, where the victim had first been disturbed and stalked to her death. At the moment he discovered where the sounds were, he began to hear them more clearly. It was the sound of feet, moving stealthily along the passage overhead, in and out among the rooms and past the furniture. He turned quickly to steal a glance at the motionless figure seated beside him, to note whether she had shared his discovery. The faint candlelight coming through the crack in the cupboard door threw her strongly marked face into vivid relief against the white of the wall. But it was something else that made him catch his breath and stare again. An extraordinary something had come into her face, and seemed to spread over her features like a mask. It smoothed out the deep lines, and drew the skin everywhere a little tighter, so that the wrinkles disappeared. It brought into the face, with the sole exception of the old eyes, an appearance of youth and almost of childhood. He stared in speechless amazement that was dangerously near to horror. It was his aunt's face indeed, but it was her face of 40 years ago, the vacant, innocent face of a girl. He had heard stories of that strange effect of terror which could wipe a human countenance clean of other emotions, obliterating all previous expressions, but he had never realized that it could be literally true, or could mean anything so simply horrible as what he now saw. For the dreadful signature of overmastering fear was written plainly in that utter vacancy of the girlish face beside him. And when, feeling his intense gaze, she turned to look at him, he instinctively closed his eyes tightly to shut out the sight. Yet when he turned a minute later, his feelings well in hand, he saw to his intense relief another expression. His aunt was smiling, and though the face was deathly white, the awful veil had lifted, and the normal look was returning. "Anything wrong?" was all he could think of to say at the moment, and the answer was eloquent, coming from such a woman. "I feel cold, and a little frightened," she whispered. He offered to close the window, but she seized hold of him and begged him not to leave her side even for an instant. "It's upstairs, I know," she whispered, with an odd half-laugh, "but I can't possibly go up." But Shorthouse thought otherwise, knowing that in action lay their best hope of self-control. He took the brandy flask and poured out a glass of neat spirit, stiff enough to help anybody over anything. She swallowed it with a little shiver. His only idea now was to get out of the house before her collapse became inevitable. But this could not safely be done by turning tail and running from the enemy. Inaction was no longer possible. Every minute he was growing less master of himself, and desperate, aggressive measures were imperative without further delay. Moreover, the action must be taken towards the enemy, not away from it. The climax, if necessary and unavoidable, would have to be faced boldly. He could do it now, but in 10 minutes he might not have the force left to act for himself, much less for both. Upstairs, the sounds were meanwhile becoming louder and closer, accompanied by occasional creaking of the boards. Someone was moving stealthily about, stumbling now and then awkwardly against the furniture. Waiting a few moments to allow the tremendous dose of spirits to produce its effect, and knowing this would last but a short time under the circumstances, Shorthouse then quietly got on his feet, saying in a determined voice, "Now, Aunt Julia, we'll go upstairs and find out what all this noise is about. You must come too. It's what we agreed." He picked up his stick and went to the cupboard for the candle. A limp form rose shakily beside him, breathing hard, and he heard a voice say very faintly something about being ready to come. The woman's courage amazed him. It was so much greater than his own. And as they advanced, holding aloft the dripping candle, some subtle force exhaled from this trembling, white-faced old woman at his side that was the true source of his inspiration. It held something really great that shamed him and gave him the support without which he would have proved far less equal to the occasion. They crossed the dark landing, avoiding with their eyes the deep black space over the banisters. Then they began to mount the narrow staircase to meet the sounds which minute by minute grew louder and nearer. About halfway up the stairs Aunt Julia stumbled, and Shorthouse turned to catch her by the arm, and just at that moment there came a terrific crash in the servants' corridor overhead. It was instantly followed by a shrill, agonized scream that was a cry of terror and a cry for help melted into one. Before they could move aside or go down a single step, someone came rushing along the passage overhead, blundering horribly, racing madly, at full speed, 3 steps at a time, down the very staircase where they stood. The steps were light and uncertain, but close behind them sounded the heavier tread of another person, and the staircase seemed to shake. Shorthouse and his companion just had time to flatten themselves against the wall when the jumble of flying steps was upon them, and 2 persons, with the slightest possible interval between them, dashed past at full speed. It was a perfect whirlwind of sound breaking in upon the midnight silence of the empty building. The 2 runners, pursuer and pursued, had passed clean through them where they stood, and already with a thud the boards below had received first one, then the other. Yet they had seen absolutely nothing, not a hand or arm or face, or even a shred of flying clothing. There came a second's pause. Then the first one, the lighter of the 2, obviously the pursued one, ran with uncertain footsteps into the little room which Shorthouse and his aunt had just left. The heavier one followed. There was a sound of scuffling, gasping, and smothered screaming, and then out onto the landing came the step of a single person treading weightily. A dead silence followed for the space of half a minute, and then was heard a rushing sound through the air. It was followed by a dull, crashing thud in the depths of the house below, on the stone floor of the hall. Utter silence reigned after. Nothing moved. The flame of the candle was steady. It had been steady the whole time, and the air had been undisturbed by any movement whatsoever. Palsied with terror, Aunt Julia, without waiting for her companion, began fumbling her way downstairs. She was crying gently to herself, and when Shorthouse put his arm round her and half carried her, he felt that she was trembling like a leaf. He went into the little room and picked up the cloak from the floor, and arm in arm, walking very slowly, without speaking a word or looking once behind them, they marched down the 3 flights into the hall. In the hall they saw nothing, but the whole way down the stairs they were conscious that someone followed them, step by step. When they went faster, it was left behind, and when they went more slowly, it caught them up. But never once did they look behind to see, and at each turning of the staircase they lowered their eyes for fear of the following horror they might see upon the stairs above. With trembling hands, Shorthouse opened the front door, and they walked out into the moonlight, and drew a deep breath of the cool night air blowing in from the sea.
The Cigarette Case, by Oliver Onions. A cigarette, Loder? I said, offering my case. For the moment, Loder was not smoking. For long enough, he had not been talking. Thanks, he replied, taking not only the cigarette, but the case also. The others went on talking. Loder became silent again, but I noticed that he kept my cigarette case in his hand and looked at it from time to time with an interest that neither its design nor its costliness seemed to explain. Presently I caught his eye. "A pretty case," he remarked, putting it down on the table. "I once had one exactly like it." I answered that they were in every shop window. "Oh, yes," he said, putting aside any question of rarity. "I lost mine." "Oh?" He laughed. "Oh, that's all right. I got it back again. Don't be afraid I'm going to claim yours. But the way I lost it, found it, the whole thing, was rather curious. I've never been able to explain it. I wonder if you could." I answered that I certainly couldn't till I'd heard it, whereupon Loder, taking up the silver case again and holding it in his hand as he talked, began. "This happened in Provence, when I was about as old as Maugham there, and every bit as romantic. I was there with Carroll. You remember poor old Carroll, and what a blade of a boy he was, as romantic as 4 Maughams rolled into one. Excuse me, Maugham, won't you? It's a romantic tale, you see, or at least the setting is. We were in Provence, Carroll and I, 24 or thereabouts. Romantic, as I say, and this happened. And it happened on the top of a whole lot of other things, you must understand, the things that do happen when you're 24. If it hadn't been Provence, it would have been somewhere else, I suppose, nearly, if not quite as good. But this was Provence, that smells, as you might say, of 24, as it smells of argalas and wild lavender and broom. We'd had the dickens of a walk of it, just with knapsacks, had started somewhere in the Ardèche, and I tramped south through the vines and almonds and olives, Montélimar, Orange, Avignon, and a fortnight at that blanched skeleton of a town, Les Baux. We'd nothing to do, and had gone just where we liked, or rather, just where Carroll had liked. And Carroll had had the De Bello Gallico in his pocket, and had had a notion, I fancy, of taking in the whole ground of the Roman conquest. I remember he lugged me off to some place or other, Ffryar, I believe its name was, because I forget how many thousands were killed in a river bed there, and they stove in the water casks, so that if the men wanted water, they'd have to go forward and fight for it. And then we'd gone to Arles, where Carroll had fallen in love with everything that had a bow of black velvet in her hair, and after that Tarascon, Nîmes, and so on. The usual round. I won't bother you with that. In a word, we'd had 2 months of it, eating almonds and apricots from the trees, watching the women at the communal washing fountains under the dark plane trees, singing Magali and the Quai Comte, and Carroll yarning away all the time about Caesar and Vercingetorix and Dante, and trying to learn Provençal, so that he could read the stuff in the Journal des Félibriges that he'd never looked at if it had been in English. Well, we got to Darbisson. We'd run across some young chap or other, Rangon, his name was, who was a vine planter in those parts, and Rangon had asked us to spend a couple of days with him and his mother, if we happened to be in the neighbourhood. So, as we might as well happen to be there as anywhere else, we sent him a postcard and went. This would be in June, or early in July. All day we walked across a plain of vines, past hurdles of wattled can and great wind-screens of velvety cypresses 60 feet high, all white with dust on the north side of them, for the Mistral was having its 3 days' revel, and it whistled and roared through the can till scores of yards of them at a time were bowed nearly to the earth. A roaring day it was, I remember. But the wind fell a little late in the afternoon, and we were poring over what it had left of our ordnance survey. Like fools, we'd got the unmounted paper maps instead of the linen ones, when Rangon himself found us, coming out to meet us in a very badly turned-out trap. He drove us back himself through D'Arbisson to the house 1.5 miles beyond it, where he lived with his mother. He spoke no English, Rangon didn't, though of course both French and Provençal. And as he drove us, there was Carol, using him as a Franco-Provençal dictionary, peppering him with questions about the names of things in the patois, I beg its pardon, the language, though there's a good deal of my eye and Betty Martin about that, and I fancy this Félibrige business will be in a good many places when Frédéric Mistral is under that court of love pavilion arrangement he's had put up for himself in the graveyard at Mayenne. If the language has got to go, well, it's got to go, I suppose, and while I personally don't want to give it a kick, I rather sympathize with the government. Those jaunts of a Sunday out to Les Baux, for instance, with paper lanterns and Bengal fire, and a fellow spouting Aux Blanches Vénus d'Arles, they're well enough, and compare favourably with our bank holidays and Sunday League picnics, but that's nothing to do with my tale, after all. So he drove on, and by the time we got to Rangon's house, Carol had learned the greater part of Magali. As you no doubt know, it's a restricted sort of life in some respects that a young vigneron lives in those parts, and it was as we reached the house that Rangon remembered something. Or he might have been trying to tell us as we came along, for all I know, and not been able to get a word in edgeways for Carol and his Provençal. It seemed that his mother was away from home for some days. Apologies of the most profound, of course. Our host was the soul of courtesy, though he did try to get at us a bit later. We expressed our polite regrets, naturally, but I didn't quite see at first what difference it made. I only began to see when Rangon, with more apologies, told us that we should have to go back to D'Arbisson for dinner. It appeared that when Madame Rangon went away for a few days, she dispersed the whole of the female side of her establishment also, and she'd left her son with nobody to look after him, except an old man we'd seen in the yard, mending one of those double-cylindered sulphur sprinklers they clap across the horse's back and drive between the rows of vines. Rangon explained all this as we stood in the hall drinking an aperitif, a hall crowded with oak furniture and photographs, and a cradle-like bread-crib, and doors opening to right and left to the other rooms of the ground floor. He had also, it seemed, to ask us to be so infinitely obliging as to excuse him for 1 hour after dinner. Our postcard had come unexpectedly, he said, and already he'd made an appointment with his agent about the vendange for the coming autumn. We begged him, of course, not to allow us to interfere with his business in the slightest degree. He thanked us 1,000 times. "But though we dine in the village, we will take our own wine with us," he said. "A wine sur fin, one of my wines, you shall see." Then he showed us round his place. I forget how many hundreds of acres of vines, and into the great building with the presses and pumps and casks, and the huge barrel they call the Thunderbolt. And about 7 o'clock we walked back to D'Arbisson to dinner, carrying our wine with us. I think the restaurant we dined in was the only one in the place, and our gaillard of a host, he was a straight-backed, well-set-up chap with rather fine eyes, did us on the whole pretty well. His wine certainly was good stuff, and set our tongues going. A moment ago I said a fellow like Rangon leads a restricted sort of life in those parts. I saw this more clearly as dinner went on. We dined by an open window, from which we could see the stream with the planks across it, where the women washed clothes during the day and assembled in the evening for gossip. There were a dozen or so of them there as we dined, laughing and chatting in low tones. They all seemed pretty. It was quickly falling dusk. All the girls are pretty then, and are quite conscious of it. You know, Maugham. Behind them, at the end of the street, one of these great cypress windscreens showed black against the sky, a ragged edge, something like the line the needle draws on a rainfall chart. And you could only tell whether they were men or women under the plantains by their voices rippling and chattering, and suddenly a deeper note. Once I heard a muffled scuffle and a sound like a kiss. It was then that Rangon's little trouble came out. It seemed that he didn't know any girls, wasn't allowed to know any girls. The girls of the village were pretty enough, but you see how it was. He'd a position to keep up, appearances to maintain, couldn't be familiar during the year with the girls who gathered his grapes for him in the autumn. And as soon as Carol gave him a chance, he began to ask us questions about England, English girls, the liberty they had, and so on. Of course, we couldn't tell him much he hadn't heard already, but that made no difference. He could stand any amount of that, our strapping young vigneron, and he asked us questions by the dozen that we both tried to answer at once. And his delight and envy. What? In England, did the young men see the young women of their own class without restraint, the sisters of their friends, mem, even at the house? Was it permitted that they drank tea with them in the afternoon, or went without invitations to pass the soirée? He had all the later prévôts in his room, he told us. I don't doubt he had the earlier ones also. Prévost and the disestablishment between them must be playing the mischief with the convent system of education for young girls. And our young man was, co-ed. Co-educationalist. By Jove, yes. He seemed to marvel that we should have left a country so blessed as England to visit his dusty, wild lavender-smelling, girl-less Provence. You don't know half your luck, Maugham. Well, we talked after this fashion. We'd left the dining-room of the restaurant and had planted ourselves on a bench outside with Rangon between us, when Rangon suddenly looked at his watch and said it was time he was off to see this agent of his. Would we take a walk, he asked us, and meet him again there? He said, but as his agent lived in the direction of his own home, we said we'd meet him at the house in an hour or so. Off he went, envying every Englishman who stepped, I don't doubt. I told you how young we were. Hey-ho. Well, off goes Rangon, and Carol and I got up, stretched ourselves, and took a walk. We walked a mile or so, until it began to get pretty dark, and then turned. And it was as we came into the blackness of one of these cypress hedges that the thing I'm telling you of happened. The hedge took a sharp turn at that point. As we came round the angle, we saw a couple of women's figures hardly more than 20 yards ahead. Don't know how they got there so suddenly, I'm sure. And that same moment, I found my foot on something small and white and glimmering on the grass. I picked it up. It was a handkerchief, a woman's, embroidered. The two figures ahead of us were walking in our direction. There was every probability that the handkerchief belonged to one of them, so we stepped out. At my "Pardon, madame," and lifted hat, one of the figures turned her head. Then, to my surprise, she spoke in English, cultivated English. I held out the handkerchief. It belonged to the elder lady of the two, the one who had spoken, a very gentle-voiced old lady, older by very many years than her companion. She took the handkerchief and thanked me. Somebody, Stern, isn't it, says that Englishmen don't travel to see Englishmen. I don't know whether he'd stand to that in the case of English women. Carol and I didn't. We were walking rather slowly along, 4 abreast across the road. We asked permission to introduce ourselves, did so, and received some name in return, which, strangely enough, I've entirely forgotten. I only remember that the ladies were aunt and niece, and lived at Delbisson. They shook their heads when I mentioned Mr. Rongon's name and said we were visiting him. They didn't know him. I'd never been in Derbyshire before, and I haven't been since, so I don't know the map of the village very well. But the place isn't very big, and the house at which we stopped in 20 minutes or so is probably there yet. It had a large double door in two senses, for it was a big porte cochere with a smaller door inside it and an iron grille shutting in the whole. The gentle-voiced old lady had already taken a key from her reticule and was thanking us again for the little service of the handkerchief. Then, with the little gesture one makes when one has found oneself on the point of omitting a courtesy, she gave a little musical laugh. "But," she said, with a little movement of invitation, "one sees so few compatriots here. If you have the time to come in and smoke a cigarette— also the cigarette," she added, with another rippling laugh, "for we have few callers, and live alone." Hastily as I was about to accept, Carroll was before me, professing a nostalgia for the sound of the English tongue that made his recent protestations about Provençal a shameless hypocrisy. Persuasive young rascal Carroll was. Poor chap. So the elder lady opened the grille, and the wooden door beyond it, and we entered. By the light of the candle, which the younger lady took from a bracket just within the door, we saw that we were in a handsome hall or vestibule, and my wonder that Rongon had made no mention of what was apparently a considerable establishment was increased by the fact that its tenants must be known to be English, and could be seen to be entirely charming. I couldn't understand it, and I'm afraid hypotheses rushed into my head that cast doubts on the Rongons, whether they were all right. We knew nothing about our young planter, you see. I looked about me. There were tubs here and there against the walls, gaily painted with glossy-leaved aloes and palms in them. One of the aloes, I remember, was flowering. A little fountain in the middle made a tinkling noise. We put our caps on a carved and gilt console table, and before us rose a broad staircase with shallow steps of spotless stone and a beautiful wrought-iron handrail. At the top of the staircase were more palms and aloes, and double doors painted in a clear grey. We followed our hostesses up the staircase. I can hear yet the sharp, clean click our boots made on that hard, shiny stone. See the lights of the candle gleaming on the handrail. The young girl, she was not much more than a girl, pushed the doors, and we went in. The room we entered was all of a piece with the rest, for rather old-fashioned fineness. It was large, lofty, beautifully kept. Carroll went round for Miss, whatever her name was, lighting candles in sconces, and as the flames crept up, they glimmered on a beautifully polished floor, which was bare except for an Eastern rug here and there. The elder lady had sat down in a gilt chair, Louis XIV, I should say, with a striped rep of the colour of a petunia, and I really don't know— Don't smile, Smith. What induced me to lead her to it? By the fingertips, bending over her hand for a moment as she sat down. There was an old tambour frame behind her chair, I remember, and a vast oval mirror with clustered candle brackets filled the greater part of the farther wall, the brightest and clearest glass I've ever seen. He paused, looking at my cigarette case, which he had taken again into his hand. He smiled at some recollection or other, and it was a minute or so before he continued. I must admit that I found it a little annoying, after what we'd been talking about at dinner an hour before, that Rongon wasn't with us. I still couldn't understand how he could have neighbours so charming without knowing about them. But I didn't care to insist on this to the old lady, who, for all I knew, might have her own reasons for keeping to herself, and after all, it was our place to return Rongon's hospitality in London, if he ever came there, not, so to speak, on his own doorstep. So presently I forgot all about Rongon, and I'm pretty sure that Carroll, who was talking to his companion of some Ferry-Bridge junketing or other, and having the air of Gounod's Mireille hung softly over to him, didn't waste a thought on him either. Soon Carroll, You remember what a pretty, crooning, humming voice he had. Soon Carol was murmuring what they call seconds, but so low that the sound hardly came across the room. And I came in with a soft bass note from time to time. No instrument, you know, just an unaccompanied murmur, no louder than an Aeolian harp, and it sounded infinitely sweet and plaintive and, what shall I say, weak, attenuated, faint, pale, you might almost say, in that formal, rather old-fashioned salon, with that great, clear oval mirror throwing back the still flames of the candles in the sconces on the walls. Outside, the wind had now fallen completely. All was very quiet. And suddenly, in a voice not much louder than a sigh, Carol's companion was singing, "Oft in the stilly night." You know it. He broke off again, to murmur the beginning of the air. Then, with a little laugh, for which we saw no reason, he went on again. "Well, I'm not going to try to convince you of such a special and delicate thing as the charm of that hour. It wasn't more than an hour. It would be all about an hour we stayed. Things like that just have to be said and left. You destroy them the moment you begin to insist on them. We've already one of us had experiences like that, and don't say much about them. I was as much in love with my old lady as Carol evidently was with his young one. I can't tell you why. Being in love has just to be taken for granted, too, I suppose. Maugham understands." We smoked our cigarettes and sang again, once more filling that clear, painted, quiet apartment with a murmuring no louder than if a light breeze found that the bells of a bed of flowers were really bells, and played on them. The old lady moved her fingers gently on the round table by the side of her chair. Oh, infinitely pretty it was. Then Carol wandered off into the Quai Comte. Awfully pretty. It is not for myself I sing, but for my friend who is near to me. And I can't tell you how like 4 old friends we were, those 2 so oddly met ladies, and Carol, and myself. But for all the sweetness and the glamour of it, we couldn't stay on indefinitely. And I wondered what time it was, but didn't ask. Anything to do with clocks and watches would have seemed a cold and mechanical sort of thing just then. And when, presently, we both got up, neither Carol nor I asked to be allowed to call again in the morning to thank them for a charming hour. And they seemed to feel the same as we did about it. There was no hoping that we should meet again in London, neither an au revoir nor a goodbye, just a tacit understanding that the hour should remain isolated, accepted like a good gift without looking the gift horse in the mouth, single, unattached to any hours before or after. I don't know whether you see what I mean. Give me a match, somebody. And so we left, with no more than looks exchanged, and fingertips resting between the back of our hands and our lips for a moment. We found our way out by ourselves, down that shallow stepped staircase with the handsome handrail, and let ourselves out of the double door and grille, closing it softly. We made for the village, without speaking a word. Hey-ho! Loder had picked up the cigarette case again, but for all the way his eye rested on it, I doubt whether he really saw it. I'm pretty sure he didn't. I knew when he did by the glance he shot at me, as much as to say, "I see you're wondering where the cigarette case comes in." He resumed with another little laugh. "Well," he continued, "we got back to Rangon's house. I really don't blame Rangon for the way he took it when we told him, you know. He thought we were pulling his leg, of course, and he wasn't having any, not he. There were no English ladies in D'Arpesson, he said. We told him, as nearly as we could, just where the house was. We weren't very precise, I'm afraid, for the village had been in darkness as we had come through it, and I had to admit that the cypress hedge I tried to describe, where we'd met our friends, was a good deal like other cypress hedges, and, as I say, Rongon wasn't taking any. I myself was rather annoyed that he should think we were returning his hospitality by trying to get at him, and it wasn't very easy either to explain in my French and Carol's Provençal that we were going to let the thing stand as it was and weren't going to call on our charming friends again. The end of it was that Rongon just laughed and yawned. I knew it was good, my wine, he said, but— A shrug, said the rest. Not so good as all that, he meant. Then he gave us our candles, showed us to our rooms, shook hands, and marched off to his own room and the prévôt. I dreamed of my old lady half the night. After coffee the next morning, I put my hand into my pocket for my cigarette case, and didn't find it. I went through all my pockets, and then I asked Carol if he'd got it. No, he replied. Think you left it behind at that place last night? Yes, did you? Rongon popped in with a twinkle. I went through all my pockets again. No cigarette case. Of course, it was possible that I'd left it behind, and I was annoyed again. I didn't want to go back, you see. But on the other hand, I didn't want to lose the case. It was a present, and Rongon's smile nettled me a good deal, too. It was both a challenge to our truthfulness and a testimonial to that very good wine of his. Might have done, I grunted. Well, in that case, we'll go and get it. If one tried the restaurant first, Rongon suggested, smiling again. By all means, said I stuffily, though I remembered having the case after we'd left the restaurant. We were round at the restaurant by 9:30. The case wasn't there. I'd known jolly well beforehand it wasn't. And I saw Rongon's mouth twitching with amusement. So, we now seek the abode of these English ladies, eh? He said. Yes, said I. And we left the restaurant and strode through the village by the way we'd taken the evening before. That vigneron's smile became more and more irritating to me. It is then the next village, he said presently, as we left the last house and came out into the open plain. We went back. I was irritated because we were 2-1, you see, and Carol backed me up. A double door with a grill in front of it, he repeated for the 50th time. Rongon merely replied that it wasn't our good faith, he doubted. He didn't actually use the word drunk. Mais tiens, he said suddenly, trying to conceal his mirth. Si c'est possible, a double door with a grill. But perhaps that I know it, the domicile of these so elusive ladies. Come this way. He took us back along a plantain-groved street, and suddenly turned up an alley that was little more than 2 gutters and a crack of sky overhead between 2 broken tiled roofs. It was a dilapidated, deserted ruelle, and I was positively angry when Rongon pointed to a blistered old porte-cochère with a half-unhinged railing in front of it. "Is it that your house?" he asked. "No," says I, and "no," says Carol. And off we started again. But another half-hour brought us back to the same place. And Carol scratched his head. "Who lives there, anyway?" he said, glowering at the porte-cochère, chin forward, hands in pockets. "Nobody," says Rongon, as much to say, "Look at it." Monsieur then meditates taking it. Then I struck in, quite out of temper by this time. "How much would the rent be?" I asked, as if I really thought of taking the place just to get back at him. He mentioned something ridiculously small in the way of francs. "One might at least see the place," says I. "Can the key be got?" He bowed. The key was at the baker's, not 100 yards away, he said. We got the key. It was the key of the inner wooden door. That grid of rusty iron didn't need one. It came clean off its single hinge when Carol touched it. Carol opened, and we stood for a moment, motioning to one another to step in. Then Rongon went in first, and I heard him murmur, "Pardon, mesdames." Now this is the odd part. We passed into a sort of vestibule, or hall, with a burst lead pipe in the middle of a dry tank in the centre of it. There was a broad staircase, rising in front of us to the first floor, and double doors just seen in the half-light at the head of the stairs. Old tubs stood against the walls, but the palms and aloes in them were dead, only a cabbage stalk or two, and the rusty hoops lay on the ground about them. One tub had come to pieces entirely, and was no more than a heap of staves on a pile of spilt earth, and everywhere, was dust. The floor was an inch deep in dust, and old plaster that muffled our footsteps. Cobwebs hung like old dusters on the walls. A regular goblin's tatter of cobwebs draped the little bracket inside the door, and the wrought iron of the handrail was closed up with webs in which not even a spider moved. The whole thing was preposterous. It is possible that for even a less rental, Rongon murmured, dragging his forefinger across the handrail and leaving an inch-deep furrow. "Come upstairs," said I suddenly. Up we went. All was in the same state there. A clutter of stuff came down as I pushed at the double doors of the salon, and I had to strike a stinking French sulphur match to see into the room at all. Underfoot was like walking on thicknesses of flannel, and except where we put our feet, the place was as printless as a snowfield. Dust, unbroken grey dust. My match burned down. "Wait a minute, I've a bougie," said Carroll, and struck the wax match. There were the old sconces, with never a candle end in them. There was the large oval mirror, but hardly reflecting Carroll's match for the dust on it. And the broken chairs were there, all guiltless, and the rickety old round table. But suddenly I darted forward. Something new and bright on the table twinkled with the light of Carroll's match. The match went out, and by the time Carroll had lighted another, I had stopped. I wanted Rongon to see what was on the table. "You'll see by my footprints how far from that table I've been," I said. "Will you pick it up?" And Rongon, stepping forward, picked up from the middle of the table my cigarette case. Loader had finished. Nobody spoke. For quite a minute, nobody spoke. And then Loader himself broke the silence, turning to me. "Make anything of it?" he said. I lifted my eyebrows. "Only your vigneron's expression," I began, but stopped again, seeing that wouldn't do. "Anybody make anything of it," said Loader, turning from one to another. I gathered from Smith's face that he thought one thing might be made of it, namely that Loader had invented the whole tale, but even Smith didn't speak. "Were any English ladies ever found to have lived in the place? Murdered, you know, bodies found and all that?" young Maugham asked diffidently, yearning for an obvious completeness. "Not that we could ever learn," Loader replied. "We made inquiries, too." "So, you all give it up?" "Well, so do I." And he rose. As he walked to the door, myself following him to get his hat and stick, I heard him humming softly the lines therefrom oft in the stilly night. "I seem like one who treads alone some banquet hall deserted, whose guests are fled, whose garlands dead, and all but he departed."
Rose, Rose, by Barry Payne. Sefton stepped back from his picture. "Rest now, please," he said. Miss Rose Rose, his model, threw the striped blanket around her, stepped down from the throne, and crossed the studio. She seated herself on the floor near the big stove. For a few moments Sefton stood motionless, looking critically at his work. Then he laid down his palette and brushes, and began to roll a cigarette. He was a man of 40, thick-set, round-faced, with a reddish moustache turned fiercely upwards. He flung himself down in an easy-chair and smoked in silence, till silence seemed ungracious. "Well," he said, "I've got the place hot enough for you today, Miss Rose." "You have indeed," said Miss Rose. "Well, I bet it's nearer 80 than 70. The cigarette smoke made a blue haze in the hot, heavy air. He watched it undulating, curving, melting. As he watched it, Miss Rose continued her observations. The trouble with these studios was the draughts. With a strong east wind, same as yesterday, you might have the stove red-hot and yet never get the place, so to speak, warm. It is possible to talk commonly without talking like a coster, and Miss Rose achieved it. She did not always neglect the aspirate. She never quite substituted the third vowel for the first. She rather enjoyed long words. She was beautiful from the crown of her head to the sole of her foot, and few models have good feet. Every pose she took was graceful. She was the daughter of a model, and had been herself a model from childhood. In consequence, she knew her work well and did it well. On one occasion, when sitting for the great Merian, she had kept the same pose without a rest for 3 consecutive hours. She was proud of that. Naturally, she stood in the first rank among models, was most in demand, and made the most money. Her fault was that she was slightly capricious. You could not absolutely depend upon her. On a wintry morning, when every hour of daylight was precious, she might keep her appointment. She might be an hour or 2 late, or she might stay away altogether. Merian himself had suffered from her, had sworn never to employ her again, and had gone back to her. Sefton, as he watched the blue smoke, found that her common accent jarred on him. It even seemed to make it more difficult for him to get the right presentation of the Aphrodite that she was helping him to paint. One seemed to demand a poetical and cultured soul in so beautiful a body. Rose was not poetical nor cultured. She was not even businesslike and educated. Half an hour of silent and strenuous work followed. Then Sefton growled that he could not see any longer. "We'll stop for today," he said. Miss Rose retired behind the screen. Sefton opened a window and both ventilators and rolled another cigarette. The studio became rapidly cooler. "Tomorrow at 9? he called out. "I've got some way to come," came the voice of Miss Rose from behind the screen. "I could be here by 1:15. "Right," said Sefton, as he slipped on his coat. When Rose emerged from the screen, she was dressed in a blue serge costume with a picture hat. As it was her business in life to be beautiful, she never wore corsets, high heels, nor pointed toes. Such abnegation is rare among models. "I say, Mr. Sefton," said Rose, "you were to settle at the end of the sittings, but, "Oh, you don't want any money, Miss Rose. You're known to be rich." "Well, what I've got is in the post office, and I don't want to touch it, and I've got some shopping I must do before I go home." Sefton pulled out his sovereign case, hesitatingly. "Well, this is all very well, you know," he said. "I know what you're thinking, Mr. Sefton. You think I don't mean to come tomorrow. That's all Mr. Merian now, isn't it? He's always saying things about me. I'm not going to stick it. I'm going to have it out with him." "He recommended you to me, and I'll tell you what he said, if you won't repeat it. He said that I should be lucky if I got you, and that I'd better chain you to the studio." "And all because I was once late, with a good reason for it, too." "Besides, what's once? I suppose he didn't happen to tell you how often he's kept me waiting." Well, here you are, Miss Rose. But you'll really be here in time tomorrow, won't you? Otherwise the thing will have got too tacky to work into." "You needn't worry about that," said Miss Rose eagerly. "I'll be here, whatever happens, by 9:15. I'll be here if I die first. There, is that good enough for you? Good afternoon, and thank you, Mr. Sefton.
Good afternoon, Miss Rose. Let me manage that door for you. The key goes a bit stiffly.
Sefton came back to his picture. In spite of Miss Rose's vehement assurances, he felt by no means sure of her. But it was difficult for him to refuse any woman anything, and impossible for him to refuse to pay her what he really owed. He scrawled in charcoal some directions to the charwoman who would come in the morning. She was, from his point of view, a prize charwoman, one who could and did wash brushes properly, one who understood the stove, and would, when required, refrain from sweeping. He picked up his hat and went out. He walked the short distance from his studio to his bachelor flat, looked over an evening paper as he drank his tea, and then changed his clothes and took a cab to the club for dinner. He played one game of billiards after dinner, and then went home. His picture was very much in his mind. He wanted to be up fairly early in the morning, and he went to bed early. He was at his studio by 8:30. The stove was lighted, and he piled more coke on it. His Aphrodite seemed to have a somewhat mocking expression. It was a little technical thing to be corrected easily. He set his palette and selected his brushes. An attempt to roll a cigarette revealed the fact that his pouch was empty. It still wanted a few minutes to 9. He would have time to go up to the tobacconist at the corner. In case Rose arrived while he was away, he left the studio door open. The tobacconist was also a newsagent, and he bought a morning paper. Rose would probably be 20 minutes late at the least, and this would be something to occupy him. But on his return, he found his model already stepping onto the throne.
Good morning, Miss Rose. You're a lady of your word.
He hardly heeded the murmur which came to him as a reply. He threw his cigarette into the stove, picked up his palette, and got on excellently. The work was absorbing. For some time he thought of nothing else. There was no relaxing on the part of the model, no sign of fatigue. He had been working for over an hour when his conscience smote him.
We'll have a rest now, Miss Rose,
he said cheerily. At the same moment he felt human fingers drawn lightly across the back of his neck, just above the collar. He turned round with a sudden start. There was nobody there. He turned back again to the throne. Rose had vanished. With the utmost care and deliberation, he put down his palette and brushes. He said in a loud voice, "Where are you, Miss Rose?" For a moment or two, silence hung in the hot air of the studio. He repeated his question and got no answer. Then he stepped behind the screen, and suddenly the most terrible thing in his life happened to him. He knew that his model had never been there at all. There was only one door out to the back street in which his studio was placed, and that door was now locked. He unlocked it, put on his hat, and went out. For a minute or two he paced the street, but he had got to go back to the studio. He went back, sat down in the easy chair, lit a cigarette, and tried for a plausible explanation. Undoubtedly he'd been working very hard lately. When he had come back from the tobacconist's to the studio, he had been in a state of expectant attention, and he was enough of a psychologist to know that in that state you are especially likely to see what you expect to see. He was not conscious of anything abnormal in himself. He did not feel ill or even nervous. Nothing of the kind had ever happened to him before. The more he considered the matter, the more definite became his state. He was thoroughly frightened. With a great effort, he pulled himself together and picked up the newspaper. It was certain that he could do no more work for that day anyhow. An ordinary, commonplace newspaper would restore him. Yes, that was it. He had been too much wrapped up in the picture. He had simply supposed the model to be there. He was quite unconvinced, of course, and merely trying to convince himself. As an artist, he knew that for the last hour or more he had been getting the most delicate modelling right from the living form before him. But he did his best, and read the newspaper assiduously. He read of tariff, protection, and of a new music hall star. Then his eye fell on a paragraph headed Motor Fatalities. He read that Miss Rose, an artist's model, had been knocked down by a car in the Fulham Road about 7 o'clock on the previous evening, that the owner of the car had stopped and taken her to the hospital, and that she had expired within a few minutes of admission. He rose from his place and opened a large pocket-knife. There was a strong impulse upon him, and he felt it to be a mad impulse, to slash the canvas to rags. He stopped before the picture. The face smiled at him with a sweetness that was scarcely earthly. He went back to his chair again.
"I'm not used to this kind of thing," he said aloud.
A board creaked at the far end of the studio. He jumped up with a start of horror. A few minutes later he had left the studio and locked the door behind him. His common sense was still with him. He ought to go to a specialist. But the picture—
"What's the matter with Sefton?" said Devine one night at the club after dinner.
"Oh, don't know that anything's the matter with him," said Marion. "He hasn't been here lately." "I saw him the last time he was here, and he seemed pretty queer. Wanted to let me his studio."
"Well, it's not a bad studio," said Marion dispassionately.
"Well, he's got rid of it now, anyhow. He's got a studio out at Richmond, and the deuce of a lot of time he must waste getting there and back. Besides, what does he do about models?"
"Yes, that's a point I've been wondering about myself," said Marion.
"He'd got Rose for his Aphrodite, and it looked as if it might be a pretty good thing when I saw it. But as you know, she died. She was troublesome in some ways, but taking her all round, I don't know where to find anybody as good today. Well, what's Sefton doing about it?"
"Oh, he hasn't got a model at all at present. I know that for a fact, because I asked him."
"Well," said Marion, "he may have got the thing on further than I thought he would in the time. Some chaps can work from memory all right, though I can't do it myself. He's not chucked the picture, I suppose?" No, he's not done that. In fact, the picture's his excuse now, if you want him to go anywhere or do anything. But that's not it. The chap's altogether changed. He used to be a genial sort of bounder, bit tyrannical in his manner, perhaps. Thought he knew everything. Still, you could talk to him, he was sociable. As a matter of fact, he did know a good deal. Now it's quite different. If you ever do see him, and that's not often, he's got nothing to say to you. He's just going back to his work, that sort of thing."
"Oh, you're too imaginative,"
said Marion. "I never knew a man who varied less than Sefton. Give me his address, will you? I mean his studio. I'll go and look him up one morning. I should like to see how that Aphrodite is getting on. I tell you, it was promising. There was no nonsense about it." One sunny morning, Marion knocked at the door of the studio at Richmond. He heard the sound of footsteps crossing the studio, then Sefton's voice rang out.
"Who's there?"
"Marion, I've travelled miles to see the thing you call a picture."
"I've got a model."
"And what does that matter?" asked Marion.
"Well, I'd be awfully glad if you'd come back in an hour. We'd have lunch together somewhere."
"Right," said Marion sardonically. "I'll come back in about 7 million hours. Wait for me." He went back to London and his own studio in a state of fury. Sefton had never been a man to pose. He had never put on side about his work. He was always willing to show it to old and intimate friends whose judgment he could trust. And now, when the oldest of his friends had travelled down to Richmond to see him, he was told to come back in an hour, and that they might then lunch together.
"Oh, this lets me out,"
said Marion savagely. But he always speaks well of Sefton nowadays. He maintains that Sefton's Aphrodite would have been a success anyhow. The suicide made a good deal of talk at the time, and a special attendant was necessary to regulate the crowds round it, when, as directed by his will, the picture was exhibited at the Royal Academy. He was found in his studio many hours after his death. and he had scrawled on a blank canvas, much as he left his directions to his charwoman. "I have finished it, but I can't stand any more."
The Confession of Charles Linkworth, by E.F. Benson. Dr. Teasdale had occasion to attend the condemned man once or twice during the week before his execution, and found him, as is often the case, when his last hope of life has vanished, quiet and perfectly resigned to his fate, and not seeming to look forward with any dread to the morning that each hour that passed brought nearer and nearer. The bitterness of death appeared to be over for him. It was done with when he was told that his appeal was refused. But for those days, while hope was not yet quite abandoned, the wretched man had drunk of death daily. In all his experience the doctor had never seen a man so wildly and passionately tenacious of life, nor one so strongly knit to this material world by the sheer animal lust of living. Then the news that hope could no longer be entertained was told him, and his spirit passed out of the grip of that agony of torture and suspense, and accepted the inevitable with indifference. Yet the change was so extraordinary that it seemed to the doctor rather that the news had completely stunned his powers of feeling, and he was below the numbed surface, still knit into material things as strongly as ever. He had fainted when the result was told him, and Dr. Teasdale had been called in to attend him. But the fit was but transient, and he came out of it full consciousness of what had happened. The murder had been a deed of peculiar horror, and there was nothing of sympathy in the mind of the public towards the perpetrator. Charles Linkworth, who now lay under capital sentence, was the keeper of a small stationery store in Sheffield, and there lived with him his wife and mother. The latter was the victim of his atrocious crime, the motive of it being to get possession of the sum of £500, which was this woman's property. Linkworth, as came out at the trial, was in debt to the extent of £100 at the time, and during his wife's absence from home on a visit to relations, he strangled his mother, and during the night buried the body in the small back garden of his house. On his wife's return, he had a sufficiently plausible tale to account for the elder Mrs. Linkworth's disappearance, for there had been constant jarrings and bickerings between him and his mother for the last year or two, and she had more than once threatened to withdraw herself, and the 8 shillings a week which she contributed to household expenses, and purchase an annuity with her money. It was true also that during the younger Mrs. Linkworth's absence from home, mother and son had had a violent quarrel, arising originally from some trivial point in household management, and that in consequence of this she had actually drawn her money out of the bank, intending to leave Sheffield next day and settle in London, where she had friends. That evening she told him this, and during the night he killed her. His next step before his wife's return was logical and sound. He packed up all his mother's possessions and took them to the station, from which he saw them dispatched to town by passenger train, and in the evening he asked several friends in to supper, and told them of his mother's departure. He did not, logically also, and in accordance with what they probably already knew, feign regret, but said that he and she had never got on well together, and that the cause of peace and quietness was furthered by her going. He told the same story to his wife on her return, identical in every detail, adding, however, that the quarrel had been a violent one, and that his mother had not even left him her address. This again was wisely thought of. It would prevent his wife from writing to her. She appeared to accept his story completely. Indeed, there was nothing strange or suspicious about it. For a while he behaved with a composure and astuteness which most criminals possess up to a certain point, the lack of which, after that, is generally the cause of their detection. He did not, for instance, immediately pay off his debts, but took into his house a young man as lodger, who occupied his mother's room, and he dismissed the assistant in his shop, and did the entire serving himself. This gave the impression of economy, and at the same time he openly spoke of the great improvement in his trade. And not till a month had passed did he cash any of the banknotes which he had found in a locked drawer in his mother's room. Then he changed 2 notes of £50 and paid off his creditors. At that point his astuteness and composure failed him. He opened a deposit account at a local bank with 4 more £50 notes, instead of being patient and increasing his balance at the savings bank, pound by pound, and he got uneasy about that which he had buried deep enough for security in the back garden. Thinking to render himself safer in this regard, he ordered a cartload of slag and stone fragments, and with the help of his lodger employed the summer evenings, when work was over, in building a sort of rockery over the spot. Then came the chance circumstance which really set match to this dangerous train. There was a fire in the lost luggage office at King's Cross Station, from which he ought to have claimed his mother's property, and one of the 2 boxes was partially burned. The company was liable for compensation, and his mother's name on her linen, and a letter with the Sheffield address on it, led to the arrival of a purely official and formal notice, stating that the company were prepared to consider claims. It was directed to Mrs. Linkworth, and Charles Linkworth's wife received and read it. It seemed a sufficiently harmless document, but it was endorsed with his death warrant, for he could give no explanation at all of the fact that the boxes were still lying at King's Cross Station, beyond suggesting that some accident had happened to his mother. Clearly, he had to put the matter in the hands of the police, with a view to tracing her movements, and if it proved that she was dead, claiming her property, which she had already drawn out of the bank. Such, at least, was the course urged on him by his wife and lodger, in whose presence the communication from the railway officials was read out, and it was impossible to refuse to take it. Then the silent, uncreaking machinery of justice, characteristic of England, began to move forward. Quiet men lounged about Smith Street, visited banks, observed the supposed increase in trade, and from a house nearby looked into the garden where ferns were already flourishing on the rockery. Then came the arrest and the trial, which did not last very long, and on a certain Saturday night the verdict. Smart women in large hats had made the court bright with colour, and in all the crowd there was not one who felt any sympathy with the young, athletic-looking man who was condemned. Many of the audience were elderly and respectable mothers, and the crime had been an outrage on motherhood, and they listened to the unfolding of the flawless evidence with strong approval. They thrilled a little when the judge put on the awful and ludicrous little black cap, and spoke the sentence appointed by God. Linkworth went to pay the penalty for the atrocious deed, which no one who had heard the evidence could possibly doubt that he had done with the same indifference as had marked his entire demeanour since he knew his appeal had failed. The prison chaplain, who had attended him, had done his utmost to get him to confess, but his efforts had been quite ineffectual, and to the last he asserted, though without protestation, his innocence. On a bright September morning, when the sun shone warm on the terrible little procession that crossed the prison yard to the shed where was erected the apparatus of death, justice was done, and Dr. Teasdale was satisfied that life was immediately extinct. He had been present on the scaffold, had watched the bolt drawn, and the hooded and pinioned figure drop into the pit. He had heard the chunk and creak of the rope as the sudden weight came onto it, and looking down, he had seen the queer twitchings of the hanged body. They had lasted but a second or two. The execution had been perfectly satisfactory. An hour later, he made the post-mortem examination, and found that his view had been correct. The vertebrae of the spine had been broken at the neck, and death must have been absolutely instantaneous. It was hardly necessary even to make that little piece of dissection that proved this, but for the sake of form he did so. And at that moment he had a very curious and vivid mental impression that the spirit of the dead man was close beside him, as if it still dwelt in the broken habitation of its body. But there was no question at all that the body was dead. It had been dead an hour. Then followed another little circumstance that at the first seemed insignificant, though curious also. One of the warders entered and asked if the rope which had been used an hour ago, and was the hangman's prerequisite, had by mistake been brought into the mortuary with the body. But there was no trace of it, and it seemed to have vanished altogether. Though it was a singular thing to be lost, it was not here. It was not on the scaffold. And though the disappearance was of no particular moment, it was quite inexplicable. Dr. Teasdale was a bachelor, and a man of independent means, and lived in a tall, windowed, and commodious house in Bedford Square, where a plain cook of surpassing excellence looked after his food, and her husband his person. There was no need for him to practise a profession at all, and he performed his work at the prison for the sake of the study of the minds of criminals. Most crime, the transgression, that is, of the rule of conduct which the human race has framed for the sake of its own preservation, he held to be either the result of some abnormality of the brain or of starvation. Crimes of theft, for instance, he would by no means refer to one head. Often, it is true, they were the result of actual want, but more often dictated by some obscure disease of the brain. In marked cases it was labelled as kleptomania, but he was convinced there were many others which did not fall directly under the dictation of physical need. More especially was this the case where the crime in question involved also some deed of violence, and he mentally placed underneath this heading, as he went home that evening, the criminal at whose last moments he had been present that morning. The crime had been abominable, the need of money not so very pressing, and the very abomination and unnaturalness of the murder inclined him to consider the murderer as lunatic rather than criminal. He had been, as far as was known, a man of quiet and kindly disposition, a good husband, a social neighbour. And then he had committed a crime, just one, which put him outside all pales. So monstrous a deed, whether perpetrated by a sane man or a mad one, was intolerable. There was no use for the doer of it on this planet at all. But somehow the doctor felt that he would have been at one with the execution of justice, if the dead man had confessed. It was morally certain that he was guilty, but he wished that, when there was no longer any hope for him, he had endorsed the verdict himself. He dined alone that evening, and after dinner sat in his study, which adjoined the dining-room, and, feeling disinclined to read, sat in his great red chair opposite the fireplace, and let his mind graze where it would. At once, almost, it went back to the curious sensation he had experienced that morning, of feeling that the spirit of Linkworth was present in the mortuary, though life had been extinct for an hour. It was not the first time, especially in cases of sudden death, that he had felt a similar conviction, though perhaps it had never been quite so unmistakable as it had been today. Yet the feeling, to his mind, was quite probably formed on a natural and psychical truth. The spirit, it may be remarked that he was a believer in the doctrine of future life, and the non-extinction of the soul with the death of the body, was very likely unable or unwilling to quit at once, and altogether, the earthly habitation. Very likely it lingered there, earthbound, for a while. In his leisure hours, Dr. Teasdale was a considerable student of the occult, for, like most advanced and proficient physicians, he clearly recognized how narrow was the boundary of separation between soul and body, how tremendous the influence of the intangible was over material things, and it presented no difficulty to his mind that a disembodied spirit should be able to communicate directly with those who still were bounded by the finite and material. His meditations, which beginning to group themselves into a definite sequence, were interrupted at this moment. On his desk, near at hand, stood his telephone, and the bell rang, not with its usual metallic insistence, but very faintly, as if the current was weak or the mechanism impaired. However, it certainly was ringing, and he got up and took the combined ear and mouthpiece off its hook. "Yes, yes," he said. "Who is it?" There was a whisper in reply, almost inaudible and quite unintelligible. "I can't hear you," he said. He stood there for some half a minute or so, waiting for it to be renewed, but beyond the usual chuckling and croaking, which showed, however, that he was in communication with some other instrument, there was silence. Then he replaced the receiver, rang up the exchange, and gave his number. "Can you tell me what number rang me up just now?" he asked. There was a short pause. Then it was given him. It was the number of the prison, where he was doctor. "Put me on to it, please," he said. This was done. "You rang me up just now," he said down the tube. "Yes, I am Dr. Teasdale. What is it? I could not hear what you said." The voice came back clear and intelligible. "Some mistake, sir," it said. "We haven't rang you up." "But the exchange tells me you did 3 minutes ago." "Mistake at the exchange, sir," said the voice. "Very odd. Well, good night. Ward at Draycott, isn't it?" "Yes. Good night, sir." Dr. Teasdale went back to his big armchair, still less inclined to read. He let his thoughts wander on for a while, without giving them definite direction. But ever and again his mind kept coming back to that strange little incident on the telephone. Often and often he had been rung up by some mistake. Often and often he had been put on to the wrong number by the exchange, but there was something in this very subdued ringing of the telephone bell, and the unintelligible whisperings at the other end, that suggested a very curious train of reflection to his mind, and soon he found himself pacing up and down his room, with his thoughts eagerly feeding on a most unusual pasture. "But it's impossible," he said aloud. He went down as usual to the prison next morning, and once again he was strangely beset with the feeling that there was some unseen presence there. He had before now had some odd psychical experience, and knew that he was a sensitive, one, that is, who is capable under certain circumstances of receiving supernormal impressions, and of having glimpses of the unseen world that lies about us. And this morning, the presence of which he was conscious was that of the man who had been executed yesterday morning. It was local, and he felt it most strongly in the little prison yard, and as he passed the door of the condemned cell. So strong was it there, that he would not have been surprised if the figure of the man had been visible to him. And as he passed through the door at the end of the passage, he turned round, actually expecting to see it. All the time, too, he was aware of a profound horror at his heart. This unseen presence strangely disturbed him, and the poor soul, he felt, wanted something done for it. Not for a moment did he doubt that this impression of his was objective. It was no imaginative phantom of his own invention that made itself so real. The spirit of Linkworth was there. He passed into the infirmary, and for a couple of hours busied himself with his work. But all the time he was aware that the same invisible presence was near him, though its force was manifestly less here than in those places which had been more intimately associated with the man. Finally, before he left, in order to test his theory, he looked into the execution shed. But next moment, with a face suddenly stricken pale, He came out again, closing the door hastily. At the top of the steps stood a figure, hooded and pinioned, but hazy of outline and only faintly visible. But it was visible. There was no mistake about it. Dr. Teasdale was a man of good nerve, and he recovered himself almost immediately, ashamed of his temporary panic. The terror that had blanched his face was chiefly the effect of startled nerves, not of terrified heart, and yet deeply interested as he was in psychical phenomena, he could not command himself sufficiently to go back there. Or rather, he commanded himself, but his muscles refused to act on the message. If this poor earth-bound spirit had any communication to make to him, he certainly much preferred that it should be made at a distance. As far as he could understand, its range was circumscribed. It haunted the prison yard, the condemned cell, the execution shed. It was more faintly felt in the infirmary. Then a further point suggested itself to his mind, and he went back to his room and sent for Warder Draycott, who had answered him on the telephone last night. "You are quite sure," he asked, "that nobody rang me up last night, just before I rang you up?" There was a certain hesitation in the man's manner, which the doctor noticed. "I don't see how it could be possible, sir," he said. "I had been sitting close by the telephone for half an hour before, and again before that. I must have seen him, if anyone had been to the instrument." "And you saw no one?" said the doctor with a slight emphasis. The man became more markedly ill at ease. "No, sir, I saw no one," he said with the same emphasis. Dr. Teasdale looked away from him. "But you had perhaps the impression that there was someone there?" he asked, carelessly, as if it was a point of no interest. Clearly Warder Draycott had something on his mind which he found it hard to speak of. "Well, sir, if you put it like that," he began. But you would tell me I was half asleep or had eaten something that disagreed with me at my supper." The doctor dropped his careless manner. "I should do nothing of the kind," he said, "any more than you would tell me that I had dropped asleep last night when I heard my telephone bell ring. Mind you, Draycott, it did not ring as usual. I could only just hear it ringing, though it was close to me. And I could only hear a whisper when I put my ear to it. But when you spoke, I heard you quite distinctly. Now, I believe there was somebody at this end of the telephone. You were here, and though you saw no one, you, too, felt there was someone there." The man nodded. "I'm not a nervous man, sir," he said, "and I don't deal in fancies. But there was something there. It was hovering about the instrument, and it wasn't the wind, because there wasn't a breath of wind stirring, and the night was warm, and I shut the window to make certain. But it went about the room, sir, for an hour or more. It rustled the leaves of the telephone book, and it ruffled my hair when it came close to me. And it was bitter cold, sir." The doctor looked him straight in the face. "Did it remind you of what had been done yesterday morning?" he asked suddenly. Again the man hesitated. "Yes, sir," he said at length. "Convict Charles Linkworth." Dr. Teasdale nodded reassuringly. "That's it," he said. "Now, are you on duty tonight?" "Yes, sir. I wish I wasn't." "I know how you feel. I have felt exactly the same myself. Now, whatever this is, it seems to want to communicate with me. By the way, did you have any disturbance in the prison last night?" "Yes, sir. There was half a dozen men who had the nightmare. Yelling and screaming they were, and quiet men, too, usually. It happens sometimes the night after an execution. I've known it before, though nothing like what it was last night." "I see. Now, if this thing you can't see wants us to get at the telephone again tonight, give it every chance. It will probably come about the same time. I can't tell you why, but that usually happens. So, unless you must, don't be in this room where the telephone is. Just for an hour to give it plenty of time between 9:30 and 10:30. I will be ready for it at the other end. Supposing I am rung up, I will, when it has finished, ring you up to make sure that I was not being called in the usual way. And there is nothing to be afraid of, sir? Asked the man. Dr. Teasdale remembered his own moment of terror this morning, but he spoke quite sincerely. I am sure there is nothing to be afraid of, he said, reassuringly. Dr. Teasdale had a dinner engagement that night, which he broke, and was sitting alone in his study at 9:30. In the present state of human ignorance as to the law which governs the movements of spirits severed from the body, he could not tell the warder why it was that their visits are so often periodic, timed to punctuality according to our scheme of hours, but in scenes of tabulated instances of the appearances of revenants, especially if the soul was in sore need of help, as might be the case here. He found that they came at the same hour of day or night. As a rule, too, their power of making themselves seen or heard or felt grew greater for some little while after death, subsequently growing weaker as they became less earthbound, or often, after that, ceasing altogether. And he was prepared tonight for a less indistinct impression. The spirit, apparently for the early hours of its disembodiment, is weak, like a moth newly broken from its chrysalis. And then suddenly the telephone bell rang, not so faintly as the night before, but still not with its ordinary imperative tone. Dr. Teasdale instantly got up, put the receiver to his ear, and what he heard was heart-broken sobbing, strong spasms that seemed to tear the weeper. He waited for a little before speaking, himself cold with some nameless fear, and yet profoundly moved to help, if he was able. "Yes, yes," he said at length, hearing his own voice tremble. "I am Dr. Teasdale. What can I do for you?" "And who are you?" he added, though he felt that it was a needless question. Slowly the sobbing died down. The whispers took its place, still broken by crying. "I want to tell you, sir. I want to tell. I must tell." "Yes. Tell me. What is it?" said the doctor. No, not you. Another gentleman who used to come to see me. Will you speak to him, what I say to you? I can't make him hear or see me." "Who are you?" asked Dr. Teasdale suddenly. "Charles Linkworth. I thought you knew. I'm very miserable. I can't leave the prison, and it's cold. Will you send for the other gentleman?" "Do you mean the chaplain?" asked Dr. Teasdale. "Yes, the chaplain. He read the service when I went across the yard yesterday. I shan't be so miserable when I've been told." The doctor hesitated a moment. This was a strange story that he would have to tell Mr. Dawkins, the prison chaplain, that at the other end of the telephone was the spirit of the man executed yesterday. And yet he soberly believed that it was so, that this unhappy spirit was in misery and wanted to tell. There was no need to ask what he wanted to tell. "Yes, I will ask him to come here," he said at length. "Thank you, sir, 1,000 times. You will make him come, won't you?" The voice was growing fainter. "It must be tomorrow night," it said. "I can't speak longer now. I have to go to see. Oh, my God, my God!" The sobs broke out afresh, sounding fainter and fainter. But it was in a frenzy of terrified interest that Dr. Teasdale spoke. "To what? To see to what?" he cried. "Tell me what you are doing. What is happening to you?" "I can't tell you. "I mayn't tell you," said the voice, very faint. "That is Pa." And it died away altogether. Dr. Teasdale waited a little, but there was no further sound of any kind, except the chuckling and croaking of the instrument. He put the receiver onto its hook again, and then became aware for the first time that his forehead was streaming with some cold dew of horror. His ears sang, his heart beat very quick and faint, and he sat down to recover himself. Once or twice he asked himself if it was possible that some terrible joke was being played on him. But he knew that it could not be so. He felt perfectly sure that he had been speaking with a soul in torment of contrition for the terrible and irredeemable act it had committed. It was no delusion of his senses either. Here in this comfortable room of his in Bedford Square, with London cheerfully roaring round him, he had spoken with the spirit of Charles Linkworth. But he had no time, nor indeed inclination, for somehow his soul sat shuddering within him, to indulge in meditation. First of all, he rang up the prison. "Warder Draycott?" he asked. There was a perceptible tremor in the man's voice as he answered. "Yes, sir." "Is it Dr. Teasdale?" "Yes. Has anything happened here with you?" Twice it seemed that the man tried to speak and could not. At the third attempt the words came. "Yes, sir. He has been here. I saw him go into the room where the telephone is." "Ah! Did you speak to him?" "No, sir. I sweated and prayed, and there's half a dozen men here as well as been screaming in their sleep tonight, but it's quiet again now. I think he has gone into the execution shed." "Yes. Well, I think there will be no more disturbance now. Oh, by the way, please give me Mr. Dawkins' home address." This was given him, and Dr. Teasdale proceeded to write to the chaplain, asking him to dine with him on the following night. But suddenly he found that he could not write at his accustomed desk, with the telephone standing close to him, and he went upstairs to the drawing-room which he seldom used, except when he entertained his friends. There he recaptured the serenity of his nerves, and could control his hand. The note simply asked Mr. Dawkins to dine with him next night, when he wished to tell him a very strange history, and ask his help. "Even if you have any other engagement," he concluded, "I seriously request you to give it up. Tonight I did the same. I should bitterly have regretted it if I had not." Next night, accordingly, the two sat at their dinner in the doctor's dining-room, and when they were left to their cigarettes and coffee, the doctor spoke. "You must not think me mad, my dear Dawkins," he said, "when you hear what I have got to tell you." Mr. Dawkins laughed. "I will certainly promise not to do that," he said. "Good. Last night, and the night before, a little later in the evening than this, I spoke through the telephone with the spirit of the man we saw executed 2 days ago, Charles Linkworth." The chaplain did not laugh. He pushed back his chair, looking annoyed. "Teasdale," he said, "is it to tell me this? I don't want to be rude, but this bogey tale that you have brought me here this evening—" "Yes. You have not heard half of it. He asked me last night to get hold of you. He wants to tell you something. We can guess, I think, what it is." Dawkins got up. "Please let me hear no more of it," he said. "The dead do not return. In what state or under what condition they exist has not been revealed to us, but they have done with all material things." "But I must tell you more," said the doctor. 2 nights ago I was rung up, but very faintly, and could only hear whispers. I instantly inquired where the call came from, and was told it came from the prison. I rang up the prison, and Warder Draycott told me that nobody had rung me up. He, too, was conscious of a presence. "I think that man drinks," said Dawkins sharply. The doctor paused a moment. "My dear fellow, "You should not say that sort of thing," he said. "He is one of the steadiest men we have got, and if he drinks, why not I also?" The chaplain sat down again. "You must forgive me," he said, "but I can't go into this. There are dangerous matters to meddle with. Besides, how do you know it is not a hoax?" "Played by whom?" asked the doctor. "Hark!" The telephone bell suddenly rang. It was clearly audible to the doctor. "Don't you hear it?" he said. "Hear what?" "The telephone bell ringing." "I hear no bell," said the chaplain, rather angrily. "There is no bell ringing." The doctor did not answer, but went through into his study and turned on the lights. Then he took the receiver and mouthpiece off its hook. "Yes," he said, in a voice that trembled. "Who is it?" "Yes, Mr. Dawkins is here. I will try and get him to speak to you." He went back into the other room. "Dawkins," he said, "there is a soul in agony. I pray you to listen. For God's sake, come and listen." The chaplain hesitated a moment. "As you will," he said. He took up the receiver and put it to his ear. "I am Mr. Dawkins," he said. He waited. "I can hear nothing whatever," he said at length. There was something there, the faintest whisper." Try to hear," said the doctor. Again the chaplain listened. Suddenly he laid the instrument down, frowning. Somebody said, 'I killed her. I confess it. I want to be forgiven. It's a hoax, my dear Teasdale. Somebody, knowing your spiritualistic leanings, is playing a very grim joke on you. I can't believe it." Dr. Teasdale took up the receiver. "I am Dr. Teasdale," he said. "Can you give Mr. Dawkins some sign that it is you?" Then he laid it down again. "He says he thinks he can," he said. "We must wait." The evening was again very warm, and the window into the paved yard at the back of the house was open. For 5 minutes or so the two men stood in silence, waiting, and nothing happened. Then the chaplain spoke. "I think that is sufficiently conclusive," he said. Even as he spoke, a very cold draught of air suddenly blew into the room, making the papers on the desk rustle. Dr. Teasdale went to the window and closed it. "Did you feel that?" he asked. "Yes. A breath of air, chilly." Once again in the closed room it stirred again. "And did you feel that?" asked the doctor. The chaplain nodded. He felt his heart hammering in his throat suddenly. "Defend us from all peril and danger of this coming night," he exclaimed. "Something is coming," said the doctor. As he spoke it came. In the centre of the room, not 3 yards away from them, stood the figure of a man with his head bent over onto his shoulder, so that the face was not visible. Then he took his head in both his hands, and raised it like a weight, and looked them in the face. The eyes and tongue protruded. A livid mark was round the neck. Then there came a sharp rattle on the boards of the floor, and the figure was no longer there. But on the floor there lay a new rope. For a while, a long while, neither spoke. The sweat poured off the doctor's face, and the chaplain's white lips whispered prayers. Then, by a huge effort, the doctor pulled himself together. He pointed at the rope. "It has been missing since the execution," he said. Then again the telephone bell rang. This time the chaplain needed no prompting. He went to it at once, and the ringing ceased. For a while he listened in silence. "Charles Linkworth," he said at length, "in the sight of God, in whose presence you stand, are you truly sorry for your sin?" Some answer, inaudible to the doctor, came. and the chaplain closed his eyes, and Dr. Teasdale knelt as he heard the words of the absolution. At the close there was silence again. "I can hear nothing more," said the chaplain, replacing the receiver. Presently the doctor's manservant came in with the tray of spirits and siphon. Dr. Teasdale pointed without looking to where the apparition had been. "Take the rope that is there and burn it, Parker," he said. There was a moment's silence. "There is no rope, sir," said Parker.
On the Brighton Road, by Richard Middleton. Slowly the sun had climbed up the hard white downs, till it broke, with little of the mysterious ritual of dawn, upon a sparkling world of snow. There had been a hard frost during the night, and the birds who hopped about here and there with scant tolerance of life left no trace of their passage on the silver pavements. In places, the sheltered caverns of the hedges broke the monotony of the whiteness that had fallen upon the coloured earth, and overhead the sky melted from orange to deep blue, from deep blue to a blue so pale that it suggested a thin paper screen rather than illimitable space. Across the level fields there came a cold, silent wind, which blew fine dust of snow from the trees, but hardly stirred the crested hedges. Once above the skyline, the sun seemed to climb more quickly, and as it rose higher, it began to give out a heat that blended with the keenness of the wind. It may have been this strange alternation of heat and cold that disturbed the tramp in his dreams, for he struggled for a moment with the snow that covered him, like a man who finds himself twisted uncomfortably in the bedclothes, and then sat up with staring, questioning eyes. "Lord, I thought I was in a bed," he said to himself, as he took in the vacant landscape. "And all the while, I was out here." He stretched his limbs, and rising carefully to his feet, shook the snow off his body. As he did so, the wind set him shivering, and he knew that his bed had been warm. "Come, I feel pretty fit," he thought. "I suppose I'm lucky to wake at all in this, or unlucky. It isn't much of a business to come back to." He looked up, and saw the Downs shining against the blue, like the Alps on a picture postcard. "That means another 40 miles or so, I suppose," he continued grimly. "Lord knows what I did yesterday. Walked till I was done, and now I'm only about 12 miles from Brighton. Damn the snow. Damn Brighton. Damn everything." The sun crept up higher and higher, and he started walking patiently along the road with his back turned to the hills. Am I glad or sorry that it was only sleep that took me? Glad or sorry, glad or sorry. His thoughts seemed to arrange themselves in a metrical accompaniment to the steady thud of his footsteps, and he hardly sought an answer to his question. It was good enough to walk to. Presently, when 3 milestones had loitered past, he overtook a boy who was stooping to light a cigarette. He wore no overcoat and looked unspeakably fragile against the snow. "Are you on the road, Governor?" asked the boy huskily as he passed. "I think I am," the tramp said. "Oh, then I'll come a bit of the way with you, if you don't walk too fast. It's a bit lonesome walking this time of day." The tramp nodded his head, and the boy started limping along by his side. "I'm 18, he said casually. "I bet you thought I was younger." 15, I'd have said. "You'd a back to loser. 18 last August, and I've been on the road 6 years. I ran away from home 5 times when I was a little un, and the police took me back each time. Very good to me, the police was. Now, I haven't got a home to run away from." "Nor have I," the tramp said calmly. "Oh, I can see what you are," the boy panted. "You're a gentleman, come down. It's harder for you than for me." The tramp glanced at the limping, feeble figure, and lessened his pace. "I haven't been at it as long as you have," he admitted. "No, I could tell that by the way you walk. You haven't got tired yet. Perhaps you expect something the other end. The tramp reflected for a moment. I don't know, he said bitterly. I'm always expecting things. You'll grow out of that, the boy commented. It's warmer in London, but it's harder to come by grub. There ain't much in it, really. Still, there's the chance of meeting somebody there who will understand. Country people are better, the boy interrupted. Last night, I took a lease of a barn for nothing and slept with the cows, and this morning the farmer routed me out and gave me tea and toke because I was little. Of course I score there, but in London, soup on the embankment at night and all the rest of the time coppers moving you on. I dropped by the roadside last night and slept where I fell. It's a wonder I didn't die, the tramp said. The boy looked at him sharply. How do you know you didn't? He said. I don't see it, the tramp said, after a pause. I'll tell you, the boy said hoarsely. People like us can't get away from this sort of thing if we want to. Always hungry and thirsty and dog-tired and walking all the time. And yet if anyone offers me a nice home and work, my stomach feels sick. Do I look strong? I know I'm little for my age, but I've been knocking about like this for 6 years. And do you think I'm not dead? I was drowned bathing at Margate, and I was killed by a gypsy with a spike. He knocked me head right in. And twice I was froze, like you last night. And a motor cut me down on this very road, and yet I'm walking along here now, walking to London, to walk away from it again, because I can't help it. Dead. I tell you, we can't get away if we want to. The boy broke off in a fit of coughing, and the tramp paused while he recovered. You'd better borrow my coat for a bit, Tommy, he said. Your cough's pretty bad. You go to hell, the boy said fiercely, puffing at his cigarette. I'm all right. I was telling you about the road. You haven't got down to it yet, but you'll find out presently. We're all dead, all of us who are on it, and we're all tired, yet somehow we can't leave it. There's nice smells in the summer, dust and hay, and the wind smack in your face on a hot day, and it's nice waking up in the wet grass on a fine morning. I don't know. He lurched forward suddenly, and the tramp caught him in his arms. I'm sick, the boy whispered. Sick. The tramp looked up and down the road, but he could see no houses or any sign of help. Yet, even as he supported the boy doubtfully in the middle of the road, a motor car suddenly flashed in the middle distance and came smoothly through the snow. What's the trouble? Said the driver quietly as he pulled up. I'm a doctor. He looked at the boy keenly and listened to his strained breathing. Pneumonia, he commented. I'll give him a lift to the infirmary. And you too, if you like. The tramp thought of the workhouse and shook his head. I'd rather walk, he said. The boy winked faintly as they lifted him into the car. I'll meet you beyond Reigate, he murmured to the tramp. You'll see. And the car vanished along the white road. All the morning the tramp splashed through the thawing snow, but at midday he begged some bread at a cottage door and crept into a lonely barn to eat it. It was warm in there, and after his meal he fell asleep among the hay. It was dark when he woke, and started trudging once more through the slushy roads. 2 miles beyond Reigate, a figure, a fragile figure, slipped out of the darkness to meet him. On the road, Governor, said a husky voice. Then I'll come a bit of the way with you, if you don't walk too fast. It's a bit lonesome walking this time of day. But the pneumonia, cried the tramp, aghast. I died at Crawley this morning. said the boy.
Bone to His Bone, by E.G. Swain. William Whitehead, Fellow of Emmanuel College in the University of Cambridge, became Vicar of Stoneground in the year 1731. The annals of his incumbency were doubtless short and simple. They have not survived. In his day were no newspapers to collect gossip, no parish magazines to record the simple events of parochial life. One event, however, of greater moment then than now, is recorded in two places. Vicar Whitehead failed in health after 23 years of work, and journeyed to Bath in what his monument calls the vain hope of being restored. The duration of his visit is unknown. It is reasonable to suppose that he made his journey in the summer. It is certain that by the month of November his physician told him to lay aside all hope of recovery. Then it was that the thoughts of the patient turned to the comfortable, straggling vicarage he had left at Stoneground, in which he had hoped to end his days. He prayed that his successor might be as happy there as he had been himself. Setting his affairs in order, as became one who had but a short time to live, he executed a will bequeathing to the vicars of Stoneground for ever the close of ground he had recently purchased, because it lay next to the vicarage garden. And by a codicil he added to the bequest his library of books. Within a few days William Whitehead was gathered to his fathers. A mural tablet in the north aisle of the church records in Latin his services and his bequests, his 2 marriages, and his fruitless journey to Bath. The house he loved, but never again saw, was taken down 40 years later and rebuilt by Vicar James Devy. The garden, with Vicar Whitehead's close of ground and other adjacent lands, was opened out and planted, somewhat before 1850, by Vicar Robert Towerson. The aspect of everything has changed. But in a convenient chamber on the first floor of the present vicarage, the library of Vicar Whitehead stands very much as he used it and loved it, and as he bequeathed it to his successors forever. The books there are arranged as he arranged and ticketed them. Little slips of paper, sometimes bearing interesting fragments of writing, still mark his places. His marginal comments still give life to pages from which all other interest has faded, and he would have but a dull imagination who could sit in the chamber amidst these books without ever being carried back 180 years into the past, to the time when the newest of them left the printer's hands. Of those into whose possession the books have come, some have doubtless loved them more, and some less. Some perhaps have left them severely alone. But neither those who loved them, nor those who loved them not, have lost them, and they passed, some century and a half after William Whitehead's death, into the hands of Mr. Batchel, who loved them as a father loves his children. He lived alone, and had few domestic cares to distract his mind. He was able, therefore, to enjoy to the full what Vicar Whitehead had enjoyed so long before him. During many a long summer evening would he sit poring over long-forgotten books, and since the chamber, otherwise called the library, faced the south, he could also spend sunny winter mornings there without discomfort. Writing at a small table, or reading as he stood at a tall desk, he would browse amongst the books, like an ox in a pleasant pasture. There were other times also at which Mr. Batchel would use the books. Not being a sound sleeper, for book-loving men seldom are, he elected to use as a bedroom one of the 2 chambers which opened at either side into the library. The arrangement enabled him to beguile many a sleepless hour amongst the books, and in view of these nocturnal visits he kept a candle standing in a sconce above the desk, and matches always ready to his hand. There was one disadvantage in this close proximity of his bed to the library. Owing apparently to some defect in the fittings of the room, which, having no mechanical tastes, Mr. Batchel had never investigated, there could be heard, in the stillness of the night, exactly such sounds as might arise from a person moving about amongst the books. Visitors using the other adjacent room would often remark at breakfast that they had heard their host in the library at 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, when in fact he had not left his bed. Invariably, Mr. Batchel allowed them to suppose that he had been where they thought him. He disliked idle controversy, and was unwilling to afford an opening for supernatural talk. Knowing well enough the sounds by which his guests had been deceived, he wanted no other explanation of them than his own, though it was of too vague a character to count as an explanation. He conjectured that the window sashes, or the doors, or something, were defective, and was too phlegmatic and too unpractical to make any investigation. The matter gave him no concern. Persons whose sleep is uncertain are apt to have their worst nights when they would like their best. The consciousness of a special need for rest seems to bring enough mental disturbance to forbid it. So on Christmas Eve, in the year 1907, Mr. Batchel, who would have liked to sleep well, in view of the labours of Christmas Day, lay hopelessly wide awake. He exhausted all the known devices for courting sleep, and at the end found himself wider awake than ever. A brilliant moon shone into his room, for he hated window blinds. There was a light wind blowing, and the sounds in the library were more than usually suggestive of a person moving about. He almost determined to have the sashes seen to, although he could seldom be induced to have anything seen to. He disliked changes, even for the better, and would submit to great inconvenience rather than have things altered with which he had become familiar. As he revolved these matters in his mind, he heard the clock strike the hour of midnight, and having now lost all hope of falling asleep, he rose from his bed, got into a large dressing-gown which hung in readiness for such occasions, and passed into the library with the intention of reading himself sleepy, if he could. The moon, by this time, had passed out of the south, and the library seemed all the darker by contrast with the moonlit chamber he had left. He could see nothing but two blue-grey rectangles formed by the windows against the sky, the furniture of the room being altogether invisible. Groping along to where the table stood, Mr. Batchel felt over its surface for the matches which usually lay there. He found, however, that the table was cleared of everything. He raised his right hand, therefore, in order to feel his way to a shelf where the matches were sometimes mislaid, and at that moment, whilst his hand was in mid-air, the matchbox was gently put into it. Well, such an incident could hardly fail to disturb even a phlegmatic person, and Mr. Batchel cried, "Who's this?" somewhat nervously. There was no answer. He struck a match, looked hastily round the room, and found it empty, as usual. There was everything, that is to say, that he was accustomed to see, but no other person than himself. It was not quite accurate, however, to say that everything was in its usual state. Upon the tall desk lay a quarto volume that he had certainly not placed there. It was his quite invariable practice to replace his books upon the shelves after using them, and what we may call his library habits were precise and methodical. A book out of place like this was not only an offence against good order, but a sign that his privacy had been intruded upon. With some surprise, therefore, he lit the candle standing ready in the sconce, and proceeded to examine the book, not sorry, in the disturbed condition in which he was, to have an occupation found for him. The book proved to be one with which he was unfamiliar, and this made it certain that some other hand than his had removed it from its place. Its title was The Complete Gardener of Monsieur de la Cointigne, made English by John Evelyn, Esquire. It was not a work in which Mr. Batchel felt any great interest. It consisted of divers reflections on various parts of husbandry, doubtless entertaining enough, but too deliberate and discursive for practical purposes. He had certainly never used the book, and growing restless now in mind, said to himself that some boy having the freedom of the house had taken it down from its place in the hope of finding pictures. But even whilst he made this explanation, he felt its weakness. To begin with, the desk was too high for a boy. The improbability that any boy would place a book there was equalled by the improbability that he would leave it there. To discover its uninviting character would be the work only of a moment, and no boy would have brought it so far from its shelf. Mr. Batchel had, however, come to read, and habit was too strong with him to be wholly set aside. Leaving the Complete Gardener on the desk, he turned round to the shelves to find some more congenial reading. Hardly had he done this, when he was startled by a sharp rap upon the desk behind him, followed by a rustling of paper. He turned quickly about, and saw the quarto lying open. In obedience to the instinct of the moment, he at once sought a natural cause for what he saw. Only a wind, and that of the strongest, could have opened the book and laid back its heavy cover, and though he accepted for a brief moment that explanation, he was too candid to retain it longer. The wind out of doors was very light. The window sash was closed and latched, and, to decide the matter finally, the book had its back and not its edges turned towards the only quarter from which a wind could strike. Mr. Batchel approached the desk again and stood over the book. With increasing perturbation of mind, for he still thought of the matchbox, he looked upon the open page. Without much reason beyond that he felt constrained to do something, he read the words of the half-completed sentence at the turn of the page. At dead of night he left the house and passed into the solitude of the garden. But he read no more, nor did he give himself the trouble of discovering whose midnight wandering was being described, although the habit was singularly like one of his own. He was in no condition for reading, and turning his back upon the volume, he slowly paced the length of the chamber, wondering at that which had come to pass. He reached the opposite end of the chamber, and was in the act of turning, when again he heard the rustling of paper, and by the time he had faced round, saw the leaves of the book again turning over. In a moment the volume lay at rest, open in another place, and there was no further movement as he approached it. To make sure that he had not been deceived, he read again the words as they entered the page. The author was following a not uncommon practice of the time, and throwing common speech into forms suggested by Holy Writ. So dig, it said, that ye may obtain. This passage, which to Mr. Batchel seemed reprehensible in its levity, excited at once his interest and his disapproval. He was prepared to read more, but this time was not allowed. Before his eye could pass beyond the passage already cited, the leaves of the book slowly turned again, and presented but a termination of 5 words and a colophon. The words were, "To the north, an ilex." These 3 passages, in which he saw no meaning and no connection, began to entangle themselves together in Mr. Batchel's mind. He found himself repeating them in different orders, now beginning with one, and now with another. Any further attempt at reading he felt to be impossible, and he was in no mind for any more experiences of the unaccountable. Sleep was, of course, further from him than ever, if that were conceivable. What he did, therefore, was to blow out the candle, to return to his moonlit bedroom and put on more clothing, and then to pass downstairs with the object of going out of doors. It was not unusual with Mr. Batchel to walk about his garden at night-time. This form of exercise had often, after a wakeful hour, sent him back to his bed refreshed and ready for sleep. The convenient access to the garden at such times lay through his study, whose French windows opened onto a short flight of steps, and upon these he now paused for a moment to admire the snow-like appearance of the lawns, bathed as they were in the moonlight. As he paused, he heard the city clock strike the half-hour after midnight, and he could not forbear repeating aloud, "At dead of night he left the house, and passed into the solitude of the garden." It was solitary enough. At intervals the screech of an owl, and now and then the noise of a train, seemed to emphasize the solitude by drawing attention to it, and then leaving it in possession of the night. Mr. Batchel found himself wondering and conjecturing what Vicar Whitehead, who had acquired the close of land to secure quiet and privacy for a garden, would have thought of the railways to the west and north. He turned his face northwards, whence a whistle had just sounded, and saw a tree beautifully outlined against the sky. His breath caught at the sight. Not because the tree was unfamiliar, Mr. Batchel knew all his trees, but what he had seen was, to the north, an ilex. And Mr. Batchel knew not what to make of it all. He had walked into the garden hundreds of times, and as often seen the ilex, but the words out of The Complete Gardener seemed to be pursuing him in a way that made him almost afraid. His temperament, however, as has been already said, was phlegmatic. It was commonly said, and Mr. Batchel approved the verdict, whilst he condemned its inexactness, that his nerves were made of fiddle-string. So he braced himself afresh and set upon his walk round the silent garden, which he was accustomed to begin in a northerly direction, and was now too proud to change. He usually passed the ilex at the beginning of his perambulation, and so would pass it now. He did not pass it. A small discovery, as he reached it, annoyed and disturbed him. His gardener, as careful and punctilious as himself, never failed to house all his tools at the end of a day's work. Yet there, under the ilex, standing upright in moonlight brilliant enough to cast a shadow of it, was a spade. Mr. Batchel's second thought was one of relief. After his extraordinary experiences in the library, he hardly knew now whether they had been real or not, something quite commonplace would act sedatively, and he determined to carry the spade to the tool-house. The soil was quite dry, and the surface even a little frozen, so Mr. Batchel left the path, walked up to the spade, and would have drawn it towards him. But it was as if he had made the attempt upon the trunk of the ilex itself. The spade would not be moved. Then, first with one hand and then with both, he tried to raise it, and still it stood firm. Mr. Batchel, of course, attributed this to the frost, slight as it was. Wondering at the spade's being there, and annoyed at its being frozen, he was about to leave it and continue his walk, when the remaining words of The Complete Gardener seemed rather to utter themselves than to await his will. So dig, that ye may obtain. Mr. Batchel's power of independent action now deserted him. He took the spade, which no longer resisted, and began to dig.
5 spadefuls and no more, he said aloud. This is all foolishness.
4 spadefuls of earth he then raised and spread out before him in the moonlight. There was nothing unusual to be seen, nor did Mr. Batchel decide what he would look for, whether coins, jewels, documents in canisters, or weapons. In point of fact, he dug against what he deemed his better judgment, and expected nothing. He spread before him the 5th and last spadeful of earth, not quite without result, but with no result that was at all sensational. The earth contained a bone. Mr. Batchel's knowledge of anatomy was sufficient to show him that it was a human bone. He identified it, even by moonlight, as the radius, a bone of the forearm, as he removed the earth from it with his thumb. Such a discovery might be thought worthy of more than the very ordinary interest Mr. Batchel showed. As a matter of fact, the presence of a human bone was easily to be accounted for. Recent excavations within the church had caused the upturning of numberless bones, which had been collected and reverently buried. But an earth-stained bone is also easily overlooked, and this radius had obviously found its way into the garden with some of the earth brought out of the church. Mr. Batchel was glad, rather than regretful, at this termination to his adventure. He was once more provided with something to do. The reinterment of such bones as this had been his constant care, and he decided at once to restore the bone to consecrated earth. The time seemed opportune. The eyes of the curious were closed in sleep. He himself was still alert and wakeful. The spade remained by his side, and the bone in his hand. So he betook himself there and then to the churchyard. By the still generous light of the moon, he found a place where the earth yielded to his spade, and within a few minutes the bone was laid decently to earth, some 18 inches deep. The city clock struck 1 as he finished. The whole world seemed asleep, and Mr. Batchel slowly returned to the garden with his spade. As he hung it in its accustomed place, he felt stealing over him the welcome desire to sleep. He walked quietly on to the house and ascended to his room. It was now dark. The moon had passed on and left the room in shadow. He lit a candle, and before undressing passed into the library. He had an irresistible curiosity to see the passages in John Evelyn's book which had so strangely adapted themselves to the events of the past hour. In the library, a last surprise awaited him. The desk upon which the book had lain was empty. The Complete Gardener stood in its place on the shelf. And then Mr. Batchel knew that he had handled a bone of William Whitehead, and that in response to his own entreaty.
The True History of Anthony Ffryar, by Arthur Gray. The world, it is said, knows nothing of its greatest men. In our Cambridge microcosm, it may be doubted whether we are better informed concerning some of the departed great ones who once walked the confines of our colleges. Which of us has heard of Anthony Ffryar of Jesus? History is dumb respecting him. Yet, but for the unhappy event recorded in this unadorned chronicle, his fame might have stood with that of Bacon of Trinity or Harvey of Keys. They lived to be old men. Ffryar died before he was 30, his work unfinished, his fame unknown even to his contemporaries. So meagre is the record of his life's work that it is contained in a few bare notices in the college bursar's books, in the grace books which date his matriculation and degrees, and in the entry of his burial in the register of All Saints' Parish. These simple annals I have ventured to supplement with details of a more or less hypothetical character, which will serve to show what humanity lost by his early death. Readers will be able to judge for themselves the degree of care which I have taken not to import into the story anything which may savour of the improbable or romantic. Anthony Ffryar matriculated in the year 1541-2, his age being then probably 15 or 16. He took his B.A. degree in 1545, his M.A. in 1548. He became a fellow about the end of 1547 and died in the summer of 1551. Such are the documentary facts relating to him. Dr. Reston was master of the college during the whole of his tenure of a fellowship, and died in the same year as Ffryar. The chamber which Ffryar occupied as a fellow was on the first floor of the staircase at the west end of the chapel. The staircase has since been absorbed in the master's lodge, but the doorway through which it was approached from the cloister may still be seen. At the time when Ffryar lived there, the nave of the chapel was used as a parish church, and his windows overlooked the graveyard, then called Jesus' Churchyard, which is now part of the master's garden. Ffryar was, of course, a priest, as were nearly all the fellows in his day. But I do not gather that he was a theologian, or complied more than formally with the obligation of his orders. He came to Cambridge when the 6 Articles and the suppression of the monasteries were of fresh and burning import. He became a fellow in the harsh Protestant days of Protector Somerset, and in all his time the master and the fellows were in scarcely disavowed sympathy with the rites and beliefs of the old religion. Yet in the battle of creeds I imagine that he took no part and no interest. I should suppose that he was a somewhat solitary man, an insatiable student of nature, and that his sympathies with humanity were starved by his absorption in the new science which dawned on Cambridge at the Reformation. When I say that he was an alchemist, do not suppose that in the middle of the 16th century the name of alchemy carried with it any associations with credulity or imposture. It was a real science, and a subject of university study then, as its godchildren, physics and chemistry, are now. If the aims of its professors were transcendental, its methods were genuinely based on research. Ffryar was no visionary, but a man of sense, hard and practical. To the study of alchemy he was drawn by no hopes of gain, not even of fame, and still less by any desire to benefit mankind. He was actuated solely by an unquenchable passion for enquiry, a passion sterilizing to all other feeling. To the somnambulisms of the less scientific disciples of his school, such as the philosopher's stone and the elixir of life, he showed himself a chill agnostic. All his thought and energies were concentrated on the discovery of the magisterium, the master cure of all human ailments. For 4 years in his laboratory in the cloister, he had toiled at this pursuit. More than once, when it had seemed most near, it had eluded his grasp. More than once, he had been tempted to abandon it as a mystery insoluble. In the summer of 1551, the discovery waited at his door. He was sure, certain of success, which only experiment could prove. And with the certainty, a new passion arose in his heart, to make the name of Ffryar glorious in the healing profession as that of Galen or Hippocrates. In a few days, even within a few hours, the fame of his discovery would go out into all the world. The summer of 1551 was a sad time in Cambridge. It was marked by a more than usually fatal outbreak of the epidemic called the sweat, when, as Fuller says, patients ended or mended in 24 hours. It had smouldered some time in the town before it appeared with sudden and dreadful violence in Jesus College. The first to go was little Gregory Grange, schoolboy and chorister, who was lodged in the college school in the outer court. He was barely 13 years old, and known by sight to Anthony Ffryar. He died on July the 31st, and was buried the same day in Jesus' churchyard. The service for his burial was held in the chapel, and at night, as was customary in those days. Funerals in college were no uncommon event in the 16th century. But in the death of the poor child, among strangers, there was something to move even the cold heart of Ffryar, and not the pity of it only impressed him. The dim chapel, the master and fellows obscurely ranged in their stalls and shrouded in their hoods, the long-drawn miserable chanting, and the childish trebles of the boys who had been Gregory's fellows, struck a chill into him which was not to be shaken off. 3 days passed, and another chorister died. The college gates were barred and guarded, and except by a selected messenger, communication with the town was cut off. The precaution was unavailing, and the boys' usher, Mr. Stevenson, died on August the 5th. One of the junior fellows, Sir Stainer, Sir being the equivalent of B.A., followed on August the 7th. The master, Dr. Reston, died the next day. A gaunt, severe man was Dr. Reston, whom his fellows feared. The death of a Master of Arts on August the 9th, for a time, completed the melancholy list. Before this, the frightened fellows had taken action. The scholars were dismissed to their homes on August the 6th. Some of the fellows abandoned the college at the same time. The rest, a terrified conclave, met on August the 8th and decreed that the college should be closed until the pestilence should have abated. Until that time, it was to be occupied by a certain Robert Laycock, who was a college servant, and his only communication with the outside world was to be through his son, who lived in Jesus Lane. The decree was perhaps the result of the master's death, for he was not present at the meeting. Goodman Laycock, as he was commonly called, might have been the sole tenant of the college, but for the unalterable decision of Ffryar to remain there. At all hazards, his research, now on the eve of realization, must proceed. Without the aid of his laboratory in college, it would miserably hang fire. Besides, he had an absolute assurance of his own immunity, if the experiment answered his confident expectations, and his fancy was elated with the thought of standing like another Aaron between the living and the dead, and staying the pestilence with the potent magisterium. Until then, he would bar his door even against Laycock, and his supplies of food should be left on the staircase landing. Solitude, for him, was neither unfamiliar nor terrible. So, for 3 days, Ffryar and Laycock inhabited the cloister, solitary and separate. For 3 days, in the absorption of his research, Ffryar forgot fear, forgot the pestilence-stricken world beyond the gate, almost forgot to consume the daily dole of food laid outside his door. August the 12th was the day, so faithful to humanity, when his labours were to be crowned with victory. Before midnight, the secret of the magisterium would be solved. Evening began to close in before he could begin the experiment which was to be his last. It must of necessity be a labour of some hours, and before it began, he bethought him that he had not tasted food since early morning. He unbarred his door and looked for the expected portion. It was not there. Vexed at the remissness of Laycock, he waited for a while and listened for his approaching footsteps. At last he took courage and descended to the cloister. He called for Laycock, but heard no response. He resolved to go as far as the buttery door and knock. Laycock lived and slept in the buttery. At the buttery door he beat and cried on Laycock, but in answer he heard only the sound of scurrying rats. He went to the window by the hatch where he knew that the old man's bed lay, and called to him again. Still there was silence. At last he resolved to force himself through the unglazed window and take what food he could find. In the deep gloom within he stumbled and almost fell over a low object which he made out to be a truckle bed. There was light enough from the window to distinguish, stretched upon it, the form of Goodman Laycock, stark and dead. Sickened and alarmed, Ffryar hurried back to his chamber. More than ever he must hasten the great experiment. When it was ended, his danger would be past, and he could go out into the town to call the buriers for the old man. With trembling hands he lit the brazier which he used for his experiments, laid it on his hearth, and placed thereon the alembic which was to distill the magisterium. Then he sat down to wait. Gradually the darkness thickened, and the sole illuminant of the chamber was the wavering flame of the brazier. He felt feverish, and possessed with a nameless uneasiness which, for all his assurance, he was glad to construe as fear, better that than sickness. In the college and the town without was a deathly silence, stirred only by the sweltering of the distilment, and, as the hours struck, by the beating of the chapel clock, last wound by Laycock. It was as though the dead man spoke. But the repetition of the hours told him that the time of his emancipation was drawing close. Whether he slept, I do not know. He was aroused to vivid consciousness by the clock sounding 1. The time when his experiment should have ended was 10, and he started up with a horrible fear that it had been ruined by his neglect. But it was not so. The fire burnt, the liquid simmered quietly, and so far all was well. Again the college bell boomed a solitary stroke. Then a pause, and another. He opened, or seemed to open, his door, and listened. Again the knell was repeated. His mind went back to the night when he had attended the obsequies of the boy chorister. This must be a funeral tolling. For whom? He thought with a shudder of the dead man in the buttery. He groped his way cautiously down the stairs. It was a still, windless night, and the cloister was dark as death. Arrived at the further side of the court, he turned towards the chapel. Its panes were faintly lighted from within. The door stood open, and he entered. In the place familiar to him at the chancel door, one candle flickered on a bracket. Close to it, his face cast in deep shade by the light from behind, stood the ringer, in a gown of black, silent and absorbed in his melancholy task. Fear had almost given way to wonder in the heart of Ffryar, and as he passed the sombre figure on his way to the chancel door, he looked him resolutely in the face. The ringer was Goodman Laycock. Ffryar passed into the choir, and quietly made his way to his accustomed stall. 4 candles burnt in the central walk, about a figure laid on trestles and draped in a pall of black. 2 choristers, one on either side, stood by it. In the dimness, he could distinguish 4 figures, erect in the stalls on either side of the chapel. Their faces were concealed by their hoods, but in the tall form which occupied the master's seat, it was not difficult to recognize Dr. Reston. The bell ceased, and the service began. With some faint wonder, Ffryar noted that it was the prescribed Roman Mass for the dead. The solemn introit was uttered in the tones of Reston, and in the deep responses of the nearest cowled figure he recognized the voice of Stevenson, the usher. None of the mourners seemed to notice Ffryar's presence. The dreary ceremony drew to a close. The 4 occupants of the stalls descended and gathered round the palled figure in the aisle. With a mechanical impulse, devoid of fear or curiosity, and with a half-prescience of what he should see, Anthony Ffryar drew near and uncovered the dead man's face. He saw himself. At the same moment, the last wailing notes of the Office for the Dead broke from the band of mourners, and one by one the choristers extinguished the 4 tapers. Requiem aeternam dona ei Domine, chanted the hooded 4, and 1 candle went up. Et lux perpetua lucea Dei, was the shrill response of the 2 choristers, and a 2nd was extinguished. Cum sanctis tuis in aeternum, answered the 4, and 1 taper only remained. The master threw back his hood, and turned his dreadful eyes straight upon the living Anthony Ffryar. He threw his hand across the bier and held him tight. Cras tu eris mecum, he muttered, as if in antiphonal reply to the dirge chanters. With a hiss and a sputter, the last candle expired. The hiss and the sputter, and a sudden sense of gloom, recalled Ffryar to the waking world. Alas for labouring science! Alas for the fame of Ffryar! Alas for humanity, dying and doomed to die! The vessel containing the wonderful brew which should have redeemed the world had fallen over and dislodged its contents on the fire below. An accident reparable, surely, within a few hours, but not by Anthony Ffryar. How the night passed with him, no mortal can tell. All that is known further of him is written in the register of All Saints' Parish. If you can discover the ancient volume containing the records of the year 1551, and I am not positive that it now exists, you will find it written, Die Augusti, Tertio Decimo. Burials in Jesus' churchyard. Goodman Laycock, Anthony Ffryar. Of the sickness. Whether he really died of the sweat, I cannot say. But that the living man was sung to his grave by the dead, who were his sole companions in Jesus College on the night of August the 12th, 1551, is as certain and indisputable as any of the other facts which are here set forth in the history of Anthony Ffryar.
The Taipan, by W. Somerset Maugham. No one knew better than he that he was an important person. He was number 1 in not the least important branch of the most important English firm in China. He had worked his way up through solid ability, and he looked back with a faint smile at the callow clerk who had come out to China 30 years before. When he remembered the modest home he had come from, a little red house and a long row of little red houses in Barnes, a suburb which, aiming desperately at the genteel, achieves only a sordid melancholy, and compared it with the magnificent stone mansion, with its wide verandas and spacious rooms, which was at once the office of the company and his own residence, he chuckled with satisfaction. He had come a long way since then. He thought of the high tea to which he sat down when he came home from school. He was at St. Paul's, with his father and mother and his 2 sisters. A slice of cold meat, a great deal of bread and butter and plenty of milk in his tea, everybody helping himself, and then he thought of the state in which he now ate his evening meal. He always dressed, and whether he was alone or not, he expected the 3 boys to wait at table. His number 1 boy knew exactly what he liked, and he never had to bother himself with the details of housekeeping, but he always had a set dinner with soup and fish, entree, roast, sweet and savoury, so that if he wanted to ask anyone in at the last moment, he could. He liked his food, and he did not see why, when he was alone, he should have less good a dinner than when he had a guest. He had indeed gone far. That was why he did not care to go home now. He had not been to England for 10 years, and he took his leave in Japan or Vancouver, where he was sure of meeting old friends from the China coast. He knew no one at home. His sisters had married in their own station, their husbands were clerks and their sons were clerks. There was nothing between him and them. They bored him. He satisfied the claims of relationship by sending them every Christmas a piece of fine silk, some elaborate embroidery, or a case of tea. He was not a mean man, and as long as his mother lived, he had made her an allowance. But when the time came for him to retire, he had no intention of going back to England. He had seen too many men do that, and he knew how often it was a failure. He meant to take a house near the racecourse in Shanghai. What with bridge and his ponies and golf, he expected to get through the rest of his life very comfortably. But he had a good many years before he need think of retiring. In another 5 or 6, Higgins would be going home, and then he would take charge of the head office in Shanghai. Meanwhile, he was very happy where he was. He could save money, which you couldn't do in Shanghai, and have a good time into the bargain. This place had another advantage over Shanghai. He was the most prominent man in the community, and what he said went. Even the consul took care to keep on the right side of him. Once, a consul and he had been at loggerheads, and it was not he who had gone to the wall. The Taipan thrust out his jaw pugnaciously as he thought of the incident. But he smiled, for he felt in an excellent humour. He was walking back to his office from a capital luncheon at the Hong Kong and Shanghai Bank. Yes, they did you very well there. The food was first-rate, and there was plenty of liquor. He had started with a couple of cocktails, then he had some excellent sauterne, and he had finished up with 2 glasses of port and some fine old brandy. He felt good. And when he left, he did a thing that was rare with him. He walked. His bearers, with his chair, kept a few paces behind him, in case he felt inclined to slip into it, but he enjoyed stretching his legs. He did not get enough exercise these days. Now that he was too heavy to ride, it was difficult to get exercise. But if he was too heavy to ride, he could still keep ponies. And as he strolled along in the balmy air, he thought of the spring meeting. He had a couple of griffins that he had hopes of, and one of the lads in his office had turned out a fine jockey. He must see they didn't sneak him away. Old Higgins in Shanghai would give a pot of money to get him over there. And he ought to pull off 2 or 3 races. He flattered himself that he had the finest stable in the city. He pouted his broad chest like a pigeon. It was a beautiful day, and it was good to be alive. He paused as he came to the cemetery. It stood there, neat and orderly, as an evident sign of the community's opulence. He never passed the cemetery without a little glow of pride. He was pleased to be an Englishman. For the cemetery stood in a place, valueless when it was chosen, which, with the increase of the city's affluence, was now worth a great deal of money. It had been suggested that the graves should be moved to another spot, and the land sold for building, but the feeling of the community was against it. It gave the Taipan a sense of satisfaction to think that their dead rested on the most valuable site on the island. It showed that there were things they cared for more than money. Money be blowed! When it came to the things that mattered, this was a favourite phrase with the Taipan, well, one remembered that money wasn't everything. and now he thought he would take a stroll through. He looked at the graves. They were neatly kept, and the pathways were free from weeds. There was a look of prosperity. And as he sauntered along, he read the names on the tombstones. Here were 3 side by side, the captain, the first mate, and the second mate of the bark Mary Baxter, who had all perished together in the typhoon of 1908. Yes, he remembered it well. There was a little group of 2 missionaries, their wives and children, who had been massacred during the Boxer troubles. A shocking thing that had been. Not that he took much stock in missionaries. But hang it all, one couldn't have those damned Chinese massacring them. Then he came to a cross with a name on it he knew. Good chap, Edward Mullock, but he couldn't stand his liquor. Drank himself to death, poor devil, at 25. The Taipan had known a lot of them do that. There were several more neat crosses with a man's name on them, and the age, 25, 26, or 27. It was always the same story. They'd come out to China, they'd never seen so much money before, they were good fellows and they wanted to drink with the rest. They couldn't stand it, and there they were in the cemetery. You had to have a strong head and a fine constitution to drink for drink on the China coast. Of course it was very sad, but the Taipan could hardly help a smile when he thought how many of those young fellows he had drunk underground. And there was a death that had been useful. A fellow in his own firm, senior to him, and a clever chap too. If that fellow had lived, he might not have been Taipan now. Truly the ways of fate were inscrutable. Ah, and here was little Mrs. Turner, Violet Turner. She'd been a pretty little thing. He'd had quite an affair with her. He'd been devilish cut up when she died. He looked at her age on the tombstone. She'd be no chicken if she were alive now. And as he thought of all those dead people, a sense of satisfaction spread through him. He had beaten them all. They were dead, and he was alive. And by George, he'd scored them off. His eyes collected in one picture all those crowded graves, and he smiled scornfully. He very nearly rubbed his hands. No one ever thought I was a fool, he muttered. He had a feeling of good-natured contempt for the gibbering dead. Then, as he strolled along, he came suddenly upon 2 coolies digging a grave. He was astonished, for he had not heard that anyone in the community was dead. "Who the devil's that for?" he said aloud. The coolies did not even look at him. They went on with their work, standing in the grave, deep down, and they shovelled up heavy clods of earth. Though he had been so long in China, he knew no Chinese. In his day it was not thought necessary to learn the damned language, and he asked the coolies in English whose grave they were digging. They did not understand. They answered him in Chinese, and he cursed them for ignorant fools. He knew that Mrs. Broom's child was ailing, and it might have died, but he would certainly have heard of it. And besides, that wasn't a child's grave, it was a man's, and a big man's too. It was uncanny. He wished he hadn't gone into that cemetery. He hurried out and stepped into his chair. His good humour had all gone, and there was an uneasy frown on his face. The moment he got back to his office, he called to his number 2. "I say, Peters, who's dead, do you know?" But Peters knew nothing. The Taipan was puzzled. He called one of the native clerks and sent him to the cemetery to ask the coolies. He began to sign his letters. The clerk came back and said the coolies had gone, and there was no one to ask. The Taipan began to feel vaguely annoyed. He did not like things to happen of which he knew nothing. His own boy would know. His boy always knew everything, and he sent for him. But the boy had heard of no death in the community. "I knew no one was dead," said the Taipan irritably. "But what's the grave for?" He told the boy to go to the overseer of the cemetery and find out what the devil he had dug a grave for when no one was dead.
"Oh, let me have a whisky and soda before you go," he added, as the boy was leaving the room. He did not know why the sight of the grave had made him uncomfortable, but he tried to put it out of his mind. He felt better when he had drunk the whisky, and he finished his work. He went upstairs and turned over the pages of Punch. In a few minutes he would go to the club and play a rubber or two of bridge before dinner. But it would ease his mind to hear what his boy had to say, and he waited for his return. In a little while the boy came back, and he brought the overseer with him. "Well, what are you having a grave dug for?" he asked the overseer point-blank. "Nobody's dead." "I dig no grave," said the man. "What the devil do you mean by that? There were 2 coolies digging a grave this afternoon." The 2 Chinese looked at one another. Then the boy said they had been to the cemetery together. There was no new grave there. The Taipan only just stopped himself from speaking. "But damn it all, I saw it myself," were the words on the tip of his tongue. But he did not say them. He grew very red as he choked them down. The 2 Chinese looked at him with their steady eyes. For a moment his breath failed him. "All right, get out," he gasped. But as soon as they were gone, he shouted for the boy again, and when he came, maddeningly impassive, he told him to bring some whisky. He rubbed his sweating face with a handkerchief. His hand trembled when he lifted the glass to his lips. They could say what they liked, but he had seen the grave. Why, he could hear still the dull thud as the coolies threw the spadefuls of earth on the ground above them. What did it mean? He could feel his heart beating. He felt strangely ill at ease. But he pulled himself together. It was all nonsense. If there was no grave there, it must have been an hallucination. The best thing he could do was to go to the club, and if he ran across the doctor, he would ask him to give him a look over. Everyone in the club looked just the same as ever. He did not know why he should have expected them to look different. It was a comfort. These men, living for many years with one another lives that were methodically regulated, had acquired a number of little idiosyncrasies. One of them hummed incessantly while he played bridge. Another insisted on drinking beer through a straw. And these tricks, which had so often irritated the Taipan, now gave him a sense of security. He needed it, for he could not get out of his head that strange sight he had seen. He played bridge very badly. His partner was censorious, and the Taipan lost his temper. He thought the men were looking at him oddly. He wondered what they saw in him that was unaccustomed. Suddenly, he felt he could not bear to stay in the club any longer. As he went out, he saw the doctor reading the Times in the reading-room, but he could not bring himself to speak to him. He wanted to see for himself whether that grave was really there, and stepping into his chair, he told his bearers to take him to the cemetery. "You couldn't have an hallucination twice, could you?" And besides, he would take the overseer in with him, and if the grave was not there, he wouldn't see it. And if it was, he'd give the overseer the soundest thrashing he'd ever had. But the overseer was nowhere to be found. He had gone out and taken the keys with him. When the Taipan found he could not get into the cemetery, he felt suddenly exhausted. He got back into his chair and told his bearers to take him home. He would lie down for half an hour before dinner. He was tired out. Yes, that was it. He had heard that people had hallucinations when they were tired. When his boy came in to put his clothes out for dinner, it was only by an effort of will that he got up. He had a strong inclination not to dress that evening, but he resisted it. He made it a rule to dress. He had dressed every evening for 20 years, and it would never do to break his rule. But he ordered a bottle of champagne with his dinner, and that made him feel more comfortable. Afterwards, he told the boy to bring him the best brandy. When he had drunk a couple of glasses of this, he felt himself again. Hallucinations be damned! He went to the billiard-room and practised a few difficult shots. Well, there could not be much the matter with him when his eye was so sure.
When he went to bed, he sank immediately into a sound sleep. But suddenly he awoke. He had dreamed of that open grave and the coolies digging leisurely. He was sure he had seen them. It was absurd to say it was an hallucination when he had seen them with his own eyes. Then he heard the rattle of the night watchman going his rounds. It broke upon the stillness of the night so harshly that it made him jump out of his skin. And then terror seized him. He felt a horror of the winding, multitudinous streets of the Chinese city, and there was something ghastly and terrible in the convoluted roofs of the temples, with their devils grimacing and tortured. He loathed the smells that assaulted his nostrils, and the people. Those myriads of blue-clad coolies, and the beggars in their filthy rags, and the merchants and the magistrates, sleek, smiling, and inscrutable, in their long black gowns. They seemed to press upon him with menace. He hated the country, China. Why had he ever come? He was panic-stricken now. He must get out. He would not stay another year, another month. What did he care about Shanghai? "Oh, my God," he cried, "if I were only safely back in England." He wanted to go home. If he had to die, he wanted to die in England. He could not bear to be buried among all these yellow men, with their slanting eyes and their grinning faces. He wanted to be buried at home, not in that grave he had seen that day. He could never rest there, never. What did it matter what people thought? Let them think what they liked. The only thing that mattered was to get away while he had the chance. He got out of bed and wrote to the head of the firm and said he had discovered he was dangerously ill. He must be replaced. He could not stay longer than was absolutely necessary. He must go home at once. They found the letter in the morning clenched in the Taipan's hand. He had slipped down between the desk and the chair. He was stone dead. The Victim, by May Sinclair. Stephen Ackroyd, Mr. Greathead's chauffeur, was sulking in the garage. Everybody was afraid of him. Everybody hated him except Mr. Greathead, his master, and Dorsey, his sweetheart. And even Dorsey now, after yesterday. Night had come. On one side the yard gate stood open to the black tunnel of the drive. On the other, the high moor rose above the wall, immense, darker than the darkness. Stephen's lantern in the open doorway of the garage, and Dorsey's lamp in the kitchen window, threw a blonde twilight into the yard between. From where he sat, slantways on the step of the car, he could see, through the lighted window, the table with the lamp and Dorsey's sewing huddled up in a white heap as she left it just now, when she had jumped up and gone away, because she was afraid of him. She had gone straight to Mr. Greathead in his study, and Stephen, sulking, had flung himself out into the yard. He stared into that window, thinking. Everybody hated him. He could tell by the damned spiteful way they looked at him in the bar of the King's Arms, kind of sideways and slink-eyed, turning their dirty tails and shuffling out of his way. He had said to Dorsey he'd like to know what he'd done. He'd just dropped in for his glass as usual. He'd looked round and said, "Good evening," civil, and the dirty tykes took no more notice of him than if he'd been a toad. Mrs. Oldershaw, Dorsey's aunt, she hated him. Boiled ham-face, swelling with spite, shoving his glass at the end of her arm, without speaking, as if he'd been a bloody cockroach. All because of the thrashing he'd given young Ned Oldershaw. If she didn't want the cub's neck broken, she'd better keep him out of mischief. Young Ned knew what he'd get if he came meddling with his sweetheart. It had happened yesterday afternoon, Sunday, when he had gone down with Dorsey to the King's Arms to see her aunt. They were sitting out on the wooden bench against the inn wall when young Ned began it. He could see him now with his arm round Dorsey's neck and his mouth gaping, and Dorsey laughing like a silly fool, and the old woman snorting and shaking. He could hear him. "She's my cousin, if she is your sweetheart. You can't stop me kissing her." Couldn't he? Why? What did they think? When he'd given up his good job at the Darlington Motor Works to come to Easthwaite and black Mr. Greathead's boots, chop wood, carry coal and water for him, and drive his shabby second-hand car. Not that he cared what he did, so long as he could live in the same house with Dorsey Aldyshaw. It wasn't likely he'd sit like a bloody Moses looking on while Ned— Well, to be sure, he had half killed him. He could feel Ned's neck swelling and rising up under the pressure of his hands, his fingers. He had struck him first, flinging him back against the inn wall. Then he had pinned him, till the men ran up and dragged him off. And now they were all against him. Dorsey was against him. She had said she was afraid of him. "Stephen," she had said, "they might have killed him." Well, perhaps next time he'll know better than to come meddling with my lass. "I'm not thy lass, if they canna keep thy hands off folks. I should be feared for my life of thee. Ned weren't doing no harm." "If he does it again, if he comes between thee and me, Dorsey, I shall do him in." "No, the mauna talk that road." "It's God's truth. Anybody that comes between thee and me, love, I shall do him in. If 'twas thy aunt, I should wring her neck, same as I wrung Ned's." "And if it was me, Stephen?" "If it were thee, if they left me—" "Oh, don't ask me that, Dorsey." "There, that's how that scares me." "But thou hasna left me. 'Tis thy wedding clothes that making." "Aye, 'tis my wedding clothes." She had started fingering the white stuff, looking at it with her head on one side, smiling prettily. Then all of a sudden she had flung it down in a heap and burst out crying. When he tried to comfort her, she pushed him off and ran out of the room to Mr. Greathead. It must have been half an hour ago, and she'd not come back yet. He got up and went through the yard gates into the dark drive. Turning there, he came to the house front and the lighted window of the study. Hidden behind a clump of yew, he looked in. Mr. Greathead had risen from his chair. He was a little old man, shrunk and pinched, with a bowed, narrow back and slender neck under his great hanks of hair. Dorsey stood before him, facing Stephen. The lamplight fell full on her. Her sweet flower face was flushed. She'd been crying. Mr. Greathead spoke. "Well, that's my advice," he said. "Now think it over, Dorsey, before you do anything." That night Dorsey packed her boxes, and the next day at noon, when Stephen came in for his dinner, she had left the lodge. She had gone back to her father's house in Garthdale. She wrote to Stephen, saying that she had thought it over and found she daren't marry him. She was afraid of him. She would be too unhappy. That was the old man. The old man. He had made her give him up. But for that, Dorsey would never have left him. She would never have thought of it herself. And she would never have got away if he had been there to stop her. It wasn't Ned. Ned was going to marry Nancy Peacock down at Morph. Ned hadn't done any harm. It was Mr. Greathead who had come between them. He hated Mr. Greathead. His hate became a nausea of physical loathing that never ceased. Indoors he served Mr. Greathead as footman and valet, waiting on him at meals, bringing the hot water for his bath, helping him to dress and undress, so that he could never get away from him. When he came to call him in the morning, Stephen's stomach heaved at the sight of the shrunken body under the bedclothes, the flushed, pinched face with its peaked, finicking nose upturned, the thin silver tuft of hair pricked up above the pillow's edge. Stephen shivered with hate at the sound of the rattling old man's cough, and the shub-shub of the feet shuffling along the flagged passages. He had once had a feeling of tenderness for Mr. Greathead, as the tie that bound him to Dorsey. He even brushed his coat and hat tenderly, as if he loved them. Once, Mr. Greathead's small, close smile, the greyish bud of the lower lip pushed out, the upper lip lifted at the corners, and his kind, thin, "Thank you, my lad," had made Stephen smile back, glad to serve Dorsey's master. And Mr. Greathead would smile again and say, "It does me good to see your bright face, Stephen." Now Stephen's face writhed in a tight contortion to meet Mr. Greathead's kindliness, while his throat ran dry and his heart shook with hate. At meal-times, from his place by the sideboard, he would look on at Mr. Greathead eating, in a long, contemplative disgust. He could have snatched the plate away from under the slow, fumbling hands that hovered and hesitated. He would catch words coming into his mind. He ought to be dead. He ought to be dead. To think that this thing that ought to be dead, this old, shrivelled skin-bag of creaking bones, should come between him and Dorsey, should have power to drive Dorsey from him. One day, when he was brushing Mr. Greathead's soft felt hat, a paroxysm of hatred gripped him. He hated Mr. Greathead's hat. He took a stick and struck it again and again. He threw it on the flags and stamped on it, clenching his teeth and drawing in his breath with a sharp hiss. He picked up the hat, looking round furtively, for fear lest Mr. Greathead or Dorsey's successor, Mrs. Blenkiron, should have seen him. He pinched and pulled it back into shape, and brushed it carefully, and hung it on the stand. He was ashamed, not of his violence, but of its futility. "Nobody but a damned fool," he said to himself, "would have done that. He must have been mad." It wasn't as if he didn't know what he was going to do. He had known ever since the day when Dorsey left him. "I shan't be myself again, till I've done him in," he thought. He was only waiting till he had planned it out, till he was sure of every detail, till he was fit and cool. There must be no hesitation, no uncertainty at the last minute. Above all, no blind, headlong violence. Nobody but a fool would kill in mad rage, and forget things, and be caught and swing for it. Yet that was what they all did. There was always something they hadn't thought of that gave them away. Stephen had thought of everything, even the date, even the weather. Mr. Greathead was in the habit of going up to London to attend the debates of a learned society he belonged to, that held its meetings in May and November. He always travelled up by the 5 o'clock train, so that he might go to bed and rest as soon as he arrived. He always stayed for a week, and gave his housekeeper a week's holiday. Stephen chose a dark, threatening day in November, when Mr. Greathead was going up to his meeting, and Mrs. Blenkiron had left Easthwaite for Morph by the early morning bus, so that there was nobody in the house but Mr. Greathead and Stephen. Easthwaite Lodge stands alone, grey, hidden between the shoulder of the moor and the ash trees of its drive. It is approached by a bridle path across the moor, a turning off the road that runs from Easthwaite in Rathdale to Shaw in Westleydale, about a mile from the village and a mile from Harddraw Pass. No tradesman visited it. Mr. Greathead's letters and his newspaper were shot into a post-box that hung on the ash tree at the turn. The hot water laid on in the house was not hot enough for Mr. Greathead's bath, so that every morning, while Mr. Greathead shaved, Stephen came to him with a can of boiling water. Mr. Greathead, dressed in a mauve and grey striped sleeping suit, stood shaving himself before the looking-glass that hung on the wall beside the great white bath. Stephen waited, with his hand on the cold tap, watching the bright curved rod of water falling with a thud and a splash. In the white, stagnant light from the muffed window-pane, the knife-blade flame of a small oil stove flickered queerly. The oil sputtered and stank. Suddenly, the wind hissed in the water-pipes and cut off the glittering rod. To Stephen, it seemed the suspension of all movement. He would have to wait there till the water flowed again before he could begin. He tried not to look at Mr. Greathead and the lean wattles of his lifted throat. He fixed his eyes on the long crack in the soiled green distemper of the wall. His nerves were on edge with waiting for the water to flow again. The fumes of the oil stove worked on them like a rank intoxicant. The soiled green wall gave him a sensation of physical sickness. He picked up a towel and hung it over the back of a chair. Thus he caught sight of his own face in the glass above Mr. Greathead's. It was livid against the soiled green wall. Stephen stepped aside to avoid it.
Don't you feel well, Stephen? No, sir.
Stephen picked up a small sponge and looked at it. Mr. Greathead had laid down his razor and was wiping the lather from his chin. At that instant, with a gurgling, spluttering haste, the water leapt from the tap. It was then that Stephen made his sudden, quiet rush. He first gagged Mr. Greathead with the sponge, then pushed him back and back against the wall, and pinned him there with both hands round his neck, as he had pinned Ned Oldershaw. He pressed in on Mr. Greathead's throat, strangling him. Mr. Greathead's hands flapped in the air, trying feebly to beat Stephen off. Then his arms, pushed back by the heave and thrust of Stephen's shoulders, dropped. Then Mr. Greathead's body sank, sliding along the wall, and fell to the floor. Stephen, still keeping his hold, mounting it, gripping it with his knees. His fingers tightened, pressing back the blood. Mr. Greathead's face swelled up. It changed horribly. There was a groaning and rattling sound in his throat. Stephen pressed in till it had ceased. Then he stripped himself to the waist. He stripped Mr. Greathead of his sleeping suit, and hung his naked body face downwards in the bath. He took the razor and cut the great arteries and veins in the neck. He pulled up the plug of the waste-pipe, and left the body to drain in the running water. He left it all day and all night. He had noticed that murderers swung just for want of attention to little things like that, messing up themselves and the whole place with blood, always forgetting something essential. He had no time to think of horrors. From the moment he had murdered Mr. Greathead, his own neck was in danger. He was simply using all his brain and nerve to save his neck. He worked with the stern, cool hardness of a man going through with an unpleasant, necessary job. He had thought of everything. He had even thought of the dairy. It was built on the back of the house under the shelter of the high moor. You entered it through the scullery, which cut it off from the yard. The window panes had been removed and replaced by sheets of perforated zinc. A large corrugated glass skylight lit it from the roof. Impossible either to see in or to approach it from the outside. It was fitted up with a long black slate shelf, placed, for the convenience of butter-makers, at the height of an ordinary workbench. Stephen had his tools, a razor, a carving knife, a chopper, and a meat saw, laid there ready, beside a great pile of cotton waste. Early the next day he took Mr. Greathead's body out of the bath, wrapped a thick towel round the neck and head, carried it down to the dairy, and stretched it out on the slab. And there he cut it up into 17 pieces. These he wrapped in several layers of newspaper, covering the face and the hands first, because at the last moment they frightened him. He sewed them up in 2 sacks and hid them in the cellar. He burnt the towel and the cotton waste in the kitchen fire. He cleaned his tools thoroughly and put them back in their places, and he washed down the marble slab. There wasn't a spot on the floor, except for one flagstone, where the pink rinsing of the slab had splashed over. He scrubbed it for half an hour, still seeing the rusty edges of the splash long after he had scoured it out. He then washed and dressed himself with care. As it was wartime, Stephen could only work by day, for the light in the dairy roof would have attracted the attention of the police. He had murdered Mr. Greathead on a Tuesday. It was now 3 o'clock on Thursday afternoon. Exactly at 10 minutes past 4, he had brought out the car, shut in close with its black hood and side curtains. He had packed Mr. Greathead's suitcase and placed it in the car with his umbrella, railway rug, and travelling cap. Also, in a bundle, the clothes that his victim would have gone to London in. He stowed the body in the 2 sacks beside him on the front. By Harddraw Pass, halfway between Easthwaite and Shore, there are 3 round pits, known as the churns, hollowed out of the grey rock and said to be bottomless. Stephen had thrown stones, big as a man's chest, down the largest pit, to see whether they would be caught on any ledge or boulder. They had dropped clean, without a sound. It poured with rain, the rain that Stephen had reckoned on. The pass was dark under the clouds and deserted. Stephen turned his car so that the headlights glared on the pit's mouth. Then he ripped open the sacks and threw down one by one the 17 pieces of Mr. Greathead's body, and the sacks after them, and the clothes. It was not enough to dispose of Mr. Greathead's dead body. He had to behave as though Mr. Greathead were alive. Mr. Greathead had disappeared, and he had to account for his disappearance. He drove on to Shaw Station, to the 5 o'clock train, taking care to arrive close on its starting. A troop train was due to depart a minute earlier. Stephen, who had reckoned on the darkness and the rain, reckoned also on the hurry and confusion on the platform. As he had foreseen, there were no porters in the station entry, nobody to notice whether Mr. Greathead was or was not in the car. He carried his things through onto the platform and gave the suitcase to an old man to label. He dashed into the booking office and took Mr. Greathead's ticket, and then rushed along the platform as if he were following his master. He heard himself shouting to the guard, "Have you seen Mr. Greathead?" And the guard's answer, "No," and his own inspired statement, "Oh, he must have taken his seat in the front, then." He ran to the front of the train, shouldering his way among the troops. The drawn blinds of the carriages favoured him. Stephen thrust the umbrella, the rug, and the travelling cap into an empty compartment, and slammed the door to. He tried to shout something through the open window, but his tongue was harsh and dry against the roof of his mouth, and no sound came. He stood blocking the window till the guard whistled. When the train moved, he ran alongside with his hand on the window ledge, as though he were taking the last instructions of his master. A porter pulled him back. "Oh, quick work, that," said Stephen. Before he left the station, he wired to Mr. Greathead's London hotel, announcing the time of his arrival. He felt nothing but the intense relief of a man who has saved himself by his own wits from a most horrible death. There were even moments in the week that followed when, so powerful was the illusion of his innocence, he could have believed that he had really seen Mr. Greathead off by the 5 o'clock train. Moments when he literally stood still in amazement before his own incredible impunity. Other moments when a sort of vanity uplifted him. He had committed a murder that for sheer audacity and cool brainwork surpassed all murders celebrated in the history of crime. Unfortunately, the very perfection of his achievement doomed it to oblivion. He had left not a trace. Not a trace. Only when he woke in the night, a doubt sickened him. There was the rusted ring of that splash on the dairy floor. He wondered, had he really washed it out clean? And he would get up and light a candle and go down to the dairy to make sure. He knew the exact place. Bending over it with the candle, he could imagine that he still saw a faint outline. Daylight reassured him. He knew the exact place, but nobody else knew. There was nothing to distinguish it from the natural stains in the flagstone. Nobody would guess. But he was glad when Mrs. Blenkiron came back again. On the day that Mr. Greathead was to have come home by the 4 o'clock train, Stephen drove into Shaw and bought a chicken for the master's dinner. He met the 4 o'clock train and expressed surprise that Mr. Greathead had not come by it. He said he would be sure to come by the 7. He ordered dinner for 8. Mrs. Blenkiron roasted the chicken, and Stephen met the 7 o'clock train. This time he showed uneasiness. The next day he met all the trains and wired to Mr. Greathead's hotel for information. When the manager wired back that Mr. Greathead had not arrived, he wrote to his relatives and gave notice to the police. 3 weeks passed. The police and Mr. Greathead's relatives accepted Stephen's statements, backed as they were by the evidence of the booking-office clerk, the telegraph clerk, the guard, the porter who had labelled Mr. Greathead's luggage, and the hotel manager who had received his telegram. Mr. Greathead's portrait was published in the illustrated papers, with requests for any information which might lead to his discovery. Nothing happened, and presently he and his disappearance were forgotten. The nephew who came down to Easthwaite to look into his affairs was satisfied. His balance at his bank was low, owing to the non-payment of various dividends, but the accounts and the contents of Mr. Greathead's cash-box and bureau were in order, and Stephen had put down every penny he had spent. The nephew paid Mrs. Blenkiron's wages, and dismissed her, and arranged with the chauffeur to stay on and take care of the house. And as Stephen saw that this was the best way to escape suspicion, he stayed on. Only in Westleydale and Rathdale excitement lingered. People wondered and speculated. Mr. Greathead had been robbed and murdered in the train. Stephen said he had had money on him. He had lost his memory, and wandered goodness knew where. He had thrown himself out of the railway carriage. Stephen said Mr. Greathead wouldn't do that, but he shouldn't be surprised if he had lost his memory. He knew a man who forgot who he was and where he lived, didn't know his own wife and children. Shell shock. And lately Mr. Greathead's memory hadn't been what it was. Soon as he got it back, he'd turn up again. Stephen wouldn't be surprised to see him walking in any day. But on the whole, people noticed that he didn't care to talk much about Mr. Greathead. They thought this showed very proper feeling. They were sorry for Stephen. He had lost his master, and he had lost Dorsey Oldershaw. And if he did half-kill Ned Oldershaw, well, young Ned had no business to go meddling with his sweetheart. Even Mrs. Oldershaw was sorry for him. And when Stephen came into the bar of the King's Arms, everybody said, "Good evening, Steve," and made room for him by the fire. Stephen came and went now as if nothing had happened. He made a point of keeping the house as it would be kept if Mr. Greathead were alive. Mrs. Blenkiron, coming in once a fortnight to wash and clean, found the fire lit in Mr. Greathead's study, and his slippers standing on end in the fender. Upstairs his bed was made, the clothes folded back ready. This ritual guarded Stephen not only from the suspicions of outsiders, but from his own knowledge. By behaving as though he believed that Mr. Greathead was still living, he almost made himself believe it. By refusing to let his mind dwell on the murder, he came to forget it. His imagination saved him, playing the play that kept him sane, till the murder became vague to him, and fantastic, like a thing done in a dream. He had waked up, and this was the reality. This round of caretaking, this look the house had of waiting for Mr. Greathead to come back to it. He had left off getting up in the night to examine the place on the dairy floor. He was no longer amazed at his impunity. Then suddenly, when he really had forgotten, it ended. It was on a Saturday in January, about 5 o'clock. Stephen had heard that Dorsey Oldershaw was back again, living at the King's Arms with her aunt. He had a mad, uncontrollable longing to see her again. But it was not Dorsey that he saw. His way from the lodge kitchen into the drive was through the yard gates and along the flagged path under the study window. When he turned on to the flags, he saw it shuffling along before him. The lamplight from the window lit it up. He could see distinctly the little old man in the long, shabby black overcoat, with the grey woolen muffler round his neck hunched up above his collar, lifting the thin grey hair that stuck out under the slouch of the black hat. In the first moment that he saw it, Stephen had no fear. He simply felt that the murder had not happened, that he really had dreamed it, and that this was Mr. Greathead come back, alive among the living. The phantasm was now standing at the door of the house, its hand on the doorknob, as if about to enter. But when Stephen came up to the door, it was not there. He stood fixed, staring at the space which had emptied itself so horribly. His heart heaved and staggered, snatching at his breath. And suddenly the memory of the murder rushed at him. He saw himself in the bathroom, shut in with his victim by the soiled green walls. He smelt the reek of the oil stove. He heard the water running from the tap. He felt his feet springing forward and his fingers pressing tighter and tighter on Mr. Greathead's throat. He saw Mr. Greathead's hands flapping helplessly, his terrified eyes, his face swelling and discoloured, changing horribly, and his body sinking to the floor. He saw himself in the dairy afterwards. He could hear the thudding, grinding, scraping noises of his tools. He saw himself on Hardraw Pass, and the headlights glaring on the pit's mouth, and the fear and the horror he had not felt then came on him now. He turned back. He bolted the yard gates and all the doors of the house, and shut himself up in the lighted kitchen. He took up his magazine, the autocar, and forced himself to read it. Presently his terror left him. He said to himself it was nothing. Nothing but his fancy. He didn't suppose he'd ever see anything again. 3 days passed. On the third evening, Stephen had lit the study lamp, and was bolting the window when he saw it again. It stood on the path outside, close against the window, looking in. He saw its face distinctly, the greyish, stuck-out bud of the underlip, and the droop of the pinched nose. The small eyes peered at him, glittering. The whole figure had a glassy look between the darkness behind it and the pane. One moment it stood outside, looking in, and the next it was mixed up with the shimmering picture of the lighted room that hung there on the blackness of the trees. Mr. Greathead then showed as if reflected, standing with Stephen in the room. And now he was outside again, looking at him through the pane. Stephen's stomach sank and dragged, making him feel sick. He pulled down the blind between him and Mr. Greathead, clamped the shutters too, and drew the curtains over them. He locked and double-bolted the front door, all the doors, to keep Mr. Greathead out. But once that night, as he lay in bed, he heard the shoop, shoop of feet shuffling along the flagged passages, up the stairs, and across the landing outside his door. The door-handle rattled, but nothing came. He lay awake till morning, the sweat running off his skin, his heart plunging and quivering with terror. When he got up, he saw a white, scared face in the looking-glass, a face with a half-opened mouth, ready to blab, to blurt out his secret, the face of an idiot. He was afraid to take that face into Easthwaite or into Shaw. So he shut himself up in the house, half-starved on his small stock of bread, bacon, and groceries. 2 weeks passed, and then it came again in broad daylight. It was Mrs. Blencaron's morning. He had lit the fire in the study at noon, and set up Mr. Greathead's slippers in the fender. When he rose from his stooping and turned round, he saw Mr. Greathead's phantasm standing on the hearthrug close in front of him. It was looking at him and smiling in a sort of mockery, as if amused at what Stephen had been doing. It was solid and completely lifelike at first. Then, as Stephen in his terror backed and backed away from it, he was afraid to turn and feel it there behind him. Its feet became insubstantial. As if undermined, the whole structure sank and fell together on the floor, where it made a pool of some whitish, glistening substance that mixed with the pattern of the carpet and sank through. That was the most horrible thing it had done yet, and Stephen's nerve broke under it. He went to Mrs. Blencaron, whom he found scrubbing out the dairy. She sighed as she wrung out the floorcloth.
These old yellow stones, scrub as you will, they'd never look clean."
"No," he said.
"Scrub and scrub, you'll never get them clean."
She looked up at him.
Lad, what ails ye? You've got a face like a wrong dishclout hanging over the sink."
I've got the colic."
"Aye, and no wonder with the damp, and they misties, and your own bad cooking. Let me run down to King's Arms and get you a drop of whisky." No, I'll go down this end. He knew now he was afraid to be left alone in the house. Down at the King's Arms, Dorsey and Mrs. Oldershaw were sorry for him. By this time he was really ill with fright. Dorsey and Mrs. Oldershaw said it was a chill. They made him lie down on the settle by the kitchen fire, and put a rug over him, and gave him stiff hot grog to drink. He slept, and when he woke, he found Dorsey sitting beside him with her sewing. He sat up, and her hand was on his shoulder. "Lay still, lad." "Oh, I maun get up and go." "No, there's no call for you to go. Lay still, and I'll make thee a cup of tea." He lay still. Mrs. Oldershaw had made up a bed for him in her son's room, and they kept him there that night until 4 o'clock the next day. When he got up to go, Dorsey put on her coat and hat. "Is the going out, Dorsey?" "Aye. I canna let thee go and set there by the sen. I'm coming up to sit with thee till night-time." She came up, and they sat side by side in the lodge kitchen by the fire, as they used to sit when they were together there, holding each other's hands and not talking. "Dorsey," he said at last, "what hast thou come for? Hast thou come to tell me thou'll never speak to me again?" "Nay, thou knows what I've come for." "To say thou'll marry me?" "Aye." "I mauna marry thee, Dorsey. 'Twouldn't be right." "Right? What dost thou mean? 'Twouldn't be right for me to come and set with you this road if I don't marry thee." "Nay, I darena. Thou said thou was afraid of me, Dorsey. I don't want thee to be afraid. Thou said thou'd be unhappy. I don't want thee to be unhappy." "But that was last year. I'm not afraid of thee now, Steve." "I don't know me, lass." "Aye, I know thee. I know they're sick and starved for want of me. They canna live without their own lass to take care of thee." She rose. "I maun go now, but I'll be up tomorrow and the next day." And tomorrow and the next day, and the next, at dusk, the hour that Stephen most dreaded, Dorsey came. She sat with him till long after the night had fallen. Stephen would have felt safe so long as she was with him, but for his fear that Mr. Greathead would appear to him while she was there, and that she would see him. If Dorsey knew that he was being haunted, she might guess why. Or Mr. Greathead might take some horrible blood-dripping and dismembered shape that would show her how he had been murdered. It would be like him, dead, to come between them, as he had come when he was living. They were sitting at the round table by the fireside. The lamp was lit, and Dorsey was bending over her sewing. Suddenly she looked up, her head on one side, listening. Far away, inside the house, on the flagged passage from the front door, he could hear the shub, shub of the footsteps. He could almost believe that Dorsey shivered. And somehow, for some reason, this time he was not afraid. "Stephen," she said, "didst thou hear anything?" "No, nobbut wind under the rugs." She looked at him, a long, wondering look. Apparently it satisfied her, for she answered, "Aye, maybe 'tis nobbut wind," and went on with her sewing. He drew his chair nearer to her to protect her if it came. He could almost touch her where she sat. The latch lifted. The door opened, and, his entrance and his passage unseen, Mr. Greathead stood before them. The table hid the lower half of his form, but above it he was steady and solid in his terrible semblance of flesh and blood. Stephen looked at Dorsey. She was staring at the phantasm with an innocent, wondering stare that had no fear in it at all. Then she looked at Stephen, an uneasy, frightened, searching look, as though to make sure whether he had seen it. That was her fear, that he should see it, that he should be frightened, that he should be haunted. He moved closer and put his hand on her shoulder. He thought perhaps she might shrink from him because she knew that it was he who was haunted. But no,
She put up her hand and held his, gazing up into his face and smiling. Then, to his amazement, the phantasm smiled back at them, not with mockery, but with a strange and terrible sweetness. Its face lit up for one instant with a sudden, beautiful, shining light. Then it was gone. "Did thou see him, Steve?" "Aye." "Hast thou seen anything afore?" "Aye. 3 times I've seen him." "Is it that has scared thee?" "Who told thee I was scared?" "I knowed, because naught can happen to thee but I mun know it." "And what dost thou think, Dulcie?" "I think thou needn't be scared, Steve. He's a kind ghost. Whatever he is, he don't mean thee no harm. T'old gentleman never did when he was alive." "Didn't he? Didn't he? He served me the worst turn he could when he comed between thee and me." "Whatever makes thee think that, lad?" "I don't think it, I know." "Nay, love, thou dostna." He did, I tell thee." "Don't thou say that," she cried. "Don't thou say it, Stevie." "Why shouldn't I?" "They'll set folk talking that road."
"And what do they know to talk about?"
"If they was to remember what thou said."
"And what did I say?"
"Why, that if anybody was to come between thee and me, that'd do them in."
"I wasn't a-thinking of him. God knows I wasn't."
"They don't," she said.
"Thou knows? Thou knows I didn't mean him?"
"Aye, I know, Steve."
"And Dulcie, thou'rt afraid of me? Thou'rt afraid of me any more?"
"Nay, lad, I love thee too much. I shall never be afraid of thee again. Would I come to thee this road if I was afraid?"
"Thou'll be afraid now."
"And what should I be afraid of?"
"Why, him."
"Him?"
I should be a deal more afraid to think of 'ee setting with him up here by the Seine. Wouldn't thou come down and sleep at aunt's?"
"That I wunna. But I shall set to yont road past moor."
He went with her down the bridle path and across the moor and along the main road that led through Eastthwaite. They parted at the turn where the lights of the village came in sight. The moon had risen as Stephen went back across the moor. The ash tree at the bridle path stood out clear, its hooked, bending branches black against the grey moor grass. The shadows in the ruts laid stripes across the bridle path, black on grey. The house was black-grey in the darkness of the drive. Only the lighted study window made a golden square in its long wall. Before he could go up to bed, he would have to put out the study lamp. He was nervous, but he no longer felt the sickening and sweating terror of the first hauntings. Either he was getting used to it, or something had happened to him. He had closed the shutters and put out the lamp. His candle made a ring of light round the table in the middle of the room. He was about to take it up and go, when he heard a thin voice calling his name. "Stephen." He raised his head to listen. The thin thread of sound seemed to come from outside, a long way off, at the end of the bridle path. "Stephen! Stephen!" This time he could have sworn the sound came from inside his head, like the hiss of air in his ears. "Stephen!" He knew the voice now. It was behind him in the room. He turned, and saw the phantasm of Mr. Greathead sitting, as he used to sit, in the armchair by the fire. The form was dim in the dusk of the room outside the ring of candlelight. Stephen's first movement was to snatch up the candlestick and hold it between him and the phantasm, hoping that the light would cause it to disappear. Instead of disappearing, the figure became clear and solid, indistinguishable from a figure of flesh and blood dressed in black broadcloth and white linen. Its eyes had the shining transparency of blue crystal. They were fixed on Stephen with a look of quiet, benevolent attention. Its small, narrow mouth was lifted at the corners, smiling. It spoke. "You needn't be afraid," it said. The voice was natural now, quiet, measured, slightly quavering. Instead of frightening Stephen, it soothed and steadied him. He put the candle on the table behind him and stood up before the phantasm, fascinated. "Why are you afraid?" it asked. Stephen couldn't answer. He could only stare, held there by the shining, hypnotizing eyes. "You are afraid," it said, "because you think I'm what you call a ghost, a supernatural thing. You think I'm dead and that you killed me. You think you took a horrible revenge for a wrong you thought I did you. You think I've come back to frighten you, to revenge myself in my turn. And every one of those thoughts of yours, Stephen, is wrong. I'm real, and my appearance is as natural and real as anything in this room. More natural and more real, if you did but know. You didn't kill me, as you see. For here I am, as alive, more alive than you are. Your revenge consisted in removing me from a state which had become unbearable to a state more delightful than you can imagine. I don't mind telling you, Stephen, that I was in serious financial difficulties, which, by the way, is a good thing for you, as it provides a plausible motive for my disappearance. So that, as far as revenge goes, the thing was a complete frost. You were my benefactor. Your methods were somewhat violent, and I admit you gave me some disagreeable moments before my actual deliverance. But as I was already developing rheumatoid arthritis, there can be no doubt that in your hands my death was more merciful than if it had been left to nature. As for the subsequent arrangements, I congratulate you, Stephen, on your coolness and resource. I always said you were equal to any emergency, and that your brains would pull you safe through any scrape. You committed an appalling and dangerous crime, a crime of all things the most difficult to conceal, and you contrived so that it was not discovered, and never will be discovered. And no doubt the details of this crime seemed to you horrible and revolting to the last degree. And the more horrible and the more revolting they were, the more you piqued yourself on your nerve in carrying the thing through without a hitch. I don't want to put you entirely out of conceit with your performance. It was very creditable for a beginner. Very creditable indeed. But let me tell you, this idea of things being horrible and revolting is an illusion. The terms are purely relative to your limited perceptions. I'm speaking now to your intelligence. I don't mean that practical ingenuity which enabled you to dispose of me so neatly. When I say intelligence, I mean intelligence. All you did, then, was to redistribute matter. To our incorruptible sense, matter never takes any of those offensive forms in which it so often appears to you. Nature has evolved all this horror and repulsion just to prevent people from making too many little experiments like yours. You mustn't imagine that these things have any eternal importance. Don't flatter yourself you've electrified the universe. For minds no longer attached to flesh and blood, that horrible butchery you were so proud of, Stephen, is simply silly. No more terrifying than the spilling of red ink, or the rearrangement of a jigsaw puzzle. I saw the whole business, and I can assure you I felt nothing but intense amusement. Your face, Stephen, was so absurdly serious. You've no idea what you looked like with that chopper. I'd have appeared to you then and told you so, only I knew I should frighten you into fits. And there's another grand mistake, my lad. You're thinking that I'm haunting you out of revenge, that I'm trying to frighten you. My dear Stephen, if I'd wanted to frighten you, I'd have appeared in a very different shape. I needn't remind you what shape I might have appeared in. What do you suppose I've come for?
I don't know, said Stephen in a husky whisper. Tell me.
I've come to forgive you, and to save you from the horror you would have felt sooner or later, and to stop your going on with your crime.
You needn't, Stephen said. I'm not going on with it. I shall do no more murders.
Oh, there you are again. Can't you understand that I'm not talking about your silly butcher's work? I'm talking about your real crime. Your real crime was hating me. And your very hate was a blunder, Stephen. You hated me for something I hadn't done. Aye? Well, what did you do? Tell me that. You thought I came between you and your sweetheart. That night when Dorsey spoke to me, you thought I told her to throw you over, didn't you?
Aye? And what did you tell her?
I told her to stick to you. It was you, Stephen, who drove her away. You frightened the child. She said she was afraid for her life of you, not because you half-killed that poor boy, but because of the look on your face before you did it. The look of hate, Stephen. I told her not to be afraid of you. I told her that if she threw you over, you might go altogether to the devil, that she might even be responsible for some crime. I told her that if she married you and was faithful, if she loved you, I'd answer for it you'd never go wrong. Well, she was too frightened to listen to me. Then I told her to think over what I had said before she did anything. You heard me say that.
Aye, that's what I heard you say. I didn't know. I thought you'd set her agin me.
Well, if you didn't believe me, you can ask her, Stephen.
Well, that's what she said t'other night, that you'd never come between her and me. Never.
Never, the phantasm said. And you don't hate me now.
No. I should never have hated thee. I should never have laid a finger on thee if I'd known.
It's not your laying fingers on me. It's your hatred that matters. If that's done with, the whole thing's done with.
Is it? If it was known, I should have to hang for it. When I give my son up, tell me. When I give my son up.
You want me to decide that for you?
Aye. Don't go, he said. Don't go.
It seemed to him that Mr. Greathead's phantasm was getting a little thin, as if it couldn't last more than an instant. He had never so longed for it to go as he longed now for it to stay and help him. Well, Stephen, any flesh-and-blood man would tell you to go and get hanged tomorrow, that it was no more than your plain duty. And I dare say there are some mean, vindictive spirits, even in my world, who would say the same, not because they think death important, but because they know you do, and want to get even with you that way. It isn't my way. I consider this little affair is strictly between ourselves. There isn't a jury of flesh-and-blood men who would understand it. They all think death so important.
Well, what do you want me to do, then? Tell me and I'll do it. Tell me!
He cried it out loud, for Mr. Greathead's phantasm was getting thinner and thinner. It dwindled and fluttered like a light going down. Its voice came from somewhere way outside, from the other end of the bridle path. Go on living, it said. Marry Dorsey.
I daren't. She don't know I killed he.
Oh, yes. The eyes flickered up, gentle and ironic. She does. She knew all the time. And with that, the phantasm went out.
A Visitor from Down Under, by L.P. Hartley. And who will you send to fetch him away? After a promising start, the March day had ended in a wet evening. It was hard to tell whether rain or fog predominated. The loquacious bus conductor said, "A foggy evening," to those who rode inside, and "a wet evening," to such as were obliged to ride outside. But in or on the buses, cheerfulness held the field, for their patrons, inured to discomfort, made light of climatic inclemency. All the same, the weather was worth remarking on. The most scrupulous conversationalist could refer to it without feeling self-convicted of banality. How much more the conductor, who, in common with most of his kind, had a considerable conversational gift.
The bus was making its last journey through the heart of London before turning in for the night. Inside it was only half full. Outside, as the conductor was aware by virtue of his sixth sense, there still remained a passenger too hardy or too lazy to seek shelter. And now, as the bus rattled rapidly down the Strand, the footsteps of this person could be heard shuffling and creaking upon the metal-shod stairs. "Anyone on top?" asked the conductor, addressing an errant umbrella-point and the hem of a mackintosh. "I didn't notice anyone," the man replied. "Well, it's not that I don't trust you," remarked the conductor, pleasantly giving a hand to his alighting fare, "but I think I'll go up and make sure." Moments like these, moments of mistrust in the infallibility of his observation, occasionally visited the conductor. They came at the end of a tiring day, and, if he could, he withstood them. They were signs of weakness, he thought, and to give way to them, matter for self-reproach. "Going balmy, that's what you are," he told himself. And he casually took a fare inside to prevent his mind dwelling on the unvisited outside. But his unreasoning disquietude survived this distraction, and, murmuring against himself, he started to climb the stairs. To his surprise, almost stupefaction, he found that his misgivings were justified. Breasting the ascent, he saw a passenger sitting on the right-hand front seat, and the passenger, in spite of his hat turned down, his collar turned up, and the creased white muffler that showed between the two, must have heard him coming, for though the man was looking straight ahead, in his outstretched left hand, wedged between the first and second fingers, he held a coin. "Jolly evening, don't you think?" asked the conductor, who wanted to say something. The passenger made no reply, but the penny, for such it was, slipped the fraction of an inch lower in the groove between the pale, freckled fingers. "I said it was a damn wet night," the conductor persisted irritably, annoyed by the man's reserve. Still no reply. "Where you for?" asked the conductor, in a tone suggesting that, wherever it was, it must be a discreditable destination. "Carrick Street." "Where?" the conductor demanded. He had heard all right, but a slight peculiarity in the passenger's pronunciation made it appear reasonable to him, and possibly humiliating to the passenger, that he should not have heard. "Carrick Street." "Then why don't you say Carrick Street?" the conductor grumbled as he punched the ticket. There was a moment's pause. Then Carrick Street, the passenger repeated. "Yes, I know, you needn't go on telling me," fumed the conductor, fumbling with the passenger's penny. He couldn't get hold of it from above. It had slipped too far, so he passed his hand underneath the others and drew the coin from between his fingers. It was cold, even where it had been held. "No," said the stranger suddenly. "What do you know?" The conductor was trying to draw his fare's attention to the ticket, but could not make him look round. "I suppose I know you're a clever chap," he remarked. "Look here now. Where do you want this ticket? In your buttonhole?" "Put it here," said the passenger. "Where?" asked the conductor. "You aren't a blooming letter rack." "Where the penny was," replied the passenger. "Between my fingers." The conductor felt reluctant. He did not know why, to oblige the passenger in this. The rigidity of the hand disconcerted him. It was stiff, he supposed, or perhaps paralyzed. And since he had been standing on the top of his own hands, was none too warm. The ticket doubled up, and grew limp under his repeated efforts to push it in. He bent lower, for he was a good-hearted fellow, and using both hands, one above and one below, he slid the ticket into its bony slot. "Right you are, Kaiser Bill." Perhaps the passenger resented this jocular allusion to his physical infirmity. Perhaps he merely wanted to be quiet. All he said was, don't speak to me again." "Speak to you?" shouted the conductor, losing all self-control. "Catch me speaking to a stuffed dummy?" Muttering to himself, he withdrew into the bowels of the bus. At the corner of Carrick Street, quite a number of people got on board. All wanted to be first, but pride of place was shared by 3 women, who all tried to enter simultaneously. The conductor's voice made itself audible above the din. Now then, look where you're shoving, this isn't a bargain sale. Gently, please, lady. He's only a poor old man." In a moment or two the confusion abated, and the conductor, his hand on the cord of the bell, bethought himself of the passenger on top whose destination Carrick Street was. He had forgotten to get him down. Yielding to his good nature, for the conductor was adverse to further conversation with this uncommunicative fare, he mounted the stairs, put his head over the top and shouted, "Carrick Street! Carrick Street!" That was the utmost he could bring himself to do. But his admonition was without effect. His summons remained unanswered. Nobody came. "Well, if he wants to stay up there, he can," muttered the conductor, still aggrieved. "I won't fetch him down, cripple or no cripple." The bus moved on. He slipped by me, thought the conductor, while all that cup-tie crowd was getting in. The same evening, some 5 hours earlier, a taxi turned into Carrick Street and pulled up at the door of a small hotel. The street was empty. It looked like a cul-de-sac, but in reality it was pierced at the far end by an alley, like a thin sleeve, which wound its way into Soho. "There the last, sir?" inquired the driver, after several transits between the cab and the hotel. "How many does that make?" 9 packages in all, sir." "Could you get all your worldly goods into 9 packages, driver?" "That I could, into 2. "Well, have a look inside and see if I have left anything." The cabman felt about among the cushions. "Can't find nothing, sir." "What do you do with anything you find?" asked the stranger. "Take it to New Scotland Yard, sir," the driver promptly replied. "Scotland Yard?" said the stranger. "Strike a match, will you, and let me have a look." But he, too, found nothing, and, reassured, followed his luggage into the hotel. A chorus of welcome and congratulation greeted him. The manager, the manager's wife, the ministers without portfolio, of which all hotels are full, the porters, the liftman, all clustered around him. "Well, Mr. Rumbold, after all these years, we thought you'd forgotten us. Wasn't it odd, the very night your telegram came from Australia, we'd been talking about you, and my husband said, 'Don't you worry about Mr. Rumbold, he's fallen on his feet all right. Some fine day he'll walk in here a rich man.' Not that you weren't always well off, but my husband meant a millionaire." "He was quite right," said Mr. Rumbold, slowly savouring his words. "I am." "There! What did I tell you?" the manager exclaimed, as though one recital of his prophecy was not enough. "But I wonder you're not too grand to come to Rossall's Hotel." "I've nowhere else to go," said the millionaire shortly. "And if I had, I wouldn't. This place is like home to me." His eyes softened as they scanned the familiar surroundings. They were light grey eyes, very pale, and seeming paler from their setting in his tanned face. His cheeks were slight, sunken, very deeply lined. His blunt-ended nose was straight. He had a thin, straggling moustache, straw-coloured, which made his age difficult to guess. Perhaps he was nearly 50. So wasted was the skin on his neck, but his movements, unexpectedly agile and decided, were those of a younger man. "I won't go up to my room now," he said, in response to the manageress's question. "Ask Clutson. He's still here with you? Good. To unpack my things. He'll find all I want for the night in the green suitcase. I'll take my dispatch box with me, and tell them to bring my sherry and bitters in the lounge." As the crow flies, it was not far to the lounge, but by way of the tortuous, ill-lit passages, doubling on themselves, yawning with dark entries, plunging into kitchen stairs, the catacombs so dear to habitués of Russell's Hotel, it was a considerable distance. Anyone posted in the shadow of these alcoves, or arriving at the head of the basement staircase, could not have failed to notice the air of utter contempt which marked Mr. Rumbold's leisurely progress. The droop of his shoulders, acquiescing in weariness, the hands turned inwards and swaying slightly, but quite forgotten by their owner. The chin, always prominent, now pushed forward so far that it looked relaxed and helpless, not at all defiant. The unseen witness would have envied Mr. Rumbold, perhaps even grudged him his holiday airs, his untroubled acceptance of the present and the future. A waiter whose face he did not remember brought him the apéritif, which he drank slowly. His feet propped unconventionally upon a ledge of the chimney-piece, a pardonable relaxation, for the room was empty. Judge, therefore, his surprise, when out of a fire-engendered drowsiness he heard a voice which seemed to come from the wall above his head, a cultivated voice, perhaps too cultivated, slightly husky, yet careful and precise in its enunciation. Even while his eyes searched the room to make sure that no one had come in, he could not help hearing everything the voice said. It seemed to be talking to him, and yet the rather oracular utterance implied a less restricted audience. The utterance of a man who was aware that, though it was a duty for him to speak, for Mr. Rumbold to listen would be both a pleasure and a profit. "A children's party," the voice announced in an even, neutral tone, nicely balanced between approval and distaste, between enthusiasm and boredom. 6 little girls and 6 little— a faint lift in the voice, expressive of tolerant surprise— boys. The broadcasting company has invited them to tea, and they are anxious that you should share some of their fun. At the last word, the voice became almost positively colourless. "I must tell you that they have had tea and enjoyed it. Didn't you, children?" A cry of yes, muffled and timid, greeted this leading question. "We should have liked you to hear our table talk, but there wasn't much of it. We were so busy eating." For a moment the voice identified itself with the children. "But we can tell you what we ate. Now, Percy, tell us what you had." A piping little voice recited a long list of comestibles, like the children in the treacle well, thought Rumbold. Percy must have been, or soon would be, very ill. A few others volunteered the items of their repast. "So you see," said the voice, "we have not done so badly, and now we are going to have crackers, and afterwards—" The voice hesitated and seemed to disassociate itself from the words. "Children's games." There was an impressive pause, broken by the muttered exhortation of a little girl. "Oh, don't cry, Philip, it won't hurt you." Fugitive sparks and snaps of sound followed, more like a fire being mended, thought Rumbold, than crackers. A murmur of voices pierced the fusillade. "What have you got, Alec? What have you got?" "I've got a cannon." "Give it to me." "No." "Well, lend it to me." "What do you want it for?" "I want to shoot Jimmy." Mr. Rumbold started. Something had disturbed him. Was it imagination, or did he hear, above the confused medley of sound, a tiny click? The voice was speaking again. "And now we're going to begin the games." As though to make amends for past lukewarmness, a faint flush of anticipation gave colour to the decorous voice. "We will commence with that old favourite, Ring a Ring of Roses." The children were clearly shy, and left each other to do the singing. Their courage lasted for a line or two, and then gave out. But, fortified by the speaker's baritone, powerful though subdued, they took heart, and soon were singing without assistance or direction. Their light, wavering voices had a charming effect. Tears stood in Mr. Rumbold's eyes. Oranges and lemons came next. A more difficult game. It yielded several unrehearsed effects before it finally got under way. One could almost see the children being marshalled into their places, as though for a figure in the Lancers. Some of them, no doubt, had wanted to play another game. Children are contrary, and the dramatic side of oranges and lemons, though it appeals to many, always affrights a few. The disinclination of these last would account for the pauses and hesitations which irritated Mr. Rumbold, who as a child had always had a strong fancy for this particular game. When, to the tramping and stamping of many small feet, the droning chant began, he leaned back and closed his eyes in ecstasy. He listened intently for the final accelerando which leads up to the catastrophe. Still the prologue maundered on, as though the children were anxious to extend the period of security, the joyous, carefree promenade which the great bell of Bow, by his inconsiderate profession of ignorance, was so rudely to curtail. The bells of Old Bailey pressed their usurer's question. The bells of Shoreditch answered with becoming flippancy. The bells of Stepney posed their ironical query. When suddenly, before the great bell of Bow had time to get his word in, Mr. Rumbold's feelings underwent a strange revolution. Why couldn't the game continue? All sweetness and sunshine, why drag it in the fatal issue? Let payment be deferred. Let the bells go on chiming and never strike the hour. But heedless of Mr. Rumbold's squeamishness, the game went its way. After the eating comes the reckoning. And here is a candle to light you to bed, and here comes a chopper to chop off your head. Chop, chop, chop! A child screamed, and there was silence. Mr. Rumbold felt quite upset, and great was his relief when, after a few more half-hearted rounds of oranges and lemons, the voice announced, "Here we come gathering nuts in May." At last! There was nothing sinister in that. Delicious sylvan scene, comprising in one splendid botanical inexactitude all the charms of winter, spring, and autumn. What superiority to circumstance was implied in the conjunction of nuts and May? What defiance of cause and effect? What a testimony to coincidence! For cause and effect are against us, as witness the fate of Old Bailey's debtor. But coincidence is always on our side, always teaching us how to eat our cake and have it. The long arm of coincidence. Mr. Rumbold would have liked to clasp it by the hand. Meanwhile his own hand conducted the music of the revels, and his foot kept time. Their pulses quickened by enjoyment. The children put more heart into the singing. The game went with a swing. The ardour and rhythm of it invaded the little room where Mr. Rumbold sat. Like heavy fumes, the waves of sound poured in, so penetrating they ravished the sense, so sweet they intoxicated it, so light they fanned it to a flame. Mr. Rumbold was transported. His hearing, sharpened by the subjugation and quiescence of his own other faculties, began to take in new sounds. The names, for instance, of the players who were wanted to make up each side, and of the champions who were to pull them over. For the listeners in, the issues of the struggles remained in doubt. Did Nancy Price succeed in detracting Percy Kingham from his allegiance? Probably. Did Alec Wharton prevail against Maisie Drew? It was certainly an easy win for someone. The contest lasted only a second, and a ripple of laughter greeted it. Did Violet Kingham make good against Horace Gold? This was a dire encounter, punctuated by deep, irregular panting. Mr. Rumbold could see, in his mind's eye, the two champions straining backwards and forwards across the white, motionless handkerchief, their faces red and puckered with exertion. Violet or Horace, one of them had to go. Violet might be bigger than Horace, but then Horace was a boy. They were evenly matched. They had their pride to maintain. The moment when the will was broken and the body went limp in surrender would be like a moment of dissolution. Yes, even this game had its stark, uncomfortable side. Violet or Horace, one of them was smarting now, crying perhaps under the humiliation of being fetched away. The game began afresh. This time there was an eager ring in the children's voices. Two tried antagonists were going to meet. It would be a battle of giants. The chant throbbed into a war cry. Who will you have for your nuts in May, nuts in May, nuts in May? Who will you have for your nuts in May on a cold and frosty morning? They would have Victor Rumbold for nuts in May. Victor Rumbold, Victor Rumbold. And from the vindictiveness in their voices, they might have meant to have his blood too. And who will you send to fetch him away, fetch him away, fetch him away? Who will you send to fetch him away on a cold and frosty morning? Like a clarion call, a shout of defiance came the reply. We'll send Jimmy Hagbert to fetch him away, fetch him away, fetch him away. We'll send Jimmy Hagbert to fetch him away on a wet and foggy evening. This variation, it might be supposed, was intended to promote the contest from the realms of pretense into the world of reality. But Mr. Rumpole probably did not hear that his abduction had been antedated. He had turned quite green, and his head was lolling against the back of the chair. "Any wine, sir?" "Oh, yes, Clutsam. A bottle of champagne." "Very good, sir." Mr. Rumpole drained the first glass at one go. "Anyone coming in to dinner beside me, Clutsam?" he presently inquired. "Not now, sir. It's 9 o'clock," replied the waiter, his voice edged with reproach. "Sorry, Clutsam. I didn't feel up to the mark before dinner, so I went and lay down." The waiter was mollified. "Thought you weren't quite looking yourself, sir. No bad news, I hope?" "No, nothing. Just a bit tired after the journey." "And how did you leave Australia, sir?" inquired the waiter, to accommodate Mr. Rumbold, who seemed anxious to talk. "In better weather than you have here," Mr. Rumbold replied, finishing his second glass and measuring with his eye the depleted contents of the bottle. The rain kept up a steady patter on the glass roof of the coffee-room. "Still, a good climate isn't everything. It isn't like home, for instance," the waiter remarked. "No, indeed. There are many parts of the world as will be glad of a good day's rain," affirmed the waiter. "There certainly are," said Mr. Rumbold, who found the conversation sedative. "Did you do much fishing when you were abroad, sir?" the waiter pursued. "A little." "Well, you want rain for that," declared the waiter, as one who scores a point. "The fishing isn't preserved in Australia like what it is here." "No." "Then there ain't no poaching," concluded the waiter philosophically. "It's every man for himself." "Yes, that's the rule in Australia." "Not much of a rule, is it?" The waiter looked at him. "Not much like law, I mean." It depends what you mean by law." "Oh, Mr. Rumpole, sir, you know very well what I mean. I mean the police. Now, if you was to have done a man in out in Australia, murdered him, they'd hang you for it if they caught you, wouldn't they?" Mr. Rumbold teased the champagne with the butt-end of his fork and drank again. "Probably they would, unless there were special circumstances. In which case you might get off?" "I might." "That's what I mean by law," pronounced the waiter. "You know what the law is. You go against it, and you're punished. Of course, I don't mean you, sir. I only say you as an illustration to make my meaning clear." Quite. Whereas, if there was only what you call a rule," the waiter pursued, deftly removing the remains of Mr. Rumpold's chicken, "it might fall to the lot of any man to round you up. Might be anybody, might be me." "Why should you, or they," asked Mr. Rumpold, "want to round me up? I haven't done you any harm, or them." "Oh, but you should have to, sir." "Why?" "Well, We couldn't rest in our bed, sir, knowing you was at large. You might do it again. Somebody'd have to see to it. But supposing there was nobody, sir? Supposing the murdered man hadn't any relatives or friends, supposing he just disappeared, and no one ever knew that he was dead? Well, sir, said the waiter, winking portentously, in that case he'd have to get on your track himself. He wouldn't rest in his grave, sir. No, not he. And knowing what he did— Clutsam, said Mr. Rumpole suddenly, bring me another bottle of wine, and don't trouble to ice it. The waiter took the bottle from the table and held it up to the light. Yes, it's dead, sir. Dead? Yes, sir. Finished. Empty. Dead. You're right, Mr. Rumpole agreed. It's quite dead. It was nearly 11 o'clock. Mr. Rumpole again had the lounge to himself. Clutsam would be bringing his coffee presently. Too bad of fate to have him haunted by these casual reminders. Too bad his first day at home. Too bad, too bad, he muttered, while the fire warmed the soles of his slippers. But it was excellent champagne. He would take no harm from it. The brandy Clutsam was bringing him would do the rest. Clutsam was a good sort. Nice, old-fashioned servant. Nice, old-fashioned house. Warmed by the wine, his thoughts began to pass out of his control. "Your coffee, sir," said a voice at his elbow. "Oh, thank you, Clutsam. I'm very much obliged to you," said Mr. Rumpole, with the exaggerated civility of slight intoxication. "You're an excellent fellow. I wish there were more like you." "I hope so, too, I'm sure," said Clutsam, trying in his muddle-hearted way to deal with both observations at once. "Don't see many people about," Mr. Rumpole remarked. "Hotel pretty full?" "Oh, yes, sir. All the suites are let, and other rooms, too. We're turning people away every day. Why, only tonight a gentleman rang up, said he would come round late on the off chance, but bless me, he'll find the birds have flown." "Birds?" echoed Mr. Rumpole. "I mean there ain't any more rooms, not for love nor money." "Well, I'm sorry for him," said Mr. Rumpole, with ponderous sincerity. "I'm sorry for any man, friend or foe, who has to go tramping about London on a night like this. If I had an extra bed in my room, I'd put it at his disposal." "You have, sir?" the waiter said. "Why, of course I have. How stupid. Well, I'm sorry for the poor chap. I'm sorry for all homeless ones, Clutsam, wandering on the face of the earth." "Amen to that," said the waiter devoutly. "And doctors and such, pulled out of their bed at midnight. It's a hard life. Ever thought about a doctor's life, Clutsam?" "Can't say I have, sir." Well, but it's hard. You can take it from me." "What time shall I call you in the morning, sir?" the waiter asked, seeing no reason why the conversation should ever stop. "You needn't call me, Clutsam," replied Mr. Rumpole in a sing-song voice, and running the words together as though he were excusing the waiter from addressing him by the waiter's own name. "I'll get up when I'm ready, and that may be pretty late, pretty late." He smacked his lips over the words. "Nothing like a good lie, Clutsam?" "That's right, sir." "You have your sleep out," the waiter encouraged him. "You won't be disturbed." "Good night, Clutsam. You're an excellent fellow, and I don't care who hears me say so." "Good night, sir." Mr. Rumpole returned to his chair. It lapped him round. It ministered to his comfort. He felt at one with it, at one with the fire, the clock, the tables, all the furniture. Their usefulness, their goodness, went out to meet his usefulness, his goodness, met and were friends. Who could bind their sweet influences or restrain them in the exercise of their kind offices? No one. No one. Certainly not a shadow from the past. The room was perfectly quiet. Street sounds reached it only as a low, continuous hum, infinitely reassuring. Mr. Rumpole fell asleep. He dreamed that he was a boy again, living in his old home in the country. He was possessed in the dream by a master passion. He must collect firewood whenever and wherever he saw it. He found himself one autumn afternoon in the woodhouse. That was how the dream began. The door was partly open, admitting a little light, but he could not recall how he got in. The floor of the shed was littered with bits of bark and thin twigs, but, with the exception of the chopping block, which he knew could not be used, there was nowhere a log of sufficient size to make a fire. Though he did not like being in the woodhouse alone, he stayed long enough to make a thorough search, but he could find nothing. The compulsion he knew so well descended on him, and he left the woodhouse and went into the garden. His steps took him to the foot of a high tree, standing by itself in a tangle of long grass at some distance from the house. The tree had been lopped. For half its height it had no branches, only leafy tufts sticking out at irregular intervals. He knew what he would see when he looked up into the dark foliage, and there, sure enough, it was, a long dead bough, bare in patches where the bark had peeled off, and crooked in the middle like an elbow. He began to climb the tree. The ascent proved easier than he expected. His body seemed no weight at all, but he was visited by a terrible oppression, which increased as he mounted. The bough did not want him. It was projecting its hostility down the trunk of the tree, and every second brought him nearer to an object which he had always dreaded. A growth, people call it. It stuck out from the tree, the trunk of the tree, a huge, circular, swelling, thickly matted with twigs. Victor would rather die than hit his head against it. By the time he reached the bough, twilight had deepened into night. He knew what he had to do. Sit astride the bough, since there was none nearby from which he could reach it, and press with his hands until it broke. Using his legs to get what purchase he could, he set his back against the tree, and pushing with all his might downwards. To do this, he was obliged to look beneath him, and he saw, far below, on the ground, a white sheet, spread out as though to catch him, and he knew at once that it was a shroud. Frantically, he pulled and pushed at the stiff, brittle bough. A lust to break it took hold of him. Leaning forward his whole length, he seized the bough at the elbow joint, and strained it away from him. As it cracked, he toppled over, and the shroud came rushing upwards. Mr. Rumpole waked in a cold sweat to find himself clutching the curved arm of the chair on which the waiter had set his brandy. The glass had fallen over, and the spirit lay in a little pool on the leather seat. "I can't have to go like that," he thought. "I must get some more." A man he did not know answered the bell. "Waiter," he said, "bring me a brandy and soda in my room in a quarter of an hour's time. Rumpole, the name is." He followed the waiter out of the room. The passage was completely dark except for a small blue gas-jet, beneath which was huddled a cluster of candles. The hotel, he remembered, maintained an old habit of deference towards darkness. As he held the wick to the gas-jet, he heard himself mutter, "Here is a candle to light you to bed." But he recollected the ominous conclusion of the distich, and, fuddled as he was, he left it unspoken. Shortly after Mr. Rumpole's retirement, the doorbell of the hotel rang. 3 sharp peals, and no pause between them. "Someone in a hurry to get in," the night porter grumbled to Clutsam, who was on duty till midnight. "Expect he's forgotten his key." He made no haste to answer the summons. It would do the forgetful fellow good to wait, teach him a lesson. So dilatory was he, that by the time he reached the hall door, the bell was tinkling again. Irritated by such importunity, he deliberately went back to set straight a pile of newspapers before letting this impatient devil in. To mark his indifference, he even kept behind the door while he opened it, so that his first sight of the visitor only took in his back. But this limited inspection sufficed to show that the man was a stranger and not a guest at the hotel. In the long black cape, which fell almost sheer on one side, and on the other stuck out as though he had a basket under his arm, he looked like a crow with a broken wing. A bald-headed crow, thought the porter, for there's a patch of bare skin between the white linen thing and his hat. "Good evening, sir," he said. "What can I do for you?" The stranger made no answer, but glided to a side table and began turning over some letters with his right hand. "Are you expecting a message?" asked the porter. "No," the stranger replied. "I want a room for the night." "Was you the gentleman who telephoned for a room this evening?" "Yes." "Well, in that case, I was to tell you, we're afraid you can't have one. The hotel's booked right up." "Are you quite sure?" asked the stranger. "Think again." "Them's my orders, sir. It don't do me no good to think." At this moment the porter had a curious sensation, as though some important part of him, his life maybe, had gone adrift inside him and was spinning round and round. The sensation ceased when he began to speak. "I'll call the waiter, sir," he said. But before he called, the waiter appeared, intent on an errand of his own. "I say, Bill," he began, "what's the number of Mr. Rumpold's room? He wants a drink taken up. I forgot to ask him." "Well, it's 33, said the porter unsteadily. "The double room." "Why, Bill, what's up?" the waiter exclaimed. "You look as if you'd seen a ghost." Both men stared round the hall, then back at each other. The room was empty. "God," said the porter, "I must have had the horrors. But he was here a moment ago. Look at this." On the stone flags lay an icicle, an inch or two long, around which a little pool was fast collecting. "Why, Bill," cried the waiter, "how'd you get that here? It's not freezing." "Well, he must have brought it," the porter said. They looked at each other in consternation, which changed into terror as the sound of a bell made itself heard, coming from the depths of the hotel. "Clutsam's there," whispered the porter. "He'll have to answer it, whoever it is." Clutsam had taken off his tie and was getting ready for bed. What on earth could anyone want in the lounge at this hour? He pulled on his coat and went upstairs. Standing by the fire, he saw the same figure whose appearance and disappearance had so disturbed the porter. "Yes, sir," he said. "I want you to go to Mr. Rumbold," said the stranger, "and ask him if he is prepared to put the other bed in his room at the disposal of a friend." In a few moments, Clutsam returned. "Mr. Rumbold's compliments, sir, and he wants to know who it is." The stranger went to the table in the centre of the room. An Australian newspaper was lying on it, which Clutsam had not noticed before. The aspirant to Mr. Rumbold's hospitality turned over the pages. Then with his finger, which appeared even to Clutsam, standing by the door unusually pointed, he cut out a rectangular slip, about the size of a visiting card, and moving away, motioned the waiter to take it. By the light of the gas jet in the passage, Clutsam read the excerpt. It seemed to be a kind of obituary notice, but of what possible interest could it be to Mr. Rumbold to know that the body of Mr. James Hagbert had been discovered in circumstances which suggested that he had met his death by violence? After a long interval, Clutsam returned, looking puzzled and a little frightened. "Mr. Rumbold's compliments, sir, but he knows no one of that name." "Then take this message to Mr. Rumbold," said the stranger. "Say, would he rather that I went up to him, or that he came down to me?" For the third time Clutsam went to do the stranger's bidding. He did not, however, upon his return open the door of the smoking-room, but shouted through it. "Mr. Rumbold wishes you to hell, sir, where you belong, and says, Come up if you dare!" Then he bolted. A minute later, from his retreat in an underground coal cellar, he heard a shot fired. Some old instinct, danger-loving or danger-disregarding, stirred in him, and he ran up the stairs quicker than he had ever run up them in his life. In the passage he stumbled over Mr. Rumbold's boots. The bedroom door was ajar. Putting his head down, he rushed in. The brightly lit room was empty, but almost all the movables in it were overturned, and the bed was in a frightful mess. The pillow, with its 5-fold perforation, was the first object on which Clutsam noticed bloodstains. Thenceforward he seemed to see them everywhere. But what sickened him, and kept him so long from going down to rouse the others, was the sight of an icicle on the window-sill, a thin claw of ice curved like a Chinaman's nail, with a bit of flesh sticking to it. That was the last he saw of Mr. Rumbold. But a policeman patrolling Carrick Street noticed a man in a long black cape, who seemed, from the position of his arm, to be carrying something heavy. He called out to the man and ran after him. But, though he did not seem to be moving very fast, the policeman could not overtake him.